Chapter 245. Late at night, after a day of exams, Yushu did not stay in her room to rest, but sat in the west wing of the small courtyard. The candle on the table had just been lit, and the yellow light shone on the person sitting in front of the table. Yushu was holding a biography of Lu Yi in her hands. After a while, she was still reading the same page that she had just opened. Jing Chen disappeared, and in the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Every day, when Yushu woke up, she couldn't help but think about where he went. After the Dian exams, Yushu was able to calm down and think about this question. She had never been to Enling City before, and she only knew a few places: Huixing Street, Chiogui Fong, Peiren Hall, and the area near Zhao Hui's house. She had looked for him, but no one had seen him. Since people wouldn't disappear into thin air, then he must have deliberately hidden himself so that she wouldn't find him. Thinking of this, Yushu gritted her teeth. This idiot, no matter what difficulties he had, leaving without saying goodbye, he shouldn't expect her to forgive him. When she found him, she would see how she would deal with him. In the past, she treated him too well, so he had the courage to run away. Closing the book and smoothing out the wrinkles, Yushu thought that she would go to Huixing Street tomorrow. Holding the candlestick, she slowly walked back to her room. On New Year's Eve, Yushu didn't sleep because she was going out. As usual, she woke up early. As soon as she left the room, she was stopped by the little maid, Yundo. "Miss, Madam wants you to come into the room." After setting up a stall for a living for many years, Zhao Hui had developed the habit of waking up early and sleeping late. She had changed her habit, but waking up early didn't change. She woke up at dawn and didn't sleep for even a moment. Yushu had to turn around and go to Zhao Hui's room. She met Dr. He, who was dressed neatly and was about to leave. "Uncle He, where are you going? Aren't you going to eat breakfast?" He Fangji said, "Your Aunt Hui has a bitter taste. I'm going out to buy some persimmons for her, and a few pounds of sweet candies for you and Xiaoxiu. I forgot to buy them before. Is there anything else you want? I'll bring them back." He Fangji treated Zhao Hui very well. After Yushu and her brother moved in, one night, Yushu came out of the bathroom to use the toilet. She thought a thief had broken in when she saw the light in the kitchen at the corner of the courtyard. She walked over and saw He Fangji cooking eggs in syrup. He said that Zhao Hui wanted to eat it. Yushu asked him why he didn't wake the chef up. He Fangji was too embarrassed to tell him. Zhao Hui didn't like the food cooked by the chef. It turned out that this was a dish he learned when he was taking care of Zhao Hui before they got married. "There's nothing to say. Go quickly." Seeing He Fangji leave, Yushu followed Yundo into the house. Zhao Hui sat on the small couch in the living room. She was fiddling with the new clothes on her knees. She looked up and waved at Yushu, saying, "Come and try this dress." Yushu looked at the dress in her hands. It was obviously a woman's dress. She smiled and said, "When did you make clothes for me? Why didn't I hear you say anything?" Zhao Hui gestured at the dress in front of her body and explained, "I hired a tailor outside. He was very efficient and sent it here the day before yesterday. I saw you were busy reading, so I kept it first. Here, put it on quickly." Yundo, add a few more pieces of charcoal. Although Yushu disliked the dress because it was troublesome and awkward to wear, but a girl would always be very happy to receive new clothes. There were 3 women in the house. She untied the old cotton-padded jacket and robe in the small living room and put on the new clothes one by one. This was the second time Zhao Hui made clothes for her. It must be said that Zhao Hui had a good eye. This winter dress was divided into 3 pieces. The red dress was thickly pleated, the plum red jacket was pinched at the waist, and there was a white sleeveless waistcoat. She looked delicate and spirited. Yushu fastened the buckle on her collar and turned around in front of Zhao Hui. She asked happily, "How is it? Does it look good?" Looking at her with a scholar's head and wearing a dress, Zhao Hui had a strange expression on her face. Yundo covered her mouth and snickered. Yushu asked her, "What are you laughing about?" Yundo was young, only 11 or 12 years old. She didn't have a good mind. She said honestly, "Miss, it looks like a man wearing a woman's clothes." Yushu felt strange and said, "Is that so? I'll go take a look." She went into the house to look in the mirror. When she looked in the mirror, she really looked awkward. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. This was great. After dressing up as a man for so long, he didn't look like a woman in a dress. God knows, she just thought it was more convenient to dress up as a teenager. She didn't have the intention to change sex and become a man. Zhao Hui was supported by Yun Do into the house. She looked at Yu Shu, who was staring at the mirror, and said, "Don't be anxious. Sit down and let me comb your hair. You'll look beautiful if you change your hairstyle." Yu Shu obediently sat by the dressing table. She let Yun Do untie the towel and comb her hair. Zhao Hui guided her from the side. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Zhao Hui opened a brand new jewelry box on the dressing table. She took out a pair of sparkling yellow pearl flowers and placed them on Yu Shu's hair bun. She then dipped her little finger in a little rouge and placed it on Yu Shu's lips. The person in the mirror immediately looked different. Looking at her again, no matter how you looked at her, she was a delicate girl. She was far from being as beautiful as a flower. However, her eyebrows were curved and her eyes were bright. She was still good-looking. Zhao Hui patted Yu Shu's shoulder in satisfaction and said, "This is good. In the future, dress like this. Don't run around in gowns. A girl must look like a girl. Next year, Aunt Hui will ask people to make a few more clothes for you to change into and a few sets of jewelry to wear. Is that okay?" Yu Shu looked at the unfamiliar young girl in the mirror. She recalled before she transmigrated to Dan Dynasty. What did the face that she had seen for more than 20 years looked like? Slowly, there were some similarities. The same almond-shaped eyes, but they were not beautiful. The same tall nose, but it was not ostentatious. The same thin chin, but it was not refined. Yu Shu raised her hand and touched her face. She felt that after half a year, she seemed to look more and more like herself. Oh, this was a good sign. Yu Shu raised her neck and smiled at Zhao Hui. "Aunt Hui, are you raising me like a daughter?" Zhao Hui's face was gentle like water. "Why not?" Yu Shu was silent for a moment and suddenly said, "Aunt Hui, if you are willing, can I be your goddaughter?" The reason why Yu Shu said this was not a spur-of-the-moment idea. Back in Yang City, she had this idea. She helped Zhao Hui with the lawsuit because she wanted to be her goddaughter. However, after offending the Ji family, she had no choice but to leave her hometown. She was afraid that she would implicate Zhao Hui, so she never mentioned the matter of recognizing her as her goddaughter. Now it was different. They were together. Zhao Hui went to a foreign place for her and settled down in Enling. Zhao Hui took care of her food and clothing. She appreciated the elders' love, but she had no right to show her filial piety. It was the best time to recognize her as her goddaughter. Zhao Hui was stunned for a moment and suddenly pinched Yu Shu's shoulder. She was surprised and her voice trembled. "What did you say just now? You want me to be your godmother?" Yu Shu nodded and did not hide the admiration on her face. "Aunt Hui, are you willing to recognize me as your daughter?" Zhao Hui took a deep breath and tears appeared in her eyes. She held Yu Shu's hand and nodded repeatedly, "Yes, yes." Then she cried tears of joy and bent down to hug Yu Shu. She cried, "This day only happened in my dream. Aunt Hui has long treated you as her own daughter. However, when you went to court to complain on my behalf, I waited for you. Who knew that you never mentioned it again and said that you wanted to go to the capital? You left as you said. Aunt Hui couldn't stop you no matter how reluctant I was. Xiao Yu, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. Aunt Hui felt that we were mother and daughter in our previous life. If we meet again in this life, how can we not kiss each other?" Yu Shu heard the sincerity in her words and felt sorry for herself. There were tears in her eyes, but she held them back. She patted the emotional Zhao Hui's back and smiled. "What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Don't you think we'll lose out if we don't become mother and daughter?" Hearing her teasing, Zhao Hui smiled through her tears and pushed her away. She lovingly cupped her face and said, "Yes, let's do this as soon as possible. We'll send someone to inform your Uncle Pei. Tomorrow, we'll hold a banquet with incense and candles. We'll officially recognize each other." Shouldn't we ask Uncle He first? Maybe he'll agree. Recognizing relatives had always been buy one get one free. Zhao Hui and Dr. He were husband and wife. If Yu Shu recognized Zhao Hui as her godmother, she would give Dr. He as her godfather. Zhao Hui said, "There's no need to ask. He'll agree 100 times." Coincidentally, He Fangji came back from outside and heard Zhao Hui's last sentence. He entered the room and asked, "What did he agree to?" He looked at Zhao Hui's teary eyes and hurriedly pulled out a handkerchief. "Why are you crying again? Last night I said that crying is bad for the body. Have you forgotten?" With Yu Shu and the maidservant present, seeing Yu Shu's teasing gaze, Zhao Hui blushed at He Fangji's thoughtfulness. She was too embarrassed to show off their affection. She took the handkerchief and wiped her own tears. She said, "I want to recognize Xiao Yu as my daughter. She's asking if you agree." Dr. He looked back and forth between the two of them in surprise. Then he clapped his hands and laughed. "This is a good thing. Isn't it just what you wanted? Let me go inform my sworn brother and choose a good day to do this." "Madam, the one in your stomach hasn't even been born yet and we have a son and a daughter." "Excellent, excellent." When Yu Shu heard this, she coughed and interrupted, "Uncle He, don't mishear. I said that I want to recognize my godmother, but not Xiaoxiu. He's the only son of the Yu family. My mother is still alive, so if I really want to recognize him, I have to get her permission first." Yu Shu didn't make such a decision on her own. Because she and Aunt Cui had nothing to do with each other, it was fine to recognize Zhao Hui as husband and wife. However, Yu Xiaoxiu was different from her. No matter how unreliable Aunt Cui was, she was still his mother. How could he casually become someone else's son? Wouldn't that be unfilial? Xiaoxiu was young, but he was very moral. A look of disappointment appeared on Physician He's face. Zhao Hui quickly patted him and pulled Yu Shu aside, saying, "You're right, we can't be so hasty. We have to listen to little Xiu's opinion and get your mother's approval." Thus, she had Yun Do wake up Yu Xiaoxiu, who was still sleeping, to come to the room to talk. Although Yu Xiaoxiu envied Yu Shu for having an elder, he sensibly shook his head and said, "It's good that older sister has recognized him. In my heart, I treat Aunt Hui as a relative. Because mother is still alive, I'm the only son in the family, so it's not appropriate to recognize another relative." Zhao Hui patted his head and sighed, "Good child, you're so obedient. Aunt Hui also treats you like a son." Yu Xiaoxiu nodded, "Thanks, I know." Yu Shu saw the disappointed expression on Dr. He's face and thought that it was because he couldn't recognize a son. She kindly comforted him, "Uncle He, don't be anxious. You and Aunt Hui love each other very much, so there's no need to worry about not having a son to raise. I think this child is enough. If it's not, there's still another child." Chapter 246. Pei Jing brought a cook and a manservant to help. He Fangji set up a banquet on New Year's Eve and offered incense and candles in the courtyard. Together with Zhao Hui, they happily accepted Yu Shu as their goddaughter. From then on, they called them godmother and godfather. Even Pei Jing got a ready-made uncle and was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Zhao Hui was very satisfied and drank the tea that Yu Shu offered to acknowledge her as her family. On the spot, she gave a jade bracelet that had been passed down in the Zhao family to Yu Shu and didn't allow her to refuse. Yu Shu had no choice but to accept it, thinking that in the future when Zhao Hui had a daughter, she would give it to her. Pei Jing generously gave Yu Shu a golden abacus. It was unknown where he got it from, but every bead on the abacus was coated with a layer of real gold powder. When used, it sparkled with golden light and looked very beautiful. Yifangji bought 12 jars of Huadiao wine and sealed them in the cellar. The adults didn't favor one and discriminate against the other. Yu Xiaoxiu also received a few gifts. He didn't feel unhappy because Yu Shu acknowledged him as her family because he understood that even if Aunt Cui didn't treat him well, she would still occasionally act like a loving mother and secretly give him money to spend. On the other hand, his sister had been beaten and scolded by her mother since she was young and had never been treated kindly. Therefore, with the love of a mother like Zhao Hui, he felt happy for his sister. At the dining table, the whole family ate and chatted happily without the taboos of a rich family. Pei Jing's wife, Madame Qin, couldn't go to the capital with them because she was sick. Like Grandma He, she stayed in Yang to celebrate the new year. After He Fangji and Pei Jing settled down in the capital, they sent a letter home together, asking them to pack up and come to Anling after the new year. They had to wait until March before the whole family could reunite in the capital. As a result, there were a few family members missing at the table. As the mood for drinking rose, it was inevitable that there would be a lot of booing. Fortunately, there was Yushu, who was a lively person, to lighten the mood. Only then did they have a peaceful and happy New Year's dinner. The banquet lasted until the second watch of the night. After that, it was replaced with soup and desserts, rice cakes, crystal dumplings, plum flour flatbreads, candied fruits, lotus sweets, 100-fruit dumplings, longan seeds, and a bowl of bird's nest porridge. Pei Jing, on the other hand, was fine as he had been eating all day. Yushu and her brother, on the other hand, hadn't had many good days and had never seen such exquisite tea and snacks. Tonight, they ate to their heart's content and their stomachs were full. Kim Bao had been gluttonous for a long time and was lying by the stove to digest the food. Zhao Hui asked Mother Shen to clean up the guest room and laid out a clean bedding. She asked Pei Jing to stay the night so that he wouldn't be alone when he returned in the middle of the night. Keeping vigil on New Year's Eve was a custom that the people of the Yin dynasty followed. They had to stay up until the third watch of the night to ensure a year of peace. However, before the third watch of the night, Yu Xiaoxiu was already yawning. When Yu Shu saw him dozing off, she asked He Fangji for a few firecrackers. She grabbed 2 handfuls of candied seeds and stuffed them into Yu Xiaoxiu's pocket. Then, she brought him outside to set off the firecrackers. Zhao Hui hurriedly asked Yun Do to carry a lantern and follow them so that they wouldn't bump into each other in the middle of the night. On the streets, there were a few families' children who came out to play. The street was bustling with activity. Just as one spark went out, another one lit up. This was Yushu's first time playing with these ancient firecrackers. When she looked closely, she saw that it was gunpowder wrapped in paper. It was made from thin hemp stems and tied together. The longer ones had 100 of them, while the shorter ones only had 40 to 50 of them. She had seen He Fangji light it twice in the morning and afternoon. Seeing that it wasn't very powerful, it was like throwing a firecracker. She was so bold that she didn't even pick up a bamboo stick. She used the incense to light the fire and twirled it twice in her hand. When the sparks flew, it scared Yu Xiaoxiu so much that he cried out in pain. "I'm going to throw it away." "Don't be afraid. I'll hold it for you." I don't want it." Yu Xiaoxiu was really a quiet child. How could he be as naughty as her? Being chased by Yu Shu in her new dress, he ran all over the street with his head in his hands. In the blink of an eye, he was no longer sleepy. Later, after playing for a while, the children in the neighborhood gathered together. Yu Shu was the oldest, so she deserved to be the king of the children. She led a group of little farts to set off firecrackers and catch ghosts. They competed in running and jumping, and also gave out candies. She pulled Yu Xiaoxiu and ran all over the street. It wasn't until the middle of the night when all the families came out to look for each other. Only then did they disperse and return to their homes. "Xiao Xiaoyu, come home." Hearing the shouts of Zhao Hui and He Fangji, Yu Shu lit up the last firecracker and threw it far away. She loudly responded to them, pulled Yu Xiaoxiu's hand, and quickly ran to the door with the lantern hanging in the distance. Amidst the sound of firecrackers, Yu Shu ushered in her first new year in the prosperous Da-en city. It was the spring festival, but many of the Celestial Commissioner's officials could not go home. They lived in the West Courtyard with more than 20 great E-masters who came up with this year's questions to mark this year's examination papers. The same paper needed to pass through the hands of 3 people. One person would make a mistake, the second person would correct it, and the third person would review it. In order to ensure fairness, the examiners were divided into 3 groups. They didn't live in the same room and didn't meet each other. This year was a bit special. The answers to the uncanny technique section would be sorted out by the officials and presented to the great Tiandao for a look. Then, someone would be sent to inform the Xiang Wangfu to send servants to various places to search for the Xiang Wangfu. In addition, the astrology section was personally set by the great Tiandao. This section's papers were all sent to the Taishi Palace for the great Tiandao to personally review and select the top 300 yuan. There was no need for others to interfere. On the first day of the new year, there was a banquet in the palace. The great Tiandao returned from the palace in the middle of the night. Riding on an 8-person green silk carriage, he was escorted back to the Taishi Palace by the palace guards. Just then, a sealed scroll was delivered from the west courtyard. 2 officials bowed and waited outside the building. They reported to the inside. Reporting to the imperial secretary, the uncanny technique section's papers have been sorted out overnight. After screening, there are a total of 27 places that need to be sent to. There are also a few other topics that require your attention before making a decision. The lights in the Taishi Palace lit up. In the middle of the empty main hall, there was a silver table that was 6 feet long. Beside it were thousands of lotus candles. Bamboo scrolls and books were arranged neatly from the east to the west. Behind the table, there was a person dressed in a moon robe with purple shoulders and a black ribbon. He held a long scroll in his hands as he listened to the report from outside the hall. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, a voice came from outside the hall. Imperial Secretary, the junior supervisor requests an audience. Let him in. Not long after, a man dressed in embroidered robes entered the hall with his head bowed. The person behind the table waved to him, "Qi Ming, come and take a look." "Yes, Imperial Secretary." Standing in front of the table, the great Tiandao pointed the scroll in his hands to the person. He pointed to a line on it and laughed softly. "Look, there are actually a few people with keen senses in this year's examinations." The person took a look and his expression did not change. He said, "Imperial Secretary, what do you want me to do? Do you need me to go to the Dingbo Hall to see Xiang Wangfu?" "There's no need. Since Xiang Wangfu wants to hide it, it's useless for you to investigate further. If he says that the painting is gone, then it's gone. Yesterday, I took advantage of the time when the 7 stars were intersecting to reveal the secrets of the heavens. I observed the sky and saw that the great and disaster is in Enling. I will enter the palace to report to His Majesty and ask him to be patient. The year of the great and disaster is at its heaviest and he will bring disaster to his family and friends. Let him hide for a while. After the year of the upper year, when the moon is full and the power of Kidu star has weakened, we will then put up an imperial notice in the city to find the great and disaster." The person said, "There is no painting and we don't know his face. How can we find him?" The great Tiandao shook his head and rolled up the scroll in his hands. He was calm and composed. "I have long predicted this day. 3 months ago, I have already asked His Majesty to invite the 9th prince to return to the court without alerting anyone. Calculating the days, he should be here by now. Why worry about not knowing the great and disaster's face?" The person sighed and said, "Grand Secretary has great foresight and foresees things like a god. Ha ha, I am tired of hearing such flattery. Spare me some peace and quiet." The great Tiandao put down the scroll and asked, "I asked you to mark the astrology paper. How is it?" The person's expression turned serious and his brows showed some disgust. He walked to the table and bowed. He said in a deep voice, reporting to Grand Secretary, "In this year's De Yen examination, someone leaked the questions." The person on the table was shocked and asked, "Oh? Which subject is it?" "It is the astrology subject. During the new year, they had to visit their relatives and friends. Fangji also had a few old friends in the capital. They used to write to each other. Because Zhao Hui was not well, she asked her to stay at home and took Yu Xiaoxiu to visit them. Yu Shu used the excuse of visiting a neighbor on Huixing Street. Under Zhao Hui's repeated warnings, she went out alone. On the first few days of the new year, there were almost no stalls on the street. There were no sedan carriers, so Yu Shu walked. She had received 2 packets of medicine from Shuirei and used it to soak her hands and feet every day. She then applied the snake oil ointment. The effect was strange. After 3 or 4 days, the frostbite on her hands and feet disappeared and she did not feel pain when she walked. When she arrived at the small courtyard on Huixing Street, Yu Shu opened the door and walked around. She did not find any signs of people being here. She retreated and was locking the door when she heard someone behind her ask, "Miss, who are you? Why do you have the key to this house?" Yu Shu turned her head and saw Auntie Sue opposite the door. She was wearing new clothes and holding a basket. She stood at the door and looked at her. Judging from her expression, she did not recognize her. In the past few days she had changed into a dress, combed her hair in the morning, and put on some rouge. She looked like a girl, so the neighbors in the alley always thought that she was a young woman. No wonder Auntie Sue could not recognize her when she dressed like this. Yu Shu thought of Zhou Fangfang, so she softened her voice to avoid being recognized by Auntie Sue, and thinking that they had not moved out of the capital. Hey, this courtyard was sold to my father. I am here today to take a look. Auntie Sue believed her and nodded. She asked, then do you know where the Yu brothers who lived here moved to? I'm not sure about that. Yu Shu smiled at her and turned to leave. She heard Auntie Sue murmur, how can this be good? I can't find someone to pass the message. Yu Shu was suspicious, so she turned around and asked, Auntie, what did you just say? Auntie Sue was a straightforward person, so she didn't hide it. It's like this. A few days ago, a madam came to visit and claimed that she was the mother of the Yu brothers. I don't know if it's true or not, but I saw that madam's anxious face, so I wanted to pass a message to the Yu brothers. I don't know where they moved to. When Yu Shu heard this, she guessed that it was the Ji family who came to look for someone. She didn't come, so she pretended to be curious and asked, what did that madam say? Auntie Sue curled her lips and told her in a low voice. She looked very well dressed, but she kept cursing. I didn't hear what she said, and then she left. Yu Shu was now sure that Aunt Cui must have come. She tried to get Auntie Sue to say a few more things. Seeing that there was nothing more to say, she left. Chapter 247. On the third day of the Lunar New Year, Yu Shu went to Huixing Street and strolled around Autumn Osmanthus Square. She went to the Fu and escort agency in the village to pay a visit. Zhao Qinghui's uncle and nephew were both there. When they heard from the front yard that Mr. Yu had arrived, they hurriedly came out to invite him to the living room to talk. Knowing that Yu Shu had participated in last year's examination, Boss Zhou asked about her situation with concern. Yu Shu said, I did well. I will tell you the good news on the day the results are released. Boss Zhou saw that she was relaxed when she spoke, so he knew that she had done well in the test. He quietly asked someone to withdraw 50 taels of silver from the cashier. He was afraid that Yu Shu would be embarrassed to ask for it, so he found an excuse. I will talk to Qinghui about this marriage. Can I trouble you to check the horoscope of both parties? Are you free now? Since Yu Shu was here, she was embarrassed to not help, so she said, yes, let me have a look. Boss Zhou asked the servant to put the paper and ink on the table. He went to get the horoscope and gave it to Yu Shu. There was a marriage between a man and a woman in the 8 Gates life and death art. Although Yu Shu was not proficient in it, it was enough for her to see through it. It was not a problem for her to see through it. She calculated it on the spot and told Boss Zhou one by one. Boss Zhou took out a bag of silver and gave it to her, saying that it was a red envelope and a monthly payment. Yu Shu hesitated but still accepted it. They stayed for lunch and went back after dinner. Zhao Qinghui asked his uncle, I couldn't find Mr. Yu before. Didn't you ask someone to check the horoscope? Why do you want to check it again? Boss Zhou laughed. This is the way of the world. It will be good if you learn it. With a bag of silver in her hand, Yu Shu didn't go anywhere else. She went straight home. When she was near the door, she saw Lao Chui waiting by the roadside with a carriage. Yu Shu passed by him, but Lao Chui didn't recognize her. Yu Shu laughed and stopped to greet him. Lao Chui, what are you doing here? Only then did Lao Chui recognize her. Seeing that she was wearing women's clothes, he hurriedly gets down from the driver's seat and shouts, Mississippi, he then said, I am waiting for Miss to return. Eldest young master invites you to the north of the city. Please get on the carriage. Yu Shu thought that she was going to the newly opened restaurant, so she went home and told Zhao Hui that she was going somewhere else. She put the money in the room and went back to the carriage. As expected, Lao Chui took her to the restaurant. Yu Shu gets off the car. Just like last time, the owner, Lin Fu, comes out from the door and invites her to the backyard. He pushed the door open and entered. As soon as he turned his head to the left and right, he saw Shui Rui sitting by the glass window and drinking tea. Shui Rui turned around, and he was slightly astonished when he saw Yu Shu's delicate and clean female attire. He took a few more glances before he returned to his senses, and he smiled as he said, I almost didn't recognize you. Why are you suddenly wearing a dress? Yu Shu heard the teasing in his words. Seeing the smile in his eyes, she felt a little uncomfortable. These 2 days, Zhao Hui stared at her while she was wearing a skirt. She just got used to it. So, she didn't want to change back. What? Can't I wear a skirt? Yu Shu retorted. Shui Rui shook his head and said, No, this is good. The corners of Yu Shu's mouth twitched lightly. She didn't take Shui Rui's truth seriously, so she asked him about the proper business. Didn't you say that this restaurant will open after the Lantern Festival? I saw that the signboard outside the door is empty. Have you thought of a name yet? Don't worry. The plaque is ready. It is placed on the 2nd floor. It will be hung on the day before the restaurant opens. Shui Rui suggested. Shall I take you to have a look? Okay. Shui Rui put down his teacup, stood up, and led Yu Shu out of the backyard. When they arrived at the front building, Lin Fu and the waiter were chatting idly by the counter. When they saw Shui Rui walking towards them, they hastily turned around and stood properly. There was a respectful expression on their faces. Shui Rui pointed at them and asked Yu Shu, Have you recognized them? Yu Shu said, I recognize old Lin. I have seen this waiter before. I don't know his name. There was no need for Shui Rui to speak when he heard this when the young attendant stood out, and he smiled as he said, Miss, I'm called Lu Gue. Because I'm the 6th in my clan, you can call me Gue Lu. Yu Shu nodded and asked Shui Rui, Is there anyone else? Shui Rui said to Lin Fu, Find everyone downstairs. I will see them later. Lin Fu agreed. Shui Rui then led Yu Shu to the 2nd floor. There were 2 rows of private rooms. Shui Rui opened the door and entered the first room. Yu Shu followed behind him. The decorations of this private room were extremely ingenious. There was a screen, an immortal table, a soft stool, a flowery shelf, calligraphy, and paintings. There was even a soft couch placed against the wall for people to rest after getting drunk. However, the person lying on the couch was not a person but a heavy plaque. It was covered with a red cloth. Both ends of the plaque could be seen. Shui Rui walked over and stretched out his hand to lift off the red cloth. Yu Shu moved forward to take a look, and she saw a large, long, and mute yellow horizontal wooden plaque that was polished to the point of merging into one, and the words Forgotten Mystery Pavilion were carved on it, and it was handsome and clear. Wangji Pagoda, Yu Shu muttered. She felt that the name wasn't bad and that there must be a story behind it. However, she didn't know much about literature and only knew how to use an abacus. She asked him, Is there a story behind it? Shui Rui said, In Taoism, Wangji Lu means to be indifferent to worldly affairs. There are no worldly worries and no competitive thoughts. It was taken from the Tang Dynasty poem, Li Bai. Passing by Mount Zhongnan, the man of Mount Huzi. There is a line in the poem, When I am drunk, I am happy. I forget about my plans. But I ask for wine to follow my heart. Yu Shu nodded her head and pretended to be enlightened. However, she was muttering in her heart. She did not know how many people would be indifferent to worldly affairs when this restaurant opened. After looking at the plaque, Shui Rui and Yu Shu went downstairs. Lin Fu was already waiting with more than 10 people. There were men and women. Yu Shu originally thought that this restaurant only had a shopkeeper and a few waiters. Who would have thought that there would be so many people? She was surprised at first. After thinking about it, she realized that it was true. With such a big restaurant, it would be hard to serve everyone if there were not a lot of people. Young master, young lady, everyone is here. Shui Rui brought Yu Shu to find a table to sit. Lin Fu called everyone forward and introduced them to Yu Shu. Other than the waiter, Gui Lu, the other 2 waiters were his brothers. One was Gui Qi and the other was the chef. The leader was a woman around 30 years old. Her name was Xiu Qing. There were 2 accountants. One was surnamed Kai and the other was surnamed Fu. There were 2 maids serving wine and dishes. They were Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing. There were 2 rough workers who swept the floor and washed the dishes. They were Ah Xiang and Ah Ping. There were 2 zither players, a man and a woman. The man's surname was Gong and his name was Wen. The woman was Bai. They were husband and wife. Including Lin Fu, there were a total of 15 people. This time, she was not a commander without an army. After Lin Fu finished the introductions, Shui Rui looked at Yu Shu's expression and said, "There is no rush. I will remember their names later." He took another sip of tea and said to the group of people, "This is Miss Lianfang. She is a good friend of mine. Since you have met her today, remember her carefully. In the future, if anything happens in this restaurant, if I am not present, listen to her instructions. Do not think of slacking off or deceiving others. Do you all remember?" The people in front of him replied in unison, "Young master, we all remember." Shui Rui turned his head and asked Yu Shu, "Do you have anything to say?" Yu Shu secretly rolled her eyes. He did not even say a word before pushing her out. Fortunately, she was mentally prepared on the way here. Clearing her throat, she smiled and said, "I have been entrusted by your owner to take care of this restaurant. I have been paid to do the job, so I am the same as you all. In the future, we will meet every day. I am a straightforward person and do not like to beat around the bush. If I have done something wrong, feel free to tell me. If you have done something wrong, I will tell you directly. Let us not regard each other as outsiders." Finished speaking, Lin Fu took the lead and replied, "Don't worry, Mississippi. We understand." On the first day they met, Yu Shu did not talk much nonsense. Seeing that this group of people were obedient, she did not intend to show them her strength and walked over in a friendly manner. Shui Rui was very satisfied as he listened from the side. Yu Shu was steady in handling matters. Even though she was young, she had a sense of propriety when she spoke, and her methods were sufficiently ruthless. He wasn't worried that she would be put in a difficult position when he handed this group of miscellaneous people over to her to manage, but he was afraid that someone would fall into her hands. Returning to the backyard, Shui Rui took Yu Shu up the building. From the west staircase, he pointed to the backyard for her to see. "Later, I will give you the key to the restaurant. During the day, if you think the front is messy, you can enter from the back. I have prepared a guest room for you upstairs. When you come here, you can rest here. You can read or sleep. If there is anything, let them report to you. You've really thought it through." In fact, Yu Shu did not mind showing her face in public. As a female customer, she was different from the girls who were waiting to be married. What she wanted was not to help her husband and teach her children, but to learn how to change. Therefore, people would not be harsh on them. In fact, they would even look up to them. Of course, she was more than happy to have a dedicated office. She did not need to work at the counter outside. This was a room with 2 rooms. The layout was more comfortable than the private room in the front building. In the outer room, there was a tea table and a bookshelf. In the inner room, there was a bed, a wardrobe, and the window was also sealed with glass. What caught Yu Shu's attention the most was the small glass screen in front of the bed. In the green water plants, a group of golden and red fish swam happily. Yu Shu stood under the screen and touched the cool glass with her hand. She joked, "This restaurant doesn't waste money. If you can't pay me later, you can use this screen to pay me back." As soon as he raised his head, his eyes met with a pair of pitch-black eyes in the crystal glass. Shui Rui was standing at the side of the screen since an unknown time, and he was looking at her with a gaze that seemed familiar to her, causing Yu Shu's heart to jerk, and she instantly stood up straight in vigilance before taking 2 steps back and saying embarrassedly, "It's getting late, I should return." Shui Rui took back his eyes and said, "Don't rush. Stay for a while. I will take you to try the signature dishes of this restaurant." Yu Shu hesitated, "But I did not tell my family that I will eat outside tonight. They will be worried if I go back late." Shui Rui was clearly aware that this was her excuse, yet he didn't expose her, and he said in a very reasonable manner, "All right, I'll ask Brother Chue to send you back, and you can come back tomorrow. You have to look through the accounts of this restaurant in detail first." Chapter 248. At night, alone in the room, Yu Shu moved a small stool and squatted by the stove. She really has no way to burn the turtle shell. In the blink of an eye, Jing Chen has been missing for more than 10 days. She has searched everywhere he could have gone, but she could not find him. Although she has Shui Rui and Pei Jing to help her inquire, she still can't rest assured. She does not know Jing Chen's date of birth and 8 characters, so there is no way to calculate his safety. She can only use the most ancient divination method to see if he is safe or not. The method of turtle divination is very simple. Fire burns the turtle shell, and from the cracks on the shell, you can see good or bad luck. No matter what kind of wish, purpose, or request, you can get a revelation. The book, Turtle Strategy, says so. It seems easy, but if you really want to do divination, the key is to look at the quality of the turtle shell. The shell on the back of an ordinary turtle is almost impossible to use. It needs to be at least 20 years old for it to have a little bit of accuracy. After every 10 years, it will be more accurate. White-headed turtle, red-tailed turtle, and yellow-footed turtle are the most accurate. Usually, a 20-year-old turtle shell can be sold for hundreds of taels of silver. After burning it once, it becomes useless. If you are not rich, you really can't play with this. Therefore, although turtle divination can predict everything, few people rely on it. After all, a 100-year-old turtle is much harder to find than a master. The turtle shell that Yushu bought is about 30 years old, but relatively speaking, it is not easy to burn. She carefully roasted it for almost an hour before she saw a crack, making a pew-pew sound. Using a pair of pliers to hold the burnt turtle shell under the lamp, Yushu carefully observed the lines on it. It is not difficult to see the hexagram. She distinguishes the most obvious characters and writes them down on a piece of paper. Then she matches it with the turtle divination incantation in the book. After struggling for a long time, she can only vaguely guess that Jing Chen is safe and sound. As for whether this speculation is mainly based on the hexagram or her mood, only she knows. In any case, Yushu felt much more at ease. She put away the broken turtle shell, extinguished the stove, washed her hands, and went to bed. She thought to herself that she would buy another one the next day and calculate where Jing Chen was so that it would be easier to find him. In the morning, Yushu goes to Wangji Tower. Shui gives her a few detailed accounts and leaves in a hurry. Yushu spends half a day to check the accounts of Wangji Tower, including the price of food and drinks, the monthly purchasing quota, including taxes, and the expenses of a group of employees. Yushu had never been involved in business in her previous life, but she was not called the senior sister in the actuary industry for nothing. Especially in the insurance industry, she had developed a pair of sharp eyes. After flipping through the account book twice, she found a few loopholes. Firstly, the restaurant's monthly cash flow for purchases was 1,000 strings of coins. If it was insufficient, it could be made up for, and if it was excess, it would be handed over. Lin Fu was responsible for all of this. Purchasing was a lucrative job, and it was risky to hand it over to one person. In addition, there was no fixed price for the ingredients and pots and pans. It was up to one person to decide the price. If Lin Fu was not greedy, it would be fine. If he was slightly greedy, he could deduct 100 or 200 taels of silver a month. Nobody would be able to find out. Secondly, there were 3 types of taxes. The first was the land tax, the second was the head tax, and the third was the sales tax. The land tax depended on the land. For example, Shui chose this bustling street, so he had to pay 50 strings of coins every month. The head tax was the total number of employees in the restaurant. It was 1 tael per person, so it would be 15 taels per month. Lastly, there was the sales tax, which was the so-called transaction tax. According to the restaurant's account book, it would take 40% of the profit, which was about 13% of the tax. This was not a small amount. There was no problem with these. The problem was that Yushu found 2 accountants for questioning. She found out that they were responsible for the total monthly expenses and profits, but none of them was responsible for the clear accounts. The so-called clear accounts, to put it bluntly, were fake accounts. Usually, businesses would have 2 accounts, one for the government and the other for themselves. In ancient times, there were no invoices. How much profit was earned depended on the account book. Although it was convenient to make fake accounts, Yushu didn't believe that the ancient people were so stupid that they didn't know that there were 2 accounts. Presumably, many businessmen took advantage of this loophole. However, Shui had such a big business, but he didn't make any arrangements. How much more money would he have to pay in a month? Yushu sent the accountant out and put down the account book. She was wondering if Shui Rui didn't plan to take advantage of the tax at all. He just wanted to do his business with a clean conscience, or he had other plans. "Miss, the meal is ready. Would you like to have your meal in the front room, or would you like me to bring it upstairs?" Lin Fu's voice came from outside the door. Yu Shu wasn't very hungry. She had been sitting here for the whole morning. Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing had brought tea and snacks at least 3 times. Because the food was too delicious and exquisite, she accidentally ate a few more pieces. However, the meal was ready. It would be a waste if she didn't eat it. It was good to take the opportunity to look at the dishes in this restaurant. Yu Shu got up to open the door and said to Lin Fu, "Don't bother. I will eat in the front room." The restaurant hadn't opened yet. It was closed for the new year. The front room was very quiet. On the east side, there was a big round table made of jujube wood. There were more than 16 dishes. There were all kinds of delicacies. There were chicken, duck, fish, shrimp, deer, raccoon, and the most eye-catching dish was a big turtle cooked in a white porcelain pot. Yu Shu grinned and said to Lin Fu, "Why did you cook so much?" "You overestimated my appetite." Lin Fu smiled. "Young master told me to cook all the signature dishes of the restaurant for you to try. It's just that the table is not big enough. The chef still has 7 to 8 dishes." In her previous life, Yu Shu was a person who had seen grand occasions. However, she didn't have the experience of enjoying such a sumptuous meal alone. Moreover, in the future, it was against the law to eat wild animals. It's not like in the ancient times where all kinds of animals could be eaten with wine. Moreover, this table was full of food. It must cost more than 100 taels of silver. It's such a waste. It's better to give it to her. Where are the others? Have they had lunch? Yu Shu turned her head and saw Lin Fu and Gui Lu. Lin Fu said, "Miss, please eat first." Yu Shu sat in front of the table and said, "Gui Lu, go and find the others. Let's have a taste together. Don't eat alone. I won't have an appetite." She wasn't being pretentious. She was just using the table as an excuse to test everyone's character. Gui Lu looked at Lin Fu. Lin Fu hesitated. "Miss, this is not a good idea." After glancing at him, Yu Shu straightened her chopsticks and placed them on the table. She picked up a piece of white bamboo shoot and tasted it. As expected, the taste was great. She knew that Shui Rui wouldn't just put up a show. Since he opened a restaurant with such a grand appearance, the food and wine would definitely not taste bad. Lin Fu is a smart person. Seeing that Yu Shu did not say anything, he knew that he did not say the right thing. He changed the topic and said to Gui Lu, "Go and get Gong Qinshi and his wife, you 2 brothers, Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing to eat with Mississippi." Gui Lu ran to get the others. In a short while, there were 6 more people at the table. The accountant went home and the 2 handymen could not sit at the table. Yu Shu asked them to sit down. Seeing that there are still some empty seats, she said to Gui Lu, "Go and get the chefs to come. Tell them to stop cooking. This table is enough for us." Gui Lu ran another errand and got 3 kitchen maids to return. Now the table was full. On Yu Shu's left sat Lin Fu, and on her right sat the cook, Xiuqing. She picked up the wine pot and filled their cups first. Lin Fu hurriedly picked up his cup, but Xiuqing's expression was indifferent. She thanked Yu Shu in a neither humble nor humble manner. "Come, pour the wine. Let's drink a cup to celebrate today's gathering." Yu Shu stood up and raised her cup. Everyone gave him face and they all stood up to raise their cups and clinked glasses with each other. Gui Lu giggled and said, "Thanks to Miss Lotus Room, I haven't had the chance to drink with so many people." He sit. Yu Shu put down her cup. Seeing that no one moved their chopsticks, everyone looked at her and waited for her to give orders. She was instantly happy. She realized that she was a leader now. This feeling was not bad. Don't just stand there. Start eating. The chefs are on the table. If you eat less, you will offend them. Ha. Yu Shu made a joke. There was laughter at the table and the atmosphere became more relaxed. As they ate, Yu Shu would raise her cup from time to time to get them to drink. After 3 rounds, someone showed signs of being drunk. She would test them and observe everyone's reactions. First of all, Lin Fu was a tactful person who knew how to read the situation. The cook, Xiuqing, didn't talk much. Gong Wen was as gentle as his name suggested. His wife, Madame Bai, was shy. Gue 6 was quick with his words, while Gue 7 was simple and honest. The other two chefs seemed to follow the cook, Xiao Qing's lead. In general, this group of people was quite interesting. They could be called elites of all walks of life. She did not know how Shui Rui managed to gather them. A single meal wasn't enough for Yushu to figure out their background and win over their hearts, but at least he had left a good impression on them and gained a temporary victory. After the meal, Yushu returned to her resting room. She tidied up the account books and locked them in the cabinet under the bookshelf. She took the key and went downstairs to say goodbye to Lin Fu. Then she left through the back door with a bunch of keys. Shui Rui not only gave her the account books this morning, but also gave her the keys to all the rooms in Wangji building, including the small treasury in the backyard, to show his trust. Yushu knew that Shui Rui was not stupid. He trusted her because he knew where her nest was. He would not abscond with the money. After all, the monk could run away, but the temple could not run away. On the 4th day of the new year, there were still not many people on the street. But everywhere was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Everyone wore new clothes and was full of joy. It was at least more festive than the New Year 500 years later. Yushu drank 2 bowls of tortoise soup for lunch. At this moment, her body was full of warmth. She strolled around the nearby streets twice and found an open shop. She wanted to buy a turtle shell and burn it at night. She wanted to find out which direction Jing Chen went and try her luck there tomorrow. After choosing a turtle shell, Yushu painfully took out a large banknote and secretly gritted her teeth. She regretted that she did not ask the old man Qing Zheng to teach her a way to find people, especially to deal with people like Jing Chen who ran around with long legs. It was in the afternoon when she returned home. Yifangji went out with Yu Xiaoxiu and was not there. Zhao Hui and the maidservants were warming the fire and playing with needlework. Shenma was also there. Yushu had not told her that she was going to help Shui Rui open the restaurant. Firstly, she did not know how to explain Shui Rui's identity. Secondly, she still wanted to enter Taisher Shu Garden. Chapter 249. In the living room in the front yard, there were 2 pairs of chairs draped with ordinary blue cloth. Ji Hyotani sat on one side while Yushu sat across from him. Shen Nanny quietly brought in a stove, added some charcoal, and quietly left. About 10 minutes ago, Yushu heard the servants say that there was a guest outside. She thought it was someone else, but when she went to the front yard, she was shocked. It was the 3rd son of the Ji family. Doctor He wasn't home, and Zhao Hui, a pregnant woman, couldn't see the male guest outside. Yushu had no choice. Since the guest had already entered, she couldn't kick him out. She could only dawdle and come to see him. When she saw Ji Hyotani again, Yushu felt like she was beating the drum and climbing the court in Yang to sue the Ji family not long ago. That day, she pointed at Ji Hyotani's nose and spat on him. She could still remember that scene, let alone Ji Hyotani. Yushu recalled how Ji Hyotani looked like he wanted to beat him to death, but now he was sitting in front of her expressionlessly. She wouldn't believe that he didn't want to teach her a lesson. Her guess was right. If Ji Hyotani hadn't ordered him not to touch Yushu, he wouldn't have allowed her to sit in front of him. He would have tied her up and left her hanging for a couple of days. Ji Hyotani took a deep breath and observed Yushu, who looked different from half a year ago. Then he said with a straight face, "Yesterday, I found out that you and your brother are living here. Why didn't you tell them you moved? Your mother went out to look for you too during the snowy days. When she came back, she fell sick and laid in bed for 7 to 8 days. She was in a daze every day and wanted to see you too. Hurry up and pack your luggage. Come back with me to take care of your mother's illness. Don't be an unfilial and unjust animal." "And Chui is sick?" When Yushu heard his first sentence, she was sure that he was lying. Every once in a while, she had to judge for the people around her, especially that troublesome mother. How could she not know if Aunt Chui was sick or not? She must have been pretending to be sick, and the real reason was to coax her back. Although Yushu knew what was going on, she still pretended to be alarmed. She got up and asked, "How is my mother's illness? Have you invited a doctor? Has she taken medicine?" Ji Hyotani wasn't going to let her interrupt him so easily. He snorted coldly and said, "Why don't you go and see for yourself? I only have one piece of advice for you. If I don't see you and your brother again, your mother's illness will be incurable." Yushu sneered inwardly. He had only said a few words and he was already threatening her. Was he warning her that if she didn't go back with him obediently, Aunt Chui's life would be in danger? If it wasn't for Yu Xiaoxiu, Yushu definitely wouldn't care about Aunt Chui's life. She had already predicted that the Ji family would harm her. If she went there, she would put herself in danger. However, if something bad happened to Aunt Chui and Yu Xiaoxiu found out that she watched her die, she wouldn't blame him. She was afraid that he would be sad and blame himself. Aunt Chui was nothing. Yu Xiaoxiu was her weakness. It seemed that she had to go this time. Yu Shu got up and said with a serious face, "Third Master, you are too serious. Please wait for a moment. I will go to the backyard to tell them and then I will go back with you to see my mother's illness." Ji Hyotani probably didn't expect that Yu Shu would be so obedient. When he came to his senses and wanted to say something, he had already hurriedly lifted the curtain and went to the back. As for why Yu Shu agreed so easily, the first thing she thought was that the Ji family wouldn't do anything to her for a while. After all, they were still waiting for her to learn the Lu Yao technique. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Aunt Chui and Ji Hyotani to coax her, instead of directly taking her away to interrogate her. Moreover, she had been waiting for the Ji family to make a move since the beginning of the year. Anyway, she couldn't avoid it. Whether it was Yang or Yin, she had to see her so that she could think of a way to resolve it. When they arrived at the backyard, Yu Shu told Zhao Hui. She didn't mention other inside information. She only said that Aunt Chui was sick and she had to go to see her. She asked Zhao Hui not to tell Yu Xiaoxiu and to wait for her to come back. Zhao Ji was worried that the Ji family would make things difficult for Yu Shu, but he couldn't stop the daughter from going back to see her mother. He only let her go after reminding her. "Third Master, I have said it. Let's go." Yu Shu went back to the front yard to call Ji Hyotani. Ji Hyotani frowned. "Aren't you waiting for your brother to come back?" Yu Shu said impatiently, "He went to visit someone and will come back at night. How can I wait for him? I will go see my mother first and then pick him up later." What a joke! If she sent Yu Xiaoxiu to the Ji family, wouldn't it be the same as letting someone pinch her lifeblood? Ji Hyotani came here today mainly to take Yu Shu back. Seeing that he had achieved his goal, he didn't care whether Yu Xiaoxiu followed him or not. He immediately took her out of the door. They got on the 2 sedan chairs waiting by the street and were carried back to the right magistrate's mansion. On the way, Yu Shu was swaying and throwing copper coins in the sedan chair, but she was still calm. As the right magistrate of the Celestial Commissioner, Ji Huaishan was a 4th-rank official and had an official residence granted by the imperial court. He had been in business in Anling City for more than 10 years and had some fame. But compared to the size and appearance of the ancestral home of the Ji family in Yang City, it was a few levels lower. It was the first time that Yu Shu came back, so she couldn't recognize the front door and the back door. She got off the sedan chair and followed behind Ji Hyotani. Along the way, she looked around and remembered the way she came. On the way, Ji Hyotani didn't say a word to Yu Shu. He directly led her to an arched flower door in the west courtyard. He stopped and said, "You go in and visit your mother first. I will go and report to your grandfather. Maybe he will want to see you in his home." Yu Shu scolded in her heart, "Damn your grandfather, randomly recognizing relatives. No matter who the grandfather of the old man in the Ji family is, he won't be mine." Ji Hyotani then told the maidservant who was guarding the garden to lead Yu Shu in. He then turned and left. This courtyard looked small from the outside, but it was quite spacious inside. There was a row of rooms facing the south and north. There were carved railings and window decorations. There were also red spring lanterns hanging above the doors. It was a festive atmosphere for the spring festival. The maidservant led her to the innermost room. Outside, Yu Shu saw someone poking their head out of the 2 rooms facing the south. She thought that it was the other women in Ji Hyotani's room. The maidservant didn't go in to greet them. She directly opened the door and led Yu Shu in. Then she shouted, "Qiao Sui, Your aunt's daughter is here. Why aren't you coming out? Then she heard clanking sounds coming from the bedroom. A young maidservant ran out. Yushu took a closer look and recognized that it was the maidservant who had been serving Aunt Cui. Who, Miss? Xiao Sui screamed as if she was frightened. She left Yushu and turned around to go back into the room. Aunt, Gu? Miss is back. The maidservant who led Jin Shu in pouted and said unpleasantly, You're so careless. Yushu secretly sighed and walked in by herself. As soon as she arrived at the bedroom door, she heard coughing and talking. It was Aunt Cui's voice. She walked around the folding screen and saw Aunt Cui lying on the bed with a quilt covering her forehead. Her face was pale and her eyes were red. She stared at Yushu who came in. Yushu was puzzled. Why did she look like she was really sick? Did she miscalculate again? Before she could figure it out, Aunt Cui opened her mouth and scolded, You heartless bastard. You said you'd come home after the exam, but in the end, you ran off to somewhere unknown. You even said you wanted me to wait and enjoy your happiness. I think you've really forgotten who gave birth to you, who raised you, and who raised you. You actually want to leave me alone. Cough cough cough, damn girl, damn lamb. Hearing her scolding happily, Yushu didn't feel angry. Instead, she found it funny. She looked around the room and took a stool under the window. She put it on the bed and sat down, calmly watching her scolding. With such a strong voice, it wouldn't be a big deal if she was sick. Concubine Cui grumbled a few more times. Seeing that Yushu wasn't embarrassed or annoyed, she probably thought it was pointless, so she snorted and stopped talking. Yushu then opened her mouth to explain. Her face was full of helplessness. Mother, you also know that I was busy with the exam before the new year. How could I think so much? It's my fault that I forgot to inform you when I moved. You should calm down first. You were originally sick, and this anger made it worse. Aunt Cui held her chest and coughed twice. But after hearing Yushu's words, she calmed down a lot. She turned her head and glanced at the maid standing outside the door. She said hoarsely, Xiao Sui, I want to say a few words to your Mississippi. You go outside and guard. Don't let those cats and dogs sneak in. Xiao Sui bowed her head and closed the door. Only the mother and daughter were left in the room. When Yushu saw that Aunt Cui was no longer spitting, she left the stool and sat on the edge of the bed. She pulled her hand and reached out to touch her forehead. She said with concern, How did you become so sick? Have you taken medicine? Have you seen a doctor? Aunt Cui turned her head away awkwardly. Pulling down her hand, she nodded her head randomly. Then, she asked with concern, Did you pass the Diyan examination? How did it go? Did you do well? Yushu said, The results will be released after spring. I don't know if I did well or not. Aunt Cui said anxiously, What do you mean? Didn't you say that you would definitely pass the Esher exam and make mother proud? Now you're not sure? Yushu completely lost her temper with this woman. She was probably thinking about herself all day long. She was really heartless. Fortunately, she was not her biological mother. Otherwise, she would definitely be sad with you, Xiaoxiu. Mother, don't be anxious. Although it's not the day the results are released, I think I did well and should be on the list. It was hard to say if she did well in the art of arcane arts, but in mathematics, she would definitely be on the list. Aunt Cui was coaxed by her and her expression became slightly better. Yushu asked her again, I heard from Third Master that you fell sick when you went out to look for me during the 2 days when it was snowing. What happened? Why did you look for me in a hurry? Oh, nothing. I just wanted to go and see you. When Yushu saw her stuttering, she knew that she was hiding something. Unexpectedly, Aunt Cui ran out to see how Yushu did in the exam that day. She said that she wanted to see how Yushu did in the exam and then come back to annoy those bitches. In the end, she came back empty-handed. She was afraid that she would be scolded by Ji Hyotani, so she simply pretended to be sick. She applied cream and couldn't get out of bed. Coincidentally, Ji Hyotani used it as a ready-made excuse to find Yushu. Aunt Cui was afraid that she would ask again, so she quickly changed the topic. Where is Xiaoxiu? Why didn't he come back with you? Yushu was about to answer when she heard a maidservant outside reporting, Master is here. Chapter 250. When Yushu was still in Yang City, she had heard of the name of the Ji family's old master. Everyone in the city knew the name of Ji Huaishan. He was a high-ranking official of the Celestial Commissioner's office in the capital. Yushu had never met Ji Huaishan, but if the upper beam was not straight, the lower beam would be crooked. Looking at the Ji family's descendants, she knew that the old man was not much better. He was indeed an upright old man. He would not use his power for personal gain and steal the Dayan examination questions. When you are in front of your grandfather, remember to speak respectfully. Don't be rude and offend the elders. Do you understand? On the way to see Ji Huaishan, Ji Hyotani reminded Yushu. Oh. Yushu looked at Ji Hyotani's back and wondered if Ji Laosan had told old Master Ji that she had accused the Ji family of forging the horoscope sticker to harm people and humiliated the Ji family in court. If Ji Huaishan told him about that, he would definitely hate her. If he mentioned it in front of him later, would she play dumb or pretend to be stupid? After crossing half of the house, they arrived in front of an independent pavilion behind the garden. Ji Huaishan stood outside the door and said, "Father, I have brought them." There was a low response from the door, and a page boy rolled up the curtain to let them in. Yushu followed Ji Hyotani in. The building was warm and there was a smell of tea. It was bitter. Yushu did not like it. She wrinkled her nose and heard a slow voice above her head, "Are you Yushu?" Yushu put her hands in her sleeves and raised her head. Not far away, there were two carved tables with all kinds of tea sets on them. Behind them, there was a majestic old man sitting on a majestic armchair. His eyes were full of spirit, his forehead was full, and his face was red. At first glance, she could tell that he was a knowledgeable person. It was completely different from the sinister old man she had imagined. Seeing that Yushu did not answer, Ji Hyotani pushed her shoulder. Yushu reacted and raised her hand to salute. She lowered her head and said, "Yushu greets old Master Ji." Since she was in someone else's territory, she had to show some respect. What she felt was one thing, but she had to keep up appearances. Ji Huaishan said, "Raise your head. Come to think of it, this old man has never seen you before." Aunt Chui had long remarried into the Ji family, but Yushu and her brother had been living outside. It was only 2 years ago that they moved under Ji Hyotani's name. Ji Huaishan lived in the capital for a long time. Due to the long journey, he only returned home once every 3 to 5 years. It was true that he had never seen Yushu. However, with his status, even if he returned home, it would not be Yushu's turn to see him. Hearing Ji Huaishan's words, Yushu raised her head. She did not know that the old man in front of her had come to a conclusion after reading her face. He thought that this girl's hair was uneven and her eyebrows were loose. She was not destined to be with her parents. Her nose was straight, her wings were short, and her mouth was wide. She was a clever person. It was a pity that she was too complacent. I have lived in the capital for a long time. I have been busy with the government affairs and rarely took care of family affairs. I heard that your father had sent you and your brother away for several months. If Xingxuan had not seen you by chance, I would not have known that you had come to Anling. I could not bear to see you and your brother alone outside. I sent someone to pick you up before the new year, but you refused. I am asking if you are unwilling to go home because you were chased out at that time. Ji Huaishan's words were dignified and his expression was gentle. If Yushu had not recognized the faces of the Ji family, she would have thought that he was a kind person. Yushu sneered in her heart. She could not stand this sanctimonious look. It was obvious that he was plotting something. That was why he pretended to be polite and spoke so casually. It turned out that the person who beat her and her brother up, threatened her to be a concubine, and then chased them away mercilessly was not a member of the Ji family. Thus, she replied, "To be honest, I don't dare to hold a grudge. Xiaoxiu and I are outsiders. We are not part of your family. If you are happy, you can give us a meal. If you are not happy, you can beat or chase us away. We deserve it." As soon as she said this, Ji Huaishan and Ji Hyotani frowned at the same time. How could they not hear the sarcasm in Yushu's words? Ji Huaishan saw that she did not know what was good for her, so he did not have the mood to persuade her. He knocked on the lid of the purple tea in his hand. his brows suddenly became stern as he reprimanded, "Then why are you talking nonsense and slandering the reputation of the Ji family in public?" Seeing that the old man suddenly became hostile, Yu Shu was not frightened. On the way here, she had already expected this to happen. Without thinking, she played dumb and said, "What are you talking about, great elder? When did I slander the Ji family?" Looking at Ji Huaishan's expression, Ji Hyotani took advantage of the situation and said coldly, "Last year on the 9th day of the 6th month in Yang's county Yamen, the beggar who represented someone and accused the Ji family of deceiving the public. Isn't that you?" Yu Shu had a confused expression as she said, "On the 9th day of the 6th month, I had already taken a boat to the capital. Why would I go to court to complain? Third elder must have mistaken me for someone else." While playing dumb, she laughed inwardly. This was not a court case. So what if it was her? She would not admit it. Ji Hyotani saw that she would not admit it no matter what and suddenly remembered the scene of her pointing at his nose and cursing him in public. He could not suppress the anger in his heart and reprimanded her on the spot. "You ingrate! My Ji family provided for you and your brother to eat, live, and go to school. You are a scoundrel who can't be fed well. In the end you bite back. I really regret being soft-hearted that day and bringing your brother and sister to our home. Even feeding 2 scoundrel dogs is better than feeding you." Hearing this insult, Yu Shu's face fell. If she was still living under the Ji family's charity, then it would be fine. But now that she was independent and had enough to eat and drink, she did not take advantage of the Ji family. Why should she suffer his grievances? She sneered and said, "I want to ask Third Elder Master, how much rice did my brother and I eat in your home? How much oil did we use? How many days did we go to school? My younger brother and I are not part of your family. I thank you for giving us a mouthful of food to eat. But the 2 of us are not servants either. Our food and lodging in your house are not even comparable to that of a servant. We even have to endure your beating and scolding, ignoring us no matter what. Aren't you treating us like dogs?" Hearing her words full of sarcasm, Ji Hyotani was furious. He glared at her. Based on his temper, he would have slapped her. But he still had some self-control. He knew that if the old man did not say anything, he could not do anything to her. What's more, Yu Shu changed the topic and mocked. "That time when you used a whip to hit my brother, didn't I settle it with you? I turned it all into banknotes and returned it to you. But you tore it up and didn't want it. Now you're angry. What, do you want me to calculate interest for you again?" Ji Hyotani flew into a rage out of humiliation. "You shut up." When they first entered the room, it was still peaceful. But in the blink of an eye, the 3 people in the room, old and young, all turned hostile. It had to be said that Yu Shu's firecracker was not a good one. After a moment of silence, Ji Huaishan's face darkened. He slammed the teacup in his hand on the table. Today, he finally saw how disrespectful this little girl was. She had a sharp tongue and dared to shout in front of him. She was unmoved by force or persuasion. She really had no morals. Did she not know that Taoist Qing Zheng was crazy? Why would he teach the art of hexagram diagrams to such a scoundrel of the marketplace? Don't be presumptuous. This old man asked you to come here to ask you a few questions, not to listen to your glib talk. Knowing when to stop, Yu Shu did not continue to discuss Ji Hyotani. She turned to face Ji Huaishan and said, "I wonder what Grand Elder Sire would like to ask?" How could she not know what he wanted to ask? At most, it would be those 2 things, Taoist Qing Zheng and the art of hexagram diagrams. "Let me ask you. Answer me honestly and don't lie. When you were in the Ji family, you were punished to clean the Jingshang Hall. You came into contact with Taoist Qing Zheng there. Did he teach you a set of money divination called the art of hexagram diagrams?" Without blinking, Yu Shu answered, "No." Ji Huaishan narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, "Whether he did or not, you better think carefully. No means no." Hearing this, Ji Huaishan did not get angry. Instead, he smiled and suddenly asked, "I know you participated in this year's De Yen examination. You have the heart to win. Do you want to be Master Yi?" Yu Shu asked in return, "Which one of those who studied Yi doesn't want to improve?" Ji Huaishan said, Then do you know how to become a master E? Hearing him change the topic, Yu Shu was suspicious. But she still said, among the 6 subjects, other than arithmetic, you can be promoted to master E if you can get 100 yuan in any subject. Unexpectedly, Ji Huaishan shook his head and said with a deeper meaning, then do you know that in the Diyan examination, if you don't take a single subject of E Li, all 5 subjects will be useless? Yu Shu frowned. She knew this clearly. Regardless of whether one was proficient in Qimendun Jia or divination or physiognomy, one must take the E Li examination. Otherwise, the other subjects would be useless. She had previously visited a Master E with Lu Jiong's name card and was repeatedly reminded. That was why she had been cramming the theory of E and practicing calligraphy every day. Ji Huaishan looked at her expression and knew that she knew. Without waiting for her to answer, he reached out and took the paper on the coffee table. He called out to her, "Come here." Yu Shu stepped forward and took the pieces of paper in confusion. She looked down and didn't think much of it at first, but then her face turned green. She didn't recognize the handwriting on the paper, but the content, every word and sentence, was clearly the answer to her E and Li class. As you can see, this old man has the ability to have someone copy your paper, and I also have the ability to have someone draw your paper. Every year, in the Great Yen examination, there are always a few cases of E and Li being lost. This old man knows that you are skilled and may be able to enter the rankings in this subject. I believe that you do not want to waste all your previous efforts. What do you think? Yu Shu's face tightened. She clenched the paper in her hand. A ball of fire burned in her heart. She wanted to explode, but she suppressed it. She knew that this old man wasn't joking. He could really draw her paper. Perhaps you want to go to the yamen and complain again. I will say this clearly. The capital is not like the provinces. I am an official. If you go to the court to beat the drum, you will be hit with 50 iron rods. You will be lucky if you can still breathe. Ji Huaishan reminded Yu Shu with a calm expression. He picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his lungs. After a while, he felt that the time was right. He asked her again, "Now answer this old man. Did Qing Zheng teach you the art of 6 lines?" Chapter 251. In the tea room, Ji Huaishan looked at Yu Shu, who was standing in front of him with indignation but had to bow her head to him. He pinched his beard with satisfaction and softened his tone. A wise man can adapt to circumstances. It's not that I want to force you, but do you know that Taoist Qing Zheng has been worshipped by my Ji family for many years? 5 years ago, he traveled to the south and has been a guest in my Ji family. I treated him as an honored guest and the whole family was respectful to him. That's why Taoist Qing Zheng took care of my family. He also valued my granddaughter Xingxuan's aptitude, so he accepted her as an outer disciple and taught her the star study. Otherwise, how do you think I know that you have learned the Taoist's Luyao sorcery? Yu Shu's mind was racing at the moment, but she didn't say anything. She just listened to him with a straight face. To tell you the truth, the Taoist's Luyao sorcery was supposed to be passed on to Xingxuan. But because she passed the Dian exam and was admitted to the Taisher library, she had to leave the capital city. So, it was put aside for the time being. Who would have thought that after 3 years, Taoist Qing Zheng couldn't wait and left without saying goodbye and returned to the fairy woods. But before that, you got a lucky chance. It shouldn't have been you. You just picked up a ready-made bargain. I told you the reason for this today. I have no other intention. I just want you to do me a favor and pass on the Luyao sorcery to my granddaughter Xingxuan. On the one hand, it should be like this. On the other hand, it can fulfill the promise of Taoist Qing Zheng that day. What do you think? T. Yu Shu sneered in her heart. The old man Qing Zheng did praise Ji Xingxuan's aptitude in front of her. But when did he accept her as an apprentice? When did he say that he would pass on the Luyao sorcery to Ji Xingxuan? According to the old man, he only had 2 apprentices. One was the eldest apprentice brother whose life or death was unknown, and the other was her. She was the one who formally kowtowed to him, but she became the one who secretly learned from him. It was as if she had spent money to buy a sesame seed cake on the street, but someone grabbed her by the collar and said that he had taken a fancy to it first, forcing her to spit it out. The Ji family was really reasonable. Ji Huaishan looked at her silence and knew that she was unwilling. He took a sip of tea and said, "This old man guarantees that as long as you obediently teach my granddaughter the 6 symbols technique, I won't touch your E and Li exam paper. Not only that, my Ji mansion will also treat you as a guest and allow you to temporarily live in our mansion. You won't be restricted from entering or leaving. When you finish learning the Star Jade technique, I will give you 500 taels of silver as a reward." In this situation, Yushu had no choice but to say no. She was too angry. Instead, she calmed down, analyzed the current situation, and thought about countermeasures. Ji Huaishan was determined to get the Luyao sorcery. Since he dared to threaten her with the Dian examination paper, he must not be afraid that she would report him. The Ji family might not be able to cover the sky with one hand in the capital, but it was easy for them to control a nobody like her. Unless she had a stronger background. She was not afraid that Ji Huaishan would play tricks and secretly take her paper. Yushu thought of asking Shui for help, but she immediately got rid of this idea. There was a saying that one shouldn't do things out of one's position. Not to mention that Shui was an official of the Supreme Court and had nothing to do with the Celestial Commissioner. Even if he could help her, he would have to go against the Ji family. What good would it do him? She was not so wicked as to drag an unrelated person into trouble when she was in trouble herself. In this way, she only had 2 choices now. Either she taught the Luyao sorcery to Ji Xingxuan and let the Ji family take advantage of it, or she fought with the Ji family to the end, giving up this year's Dian examination and waiting for another 3 years. However, no one knew what would happen after 3 years. Maybe by then, the Ji family would be even more powerful. Old Ji could still drag her in front of him and throw her paper to threaten her. 3 years after 3 years, just to take a gamble. Was it worth it? Yushu closed her eyes. Thinking like this, she quickly made a decision. Opening her eyes, Yushu didn't show any thoughts on her face. "How do I know if what you said is true or false? What if I taught her, but you still destroyed my paper behind my back and made me fail? Wouldn't I be wronged?" Ji Huaishan saw that she was about to let go. He laughed in his heart and shouted coldly, "How can I not keep my words?" Yushu put on a fake smile. "I don't know what kind of person old Master Tai is. Why don't you make an oath to the heaven now? I will promise you." Seeing that she insisted, Ji Huaishan frowned and sighed. "Well, since you are so suspicious, I will make an oath. I, Ji Huaishan, will do as you say today. If I break my promise in the future, I will repay you." Yushu snorted and shook her head. "You can't say that. How can you make an oath like that?" "Then how do you say it?" Yushu slowly retracted her hands into her sleeves, a sinister glint flashing across her eyes. She cleared her throat and said in a clear voice, "You, Ji Huaishan, swear today that you will not obstruct me in the Grand Yen examination. If you go back on your word, when you die, you will be reincarnated into the path of a beast, and in your next life, you will be a bald, lame, and blind dog." There was silence in the tea room, but there was still a faint echo. Yushu looked at Ji Huaishan's face, which had turned from black to green in an instant, and felt a surge of satisfaction in her heart. Today, she had no choice but to take revenge. "How dare you? You evil creature!" Ji Hyotani had been listening for a while. Since his father was talking, it was not convenient for him to interrupt. Now that he heard Yushu's words, he finally couldn't help but curse. He strode forward with a fierce expression and raised his palm to hit. Yushu quickly dodged and circled behind Ji Huaishan. Bending down, she grabbed the expensive purple clay teapot on the table in front of the old man and threw it at Ji Xiaogu's feet. The teapot exploded, startling Ji Xiaogu and causing him to stop in his tracks. Pointing a finger at Ji Xiaogu's nose, Yushu spat, "Try and mess with me. If you dare to hurt even a strand of my hair, I won't teach you anymore. If worse comes to worst, I won't take the Dian examination. I'll spend the rest of my life as a fortune teller. Don't even think about learning my 6 lines." Ji Hyotani has lived for half his life and has never seen such a shrewish girl. He was so angry that his mouth twisted. Ji Huaishan was also angry. He did not know that Yushu was insulting him. Ever since he was in his position, he has never been insulted like this. He wanted to tie her up, drag her out and beat her, but he couldn't. He wanted to force a dog to listen to him, not force it to do something desperate. A cold light flashed in Ji Huaishan's eyes and he scolded in a deep voice, "Xiaogu, don't scare her." Ji Hyotani glared at Yushu and retreated to the side. Yushu also glared at him and walked out from behind Ji Huaishan. She smiled and said, "Great master, I know what I said just now was not pleasant to hear. If you don't want to repeat it, just agree in your heart. Do you think it's so easy to take advantage of her? If she doesn't feel good, none of them should be happy." Ji Huaishan did not fall into her trap. He was angry and did not give her any face. He said coldly, "I always keep my promise." Yushu knew that she could not really provoke this old man. She knew when to stop. She cleared her throat and said, "I still have 2 things. If you agree, I will move here tomorrow and start teaching Miss Ji the 6 lines." Ji Huaishan saw that she had something else to say and became impatient. He said, "Speak." "The first thing, 500 taels of silver is too little. It is more than that to buy a dragon horse river diagram, let alone a unique skill like the 6 lines. Ask someone to prepare 2,000 taels. I want it tomorrow." Hearing her demand, Ji Huaishan only hesitated for a moment before he agreed. So what if he gave it to her first? She was in Anling, where could she run? What about the other thing? As for the second matter, I will have to ask Third Master. Yushu turned her head and looked at Ji Xiaogu, saying, "I have just seen my mother and heard from her that Third Master does not like her at all. Moreover, he often harshly beats and scolds her. My mother is timid by nature and has the thought of leaving but does not dare to bring it up. As his daughter, I am overstepping my bounds and asking Third Master for a favor. Please write a divorce letter and allow my mother to leave." This was what Yushu had planned. Keeping Aunt Cui in the Ji family would always be a weakness. She could use this opportunity to get her out and cut off all ties with the Ji family. Hearing her words, the father and son of the Ji family knew what she was planning. Ji Hyotani snorted coldly. He said, "How can you think of this? Your mother is a concubine that I formerly took home. If I divorce her, how can she live with dignity in the future?" Yushu said, "Third Master does not need to worry about this. My mother has us, as her children, to be filial." To be honest, Yushu really didn't think about whether concubine Cui would be willing to leave the Ji family or not. However, with Yu Xiaoxiu around, she guaranteed that he would have a house full of children and grandchildren and could enjoy his old age in peace. Wasn't it 100 times better than being a cowardly and unfavored concubine? Ji Hyotani looked at Ji Huaishan. He does not want to let Aunt Cui go, but it depends on Master Ji's opinion. The old man was silent for a moment. He said, "You have yet to teach my granddaughter anything and you are already raising these conditions. If I agree to all of them, wouldn't it be a joke? How about this? You move in tomorrow. When Xingxuan is almost done learning, then your mother can leave the residence." Yushu saw that he has no intention of stopping her. She thought that there was no hurry and nodded, "Fine. I will move in tomorrow. This matter has finally been settled." Ji Huaishan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He looked a bit tired and didn't want to look at this annoying thing in front of him anymore. He waved his hand and said, "Xiaogu, take her away. We will talk about the rest tomorrow." At this time, someone reported from outside the door, "Milord, 4th young miss is outside." Ji Huaishan looked at the 2 people in the room and changed his mind. He thought that it would be better if he gave his orders in one go, so he said, "Xingxuan, come in." Yushu stared at the door and saw the curtain move. A blue figure, the culprit who caused her to be trapped today, walked in. "Grandfather, third uncle." Ji Xingxuan first bowed to the 2 elders. When she turned her head and saw Yushu, she was not surprised. Obviously, she knew that she was here. "Monsieur." Yushu smiled mockingly and didn't respond. She didn't have the air of a noble young lady and was too lazy to pretend. "Grandson, you came at the right time." Ji Huaishan waved his hand and had Ji Xingxuan come to his side. He pointed at Yushu and said to her, Miss Yu has already agreed to return the hexagram symbols technique that your master passed down to you. Starting tomorrow, Miss Yu will be living in our estate. You must learn from her, understand? When she heard this, Ji Xingxuan revealed a bit of surprise. She looked at Yu Shu as if she didn't expect that the latter would agree. After that, her expression returned to normal and she nodded. Her pair of glass-like eyes flickered a few times and she warmly said to Yu Shu, "Many thanks for Miss Yu's help." Chapter 252. Ji Hyotani left with Yu Shu, leaving only the grandfather and granddaughter in the tea room. Ji Xingxuan looked at the broken cups and tea on the carpet and furrowed her brows. She then looked at Ji Huaishan's expression and poured some hot tea for him. She asked, "Grandfather, what is going on?" Ji Huaishan did not want to say more. Using the exam paper to threaten a little girl was not a very honorable method. He took the tea and drank it. He sighed, "I promised her two things. Xingxuan, I can see that this woman is very cunning. You should learn from her and be careful that she deceives you. If you find anything wrong, tell me immediately and I will have another way to deal with her." Ji Xingxuan said, "Don't worry, I can still distinguish between the real and fake 6 lines technique." Ji Huaishan looked at his granddaughter who was even more outstanding than a man and felt relieved. He calmed down and said, "Tomorrow is the 5th day. I have asked the housekeeper to prepare a gift. You should go to the Exine Yang Street guest house to visit Mr. Xia Jiang and then take the opportunity to check on Xia Jiang's 5th Mississippi." Ji Xingxuan said, "I visited twice before the new year but Xia Jiang claimed to be ill and did not see her. She is still grieving over her sister's death. Tomorrow is the new year, is it appropriate for me to visit her? Why don't we do it after the 15th day? Ji Huaishan shook his head. "It'll be too late by then. You have to make a trip there. Help me take a look at her physiognomy." "Marriage?" Ji Huaishan saw that she did not understand and explained. Previously, the palace sent a celestial commissioner's 8 characters to check on women's fate. His Majesty wants to take advantage of the Mid-Autumn Festival to bestow several marriages. I secretly matched the names. Xia Jiang's 5th miss is one of them. The 8 characters are sealed with a golden seal. 9 characters will be given to one of the princes. You can check on her face so that I can have an idea. In the future, if you make friends with her, it may not be a bad thing." Ji Liangxian suddenly understood and nodded. "In that case, your grandson will make a trip tomorrow." Ji Huaishan's anger had subsided. He spoke a few words to Ji Xingxuan and dismissed her. "It's not dinner time yet. Go and talk to your gugu. Don't be cooped up in your room all day. Dian has passed. You should be given some time to rest. Now, we just have to wait for the 6 subjects' results to be announced." Ji Xingxuan smiled when she heard the old man's concern. "I heard that cousin got into trouble again yesterday. Aunt is still angry. I'd better go to the garden to take a stroll. I don't want to cause more trouble for her." Ji Huaishan said, "That child Weibo doesn't know any better. Your gugu only has one son. Right now, your uncle's family is temporarily staying in the Fu. As his older sister, you should teach him when you have the time. Don't let him run around randomly. After the new year, let your uncle choose a school to send him to." Ji Xingxuan agreed and left. At the door, a maidservant came forward to help her put on a woolen cloak. She also took a pottery hand warmer and carried it to the southern courtyard. Ji Hyotani led Yu Shu to the door of Aunt Chui's small courtyard. With a cold expression on his face, he instructed her to pack her luggage as soon as possible. The next morning, a horse carriage would be sent to pick her up. Ji Hyotani then left with a frown. Without Ji Huaishan in front of her, Yu Shu did not provoke third brother Ji. She entered the small courtyard. Just as she entered the room, she was called to the bed by Aunt Chui. She asked, "What did Master Ji want to talk to you about?" How could Yu Shu tell her the truth? She coaxed. "He asked me to stay in the Fu for a period of time to accompany you. Mother, I will go back and pack my clothes. I will come back tomorrow." Aunt Chui wanted to ask more details. Yu Shu stood up and said, "It's getting late. If I don't leave now, the sky will be dark. Mother, you should rest." She suddenly reached out and hugged her. While Aunt Chui was still in a daze, she left the room. When she went outside, there would be servants to escort her, but when she left the mansion, there wasn't even a sedan chair to send her off. Yushu sighed. She didn't have much hope for the Ji family's character. Forget it, she would just take it as a stroll home. As soon as she took a step, Yushu heard someone calling her from the other side of the street. "Miss." Yushu turned her head. She saw Lao Chue's carriage parked on the side of the road. She was surprised. She hurriedly ran forward and said, "Lao Chue, why are you here?" Lao Chue grinned and pointed at the car behind him. A hand opened the heavy leather curtain, revealing half of Master Shue's handsome figure. He slightly frowned and looked at her. "Come in first." Lao Chue said to Lao Chu. Yushu was confused. She got on the carriage. She thought, how did he find me here? As soon as they got on the carriage, Shuerei didn't wait for Yushu to ask. He said, "I finished my business. I went to your house in the afternoon. I heard from Aunt Hui that you went to the Ji mansion and your mother was sick. So, I came to see you. How is your mother's condition?" In fact, Shuerei heard from Zhao Hui that the third master of the Ji family came to take Yushu away. He was worried that she would be detained by the Ji family. Yushu didn't know what Shuerei was thinking. She was hesitating whether she should tell him about the Ji family. If she told him, he would be troubled with her. But if she didn't tell him, how could she explain to him that she would be living in the Ji family for a period of time? Shuerei looked at her face. He knew that this girl was thinking of ways to fool him. He said, "You don't need to hide it from me. I heard from Dr. He that you helped Zhao Hui to go to the court and offended the Ji family. If they know about it, they won't let you go. Tell me the truth. Did they make things difficult for you?" Yushu muttered in her heart. They made things difficult, but it wasn't because of the complaint. Cough. There are a few things that aren't easy to explain. But if there's nothing else, don't ask. Yushu spoke vaguely. Her tone was slightly impatient. She still planned to hide the part about the Ji family threatening her with the Great Yen examination from Shuerei. She wasn't a 3-year-old who would complain to her parents after being bullied. Moreover, Shuerei wasn't her parent. Shuerei's gaze flashed, and then he sneered right away and said, "I've known you for so long, from Yang to Anling. Even if we can't be considered to be close friends, we can still be considered to be good friends. You usually address me as Big Brother Shue, and I'm willing to take care of you. So long as you're in trouble, I'll absolutely not say a single word if I'm able to help you. I treat you with sincerity, but you treat me like an outsider. Now I ask you the truth, but you refuse to tell me. I'm really disappointed. From now on, don't call me Big Brother Shue. It's so harsh." When Yushu heard this, she knew that Shuerei was really angry. It made sense. Who would be happy to stick their warm face to someone else's cold butt? Caring for them would be disliked. Knowing that she had said something wrong, she immediately sat up straight and denied in a hurry, "Not at all. I'm just afraid that I'll upset you. I'm too lazy to tell you. Don't misunderstand." Shuerei crossed his arms and looked at her. "I'm not upset. You say. I'm listening. If you still treat me as your Big Brother Shue, then tell me the truth." Yushu was depressed. It was rare for this man to lose his temper. She had to say it. Forget it. It's not a big deal to tell him. Ji family made her feel uncomfortable today. It's better to have someone to complain to than to swallow it all alone. Actually, it's like this. Yushu let out a sigh and said slowly, "It's a long story. Just this sentence." Shuerei waited for a long time with his ears propped up, but she didn't continue. He raised his eyebrows angrily and said, "Say it. Why don't you say it again?" Yushu waved her hand and said, "Don't change the topic. It's a long story. You have to let me think about how to say it first." Shuerei didn't urge her anymore. He hid the smile on the corner of his mouth and waited for her to think about it slowly. He thought that this little rascal couldn't always be good to her. Did she really think that he didn't have a temper? That's why she always looked down on him. Yushu organized her words and said, "There's a story in front of me. I won't go into details. Let's put it simply. A year ago, when I was still living in the old residence in Yang, there was an old Taoist priest in the Ji family. He coincidentally took a fancy to me and taught me Yishui skills. Among them, there was a strange skill that was very amazing. When I went to the Dingbo Hall with you to gamble, I used a copper coin to guess the wine cup. Its real name is 6 Lines Breaking Law. It's a secret skill, but it was recognized by Ji Xingxuan. When she said this, Shui Rui interrupted, if it's not a secret skill, how did she recognize it? Yushu curled her lips and said, that old Taoist priest taught Ji Xingxuan for a while. He must have shown this skill in front of her and mentioned it. She then suspected me. After that day, she came to Huixing Street to test whether I was real or not. She asked me to teach her and even offered something in exchange. I didn't agree at that time. Who would have thought that she went back and reported it to the great master of the Ji family? That old thing has been thinking about me ever since. Shui Rui frowned. It wasn't because Yushu was disrespectful towards Ji Huaishan, but it was because this matter had actually arisen because of him. If it wasn't for her divining for him that day while gambling wine, she wouldn't have been exposed. And then, did they make things difficult for you when you went to the Ji family today? Shui Rui asked. His eyes were looking at Yushu's expression to prevent her from fooling him again. Yushu sneered, it's not just difficult. In order to let his precious granddaughter learn this art, old man Ji, you definitely can't imagine what he used to threaten me. He had someone copy my Ely exam paper. If I didn't agree, he would take my exam paper and make me fail in this year's Diyan exam. Shui Rui's expression changed instantly. He asked in a low voice, did he really threaten you like this? Yushu reached into her sleeve and took out a crumpled piece of paper. She handed it to him. It was the paper she stole from Ji Huaishan during the chaos. Ji Huaishan asked someone to copy her exam paper. After reading it, Shui Rui knew whether it was true or not. He was really angry now. If the Ji family used other tricks, it would be fine. However, he was the one who encouraged Yushu to take the Dian examination. He was also the one who arranged the whole process of the examination. Now, someone used it to threaten her and force her to submit. How could he not be angry? Did you agree? Shui Rui held the crumpled paper and asked in a low voice. Seeing his dark expression, Yushu began to regret telling him. She mumbled, bang. Shui Rui fiercely smashed his fist onto the yellow pear wood tea table in front of him, and it shook the teacups and teapots to the point they jumped up, causing Yushu to shrink back in fright as well. She never expected that Shui Rui would be so furious, so she gulped down a mouthful of saliva and said without thinking, even though I agreed, I didn't agree for nothing. I extorted a sum of money from them, and I even took the opportunity to make my mother leave the Ji clan. Don't be angry. Don't try to get justice for me. Shui Rui's rage hadn't even subsided when she added fuel to the fire in his heart, and he glared at her and said coldly, if you told me about this earlier, then there wouldn't be so many problems. Yushu muttered, even if I told you earlier, you wouldn't be able to stop them. Old Master Ji can take my exam paper. You can't give it back to me. Chapter 253. After Shui Rui lost his temper for a while, he calmed down again. Even though he was angry that Yushu didn't discuss such an important matter with him, he was similarly aware of her personality. Whenever something happened, she liked to stay by herself, and if she could solve it herself, she would rather die than ask for help from others. Now, it was already not easy for her to tell him honestly. After thinking for a while, Shui Rui asked Yushu, then what are you going to do next? Yushu saw that his face was better and told him her plan. The Ji family's old master asked me to pack my things and move over tomorrow. I am going to teach Ji Xingxuan slowly until the Diyan examination results are released. Shui Rui frowned. Are you really willing to teach others what you have learned? Those who learned the Yi treasured their own knowledge. Even if it was a small trick, they would not easily reveal it unless it was passed down by someone from the same sect. Moreover, it was a secret skill that could not be exchanged for money. Yushu pinched her forehead and said, so what if I don't want to? If Ji Xingxuan is stupid and ignorant, I can take advantage of her ignorance and fool her. But she is very talented and has a deep understanding of the Book of Changes. If I try to coax her, she will find out after some time. I can only teach her some of my real skills, but I can't teach her everything I know. If she is not satisfied, I can find another way to refuse. The 6 lines divination method, in addition to the general outline of starting and getting the divinations, was divided into 4 chapters, in order: national affairs, natural disasters, future good or bad, marriage and harmony. Each chapter has a set of incantations. Only knowing the general chapter cannot solve the divination. Only the corresponding incantations can be used to pry into the mysteries of heaven. The last time she was at the Dinghua mansion, she used the exact method of determining whether her future was good or bad. Only then did she know which cup of wine she chose for Shui Rui to drink, and she herself would be safe and sound. Her luck that day was really good. Her usual 60% accuracy was right on target. That was why she was targeted by Ji Xingxuan. Since she knew about it, if he wanted to teach her, he could only teach her this. Otherwise, he could still use the marriage chapter to make up the numbers. Didn't he scare Xia Mingming like that back then? Shui Rui listened to her words. There was a hint of helplessness in her words, but she didn't mean to ask him for help at all. Shui Rui only treated him as an audience. He wanted to be angry, but he also wanted to laugh. Why bother? Just do what you have to do tomorrow. Don't worry about them. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that no matter what you do, your papers will stay safely in the Celestial Commissioner's office. No one will be able to move them. Yu Shu lifted her eyelids and stared at him for a while. She noticed that there was still a trace of anger between his brows. Suddenly, she broke into laughter. The grievances she had suffered in the Ji family faded away. She said, "I know you mean well to stand up for me, and perhaps you really do have the ability to do so, but I have other plans. To tell you the truth, I made a request to the Ji family. I want to take this chance to get my mother out of the Ji family. That's the most important thing. If it wasn't for this condition, she wouldn't have followed the wishes of the Ji family no matter what she said. If she kept Aunt Chui in the Ji family, she would always have a rope around her neck that she couldn't act rashly. If she had to break it this time, she had to do it cleanly. Come to think of it, this might be an opportunity that Ji Xingxuan deserved. Qing Zheng didn't teach her the 6 recombinant demon lines, but she still wanted to learn it. Today, he had given her an advantage. In the future, he would make her pay double. To Yu Shu, the 6 Yao lines was just to make up for the missing parts of the 8 characters. It wasn't of much use. Her real trump card was the law of algebra that had yet to be developed. When she thought of this, Yu Shu couldn't help thinking. She had perfected the law of clear rain and the law of time of calamity day by day, so it was time for her to ponder and come up with a new law. When Shui Rui heard Yu Shu's words, he was instantly surprised. He thought that she wouldn't be able to hold back her anger, but in reality, she was even calmer than him. Because of Yu Shu's attitude, Shui Rui couldn't help sinking his breath and pondering a little more. Thinking about it, it made sense. He didn't care about the threat of the Ji family, but Yu Shu couldn't. He was the eldest grandson of the Shui family and the nephew of imperial consort Shui. He had a wide network of friends, so even the princes and royal descendants had to give him face. But that was his face. He was willing to protect her, but she still had to think about what she was relying on and what she wanted. She couldn't be fearless just because he was willing to help her. How could she do such a brainless thing? When Yu Shu saw that Shui Rui was distracted, she knew that he was still thinking about how to help her. It would be nonsense to say that she wasn't touched. It wasn't the first time that she made Shui Rui worry about her matters. No matter how thick her skin was, she couldn't bear it. She couldn't help but feel guilty. She suddenly thought about the night before he left the capital to bid farewell to her, and the words she said when she rejected him. At this moment, facing Shui Rui, she only felt uncomfortable all over. Ahem. When Shui Rui heard Yu Shu clearing her throat, he came back to his senses. He didn't notice the change in her mind and asked, "Did you forget something when you made this decision?" Yu Shu said, "What did I forget?" Shui Rui sneered and said, "Did you forget that you signed a contract with me? You have to stay in my Wangji Tower before the Dian results are released. Now you are going to the Ji family to teach Ji Xingxuan's strange skill. Who will manage the restaurant?" Yu Shu was stunned, and then she blushed. She secretly cursed, "Damn Ji Xingxuan's grandfather, I really forgot about this matter. Seeing her expression, Shui understood in his heart. He snorted and didn't say anything. Knowing that she was in the wrong, Yushu scratched her neck and hurriedly poured tea for him. She apologized, "Brother Shui, don't be angry with me. I didn't forget on purpose. How about this? I will stay at the Li family's house in the morning to teach Ji Xingxuan's strange skill. In the afternoon, I will go to the restaurant to help. It's a win-win situation." Shui looked at the tea she respectfully held in front of him. He had never seen her flattering him before. It was very fresh. He felt that in the future, he couldn't blindly follow her temper. He deliberately didn't smile at her and didn't take the tea. He just talked to her expressionlessly. "I don't care if you go back and forth like this. Anyway, you don't need to go to the Wangji Tower every day. But will the Ji family allow you to disappear every day? How about this? Tomorrow when you are ready, wait for me at home. I will wake up early and personally send you to the Ji mansion. I will let them know that you still have a big brother behind you. You can't be bullied by anyone." When Yushu heard him say this, her mind went blank and she was muddle-headed. Shui still wanted to stand up for her. This was something she understood, but what did he mean by big brother? Shui saw her every move. He knew that she was confused, so he took the tea in her hand and said seriously, "When you were sick before the new year, didn't I say that I would talk to you after the Great Yen test? I have been busy recently and didn't have time to talk to you. Do you still remember what you said when I went to Huixing Street to find you the night before the exam?" Yushu never thought that he would suddenly mention this. She hesitated for a moment and then said slowly, "I remember." At that time, because she'd noticed that Shui had other intentions towards her, she told him to stop wasting his time, and she'd even said that she had someone she liked, so she wanted to stop him from having any thoughts about her so that it wouldn't be difficult to deal with him in the future. Who knew that so many things would happen later on, and he'd never given her a reply. Up until now, she wasn't sure if he'd actually stopped having any thoughts about her. Shui took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "You don't have to guess. You guessed it right. I did have feelings for you at that time, but before I could open my mouth, you rejected me. Later, I thought about it and felt that it was meaningless. You have known me for so long, you should understand my character. Am I the kind of person who can't let go?" Yushu shook her head. She knew a little about Shui character, and he really didn't have that kind of pettiness. No matter what he did it in a grand manner. He didn't bear grudges, and he didn't take it seriously. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be in contact with her until now. He should have been angry because of those words she said a long time ago. Shui continued, "Since you don't have any intentions towards me, I don't have the intention to force you either. However, I admire your conduct, so I'm not willing to cut off all ties with you just because of this and waste our friendship. I'm telling you everything clearly today because I don't want you to have any doubts in your heart and think that I'm plotting something against you. I know that you don't have an elder brother. This time, if you can let go of your grudge and call me elder brother again, I will recognize you as my younger sister. From now on, we will be brother and sister and won't be suspicious of each other." Yushu was stunned by his words. She thought that she heard it wrong. She couldn't believe that the trouble she had been worrying about for so many days was solved just like that. Yushu wasn't in a hurry to answer. She carefully observed Shui expression, and when she saw that his expression was calm and didn't seem to be fake, she pondered over his words twice and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so she immediately believed half of it. If he was lying to her, then why bother? When she thought about it more deeply, she realized that she and Shui did not have any true feelings for each other. They were also not like the feelings she and Jingchen had for each other every day. Even if Shui was interested in her at that time, he was still too far away to reach the level of deep feelings. It was not difficult for him to say that he wanted to let it go. Everything should be left with an inch of doubt. Only if it was 80% true would it be believable. Yushu made up her mind. She felt like a heavy weight fell back to her heart. Then she heard Shui asked, "What? You still don't want to?" "Yes." Yushu's face was glowing. She nodded heavily and grinned, "Brother?" Shui raised his thick eyebrows and restrained the short-sightedness in his eyes. He curled the corners of his mouth and showed a very natural and unrestrained smile. He poured another cup of tea from the table and handed it to her. He raised the cup and said, "There's tea instead of wine. Don't worry about the red tape. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. I won't be polite to you." Yu Shu's eyes lit up. She clinked the cup with his and drank it up with a smile. At this time, she felt carefree and the previous depression was swept away. She respected Shui Rui's character and was grateful to him. She really didn't want to be on bad terms with him. It couldn't be better that they could call each other brother and sister. After the conversation, the atmosphere in the carriage became relaxed. Shui Rui even mentioned that he would help her find Jing Chen. He comforted her not to be anxious and told her that he would inform her if there was any news. They arrived at the door of Zhao Hui's house. Lao Chue stopped the carriage. Before Yu Shu got off the carriage, Shui Rui told her to wait at home tomorrow morning. Yu Shu was also worried that the Ji family would restrict her freedom these days and she couldn't work in the Wangji building. So she simply agreed and asked Lao Chue to go to the Wangji building for her tomorrow. Shui Rui leaned against the window rail and watched Yu Shu enter the door. He caressed the corners of his lips with his fingers and smiled in a profound manner. He gave an order in a happy mood. Chapter 254. As soon as Yu Shu entered the courtyard, she saw Yun Do standing at the entrance of the living room. When she saw her, she hurriedly shouted, "Friend Miss is back." The sky was already dark. Yu Shu thought that Zhao Hui must be worried since she was gone for so long, so she took large strides and followed Yun Do into the room. Zhao Hui had just stood up from the chair when she saw Yu Shu come back in one piece. She let out a sigh of relief and waved at her. "Quickly come and sit down. Is it cold outside?" Yu Shu helped her sit down and said, "It's not cold. Brother Chao sent me back." Zhao Hui touched her hand and felt that it was indeed warm. She said, "After you left for a while in the afternoon, shopkeeper Chao came looking for you and asked where you went. I was worried that they would make things difficult for you if you went to the Ji mansion, so I asked him to take a look. It seems that you met. How is it? Is your mother's illness serious?" Yu Shu had already prepared an excuse. "It's not a big problem, but I can't leave my side. So, I packed my things tonight. Tomorrow morning, I will go to the Ji mansion to stay for a while." Zhao Hui hesitated for a moment and said with a worried expression, "Your mother is sick. No matter what, you should stay by her side. But, in my opinion, the Ji family isn't a good family. Before, they beat you and Xiaoxiu like that. It's clear that they aren't good people. When you beat the drum for me, you confronted the third master of the Ji family in court. Although he didn't see through you at that time, if you go there, he might recognize you. Isn't this bad? What if they try to take you away again? What should we do?" Zhao Hui didn't know that Ji Hyotani had already recognized Yu Shu. He knew that she was the one behind the case and scolded her for being an ungrateful wretch. Seeing Zhao Hui's worry, Yu Shu comforted her. "That won't happen. Don't worry, I participated in this year's De Yen examination. Fortunately, I am still a guest, and the title of a candidate is still there. Even if I have half a scholarly title, they won't dare to punish me. Moreover, I am not a member of the Ji family, so why would they punish me?" Zhao Hui was a bit relieved and asked, "Will Xiaoxiu go with you?" Yu Shu said, "There's no need for him to go. After the new year, he still has to go to Baichuan Academy to study. It's inconvenient to live with the Ji family. Let him stay with you. In a few days after I settle down with the Ji family, I'll let him go to visit." Speaking of this, she turned to look at the room and wondered, why haven't Godfather and Xiaoxiu come back yet? "No, I just sent someone back and said that I'll stay at an old friend's house for dinner with Xiaoxiu. It'll probably be dark." Zhao Hui was interrupted by her and forgot to ask her about Shui Rui. Seeing that it was getting late, she hurriedly asked Yun Do to go to the kitchen to rush dinner. "Then let's eat early so that we can pack your luggage." After dinner, Zhao Hui sat in Yu Shu's room with her belly propped up. She instructed Yun Do to help her pack things. Put the books and ink separately. Wash the inkstone later. "My daughter, are you packing a bag or stuffing a pillow? Fold the clothes and put them on top. Otherwise, they'll wrinkle and won't be able to wear them. Zhao Hui looked at both sides and watched as Yu Shu dragged out the clothes from the cabinet. There were a few pitiful clothes. They were all men's clothes, but they were all gray and black. They didn't have the tenderness a young girl should have. Zhao Hui frowned and said, "There's no tailor to work during the new year. After the 7th day, I'll definitely find someone to make 2 decent clothes for you. Put these robes and shirts away for me. Don't take them out to wear." As she spoke, she stood up and went forward to pick out 2 pieces of clothing that were the ugliest in the pile, and stuffed them back into the cabinet without any explanation. Coincidentally, she saw a bundle lying in the corner, which seemed to be filled with cloth. When she opened it, she saw a lake green dress. The material felt excellent, just in time for the early spring season. There was a pearl flower wrapped in the dress, which was carved with a vivid emerald dragonfly. Zhao Hui recognized the item and saw that it didn't look fake. The craftsmanship was also very fine. She couldn't help but be shocked. She turned to ask Yu Shu, "When did you buy such an expensive item? Aren't you afraid of crushing it by randomly putting it in the cabinet?" Yu Shu raised her head and saw the faint green bead in Zhao Hui's hand with the help of the lamplight on the table. She recognized it as the one she picked up in a boutique on the way to the Dinghua dojo with Shuirui. She said, "Oh, I forgot to keep it." Zhao Hui glared at her and took the pearl necklace to the side. She said, "The weather is getting warmer. If there's no wind tomorrow, wear this. Put on a cotton jacket inside and the white rabbit fur waistcoat I made for you. Since you're going to the Ji family, dress up decently. Don't let them look down on you. Tomorrow, when the new clothes are ready, I'll have someone send them to you." Zhao Hui thought too much, but Yu Shu didn't care at all. When she went to the Ji family, she would have to face Ji Xingxuan every day. There was no point in dressing up in front of her. However, the new clothes still needed to be made. She didn't want to fight for her reputation in the Ji family. When Shuirui opened his restaurant, she couldn't dress shabbily and let others see her as a joke. Well, when she got the 2,000 silvers from the Ji family tomorrow, she would have enough money in her pocket. Then she would decorate herself well. Yu Shu used the cloudy weather tomorrow as an excuse to put away the lake green dress. She couldn't refuse Zhao Hui, so she brought it with her in her luggage. Zhao Hui went back to her room to find a jewelry box. She put the dragonfly beads in it and gave it to Yu Shu. She nagged her for a while. When they were ready, He Fangji and Yu Xiaoxiu came back from outside. Hearing Yu Shu and Zhao Hui talking about what happened before and after, He Fangji didn't mind, but Yu Xiaoxiu was not happy. "Sister, I want to go with you." Yu Shu said, "Mother's health is not important. I will go over and live for a few days. You listen to godmother." "No, I want to go with you." Yu Xiaoxiu refused and quarreled with Yu Shu. This child wanted to see his mother, but he was afraid that his sister would be wronged in the Ji family. Ji Hyotani had him whipped, which left a big shadow in his heart. He felt uncomfortable all over when he mentioned the Ji family, let alone his sister living there. He Fangji saw that the siblings were in a deadlock, so she quietly pulled Zhao Hui out, leaving them time to talk in private. Alas! Yu Shu sighed and pulled the unhappy Yu Xiaoxiu to sit on the bed. She put her arm around his shoulder and coaxed, "You think the Ji family is a good place? You still want to go there? I'll tell you honestly, this time I went there, I thought of a way to get mother out, so that she wouldn't stay in their house and be bullied. You don't want to make trouble, and I have to take care of you. You are worried that sister will be wronged in their house, right? Then don't worry, your brother Shui said that he will send me to the Ji family tomorrow. You know what your brother Shui's family background is, they will be afraid of Xiaoxiu. Be obedient, sister knows you are the most sensible." After listening to her, Yu Xiaoxiu reluctantly said, "Then I will go see you in 2 days." Yu Shu only said, "All right." She pulled out a small chest from under the bed and opened it. She counted out a bag of broken silver and gave it to him. The rest were 4 big yuanbao and 2 50-taels banknotes. This was all her family's belongings to this day. It was all inside. "You can use this bag as pocket money. Buy whatever you like to eat. It's best to exchange it for copper coins. Remember not to take it with you, lest you lose it. I will accompany you to see Academician Song in a few days when school starts. You can pay your tuition then." When Yu Xiaoxiu saw that Bai Ji gave him 7 or 8 silver coins as pocket money, he was dumbfounded. Sister, we still have to live in the future. Yu Shu snorted and stretched out her hand to scratch his nose. Then, she smiled and said, What are you afraid of? You can earn more money after you use it. Do you think we are poor? She didn't get the money she extorted from the Ji family. This month, she will work in Shui Rui's restaurant. She will get 80 silver coins a month, and that's not including the bonus. It's more than enough to pay Yu Xiaoxiu's tuition fee. And with the Fu and escort agency's salary, she doesn't need to worry about money. Bai Ji didn't explain to Yu Xiaoxiu in detail. She took the rest of the money in the box and went to find Zhao Hui. Yu Shu has been living in Zhao Hui's house for a long time. She can see that Zhao Hui and her husband are not living an easy life because of the medical clinic. Zhao Hui treats her well. Today, she will make clothes for her, and tomorrow, she will buy jewelry for her. She is afraid that she has spent a lot of money on her dowry. Yu Shu had wanted to give the money she had saved to Zhao Hui for a long time, but she hadn't said anything. A few days ago on New Year's Eve, Zhao Hui acknowledged her godmother and became a family, which gave her an excuse. After a while, Yu Shu finally gave the money box to Zhao Hui. It was up to her whether she wanted to use it or not, so she decided to leave it with her first. As for the origin of the money, Yu Shu explained that it was a reward for a rich man's fortune-telling. In fact, the truth is almost the same. The money she got from helping Shui Rui to gamble, the rest was from Xia Zhang's family. It was because she saved Xia Mingming's life. After everything was settled, Yu Shu went back to her room to calm down and take a few deep breaths. She felt tired all over and her eyes were sore. She rummaged around in her bosom and took out the turtle shell she bought earlier that day. She gestured at the stove and put it away without burning it. This divination is very exhausting, especially with the help of divination tools. If one spirit is not good, the accuracy will drop from 50% to 20%. She is really tired today, so it is not suitable for divination. Tomorrow, she will do it again to see which direction Jingchen is. Before making a divination, Yu Shu turned off the stove, took off her shoes, and went to bed. She covered herself with the quilt and rested her head on the cotton pillow with a rosin smell. She looked at the faint moonlight in front of the window and thought about what happened today. First, she was threatened by that old fellow from the Ji family, so she had to sullenly submit to him. Later on, she told Shui Rui about what happened from start to finish. He lost his temper for a while, and in the end, he actually proposed to address her as brother and sister, solving the problem that she had been troubled by all this time. This day is really a day full of surprises, grief, and anger. However, it is mixed, but it is not too bad. Chapter 255. On the morning of the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, as usual, they set off firecrackers. After breakfast, Yu Shu sits in the living room and waits for the Ji family to pick her up. Zhao Hui asks Shen Ma to bring the luggage she packed last night to the front. Yifangji does not go out today. He drinks his morning cup and talks to Yu Shu about the health of spring. For example, one can make winter sweet tea, jasmine tea, eat light food, exercise early in the morning, rub one's ears at sunset, etc. Yu Xiaoxiu listens with great interest. Kim Bao is lying on Yu Shu's lap lazily. His little ears tremble as Yu Shu gently scratches his back. After sunrise, people from the Ji family arrived. A horse carriage arrived at the door of Zhao Hui's house. A steward and a maidservant were there to receive her. When they arrived at the door, they did not enter. Instead, they asked the servant who was guarding the door to go in and tell Zhao Hui to come out. Yu Shu sees that it is still early and Shui Rui is not here yet. She asks the servant to go out and say that she is not ready yet. She asks the servant to wait outside and does not invite them in. Zhao Hui is puzzled and asks, "Why are you not leaving?" Yu Shu said, "Yesterday, I mentioned to Brother Chao that no one from the Ji family will come to pick us up. He said that he will ask Lao Chue to come. Wait a little longer. I will go with Lao Chue's carriage." When the steward hears that they still have to wait, he grumbles and sits in the carriage with the maidservant. Obviously, he is not happy to take this errand. After waiting for a while, they arrived at a corner. Yushu heard the servant running an errand telling her that the carriage had arrived. She bade farewell to her godmother and godfather, but Zhao Hui insisted on sending them to the door. Yun Do and Shinani each helped her carry a bundle. When they arrive at the gate, they see two carriages parked side by side. They are not eye-catching, but it is easy to distinguish them because of the people standing beside the carriages. When Lao Chue sees Yushu, he jumps out of the front seat, grabs the rope with one hand, and pulls up the curtain with the other hand. He smiles and says, "Miss, please get in the carriage. I met a wedding party on the East Street, so I took a detour." Yushu noticed that Shui Rui was not sitting in the car. She muttered in her heart and turned to the Ji family. "I'll take this car. You can follow behind." The man from the Ji family was still unwilling and said, "Master has ordered us to pick you up. It's better for Miss to come with us. Otherwise, what if there's a fork in the road? Do we still have to turn back to look for you?" Yushu is too lazy to care about them. She asks Shen Ma to put the 2 bags of luggage on Lao Chue's carriage. Then she turns back and touches Zhao Hui's belly to remind her to take care of her 3 meals. Finally, she pats Yu Xiaoxiu's shoulder and says, "Listen to your godmother. I'll take you to see your mother later." Yu Xiaoxiu nods his head and looks at her eagerly. Yushu almost can't bear to leave. She hands the warm ball of Kim Bao to him. However, the little guy hooks her sleeve with its claws and screams. She can't get rid of it. Yushu is amused. This little bastard is usually afraid of her. But today it is pestering her. She doesn't care if it understands or not. She strokes its fur and says, "I'm not going to a good place. You should live a good life here." The man from the Ji family sees her playing with a mouse. The maidservant almost screams. She is frightened and hides behind the steward. Yu Xiaoxiu sees Kim Bao hanging on her sleeve shamelessly. He can't help but laugh. He suggests, "Sister, you take it with you. At least it can be a companion." Yushu is worried that she can't get rid of Kim Bao. When she hears him say this, she smiles and says, "Okay." So she puts Kim Bao into her sleeve and gets on the carriage. She waves to Zhao Hui and the others. Lao Chue puts down the curtain and urges the horse to leave. The people from the Ji family have to follow. Lao Chue drives the carriage. He doesn't care where the people from the Ji family are going. He drives the carriage from the south of the city to Qinyuan Street. He stops in front of the gate and asks Yushu to get off the carriage. The Ji family's coachman saw this from afar and hurriedly told the people in the carriage. The steward stuck his head out to take a look and saw Yushu moving from one carriage to another. He was somewhat knowledgeable and recognized the newly arrived luxurious carriage with a vermilion crown. It was a carriage used by a court official. He was surprised and urged the coachman to catch up, wanting to see who it was. But before he could catch up, he was left behind again. As for Yushu, she changes the carriage and sees Shui Rui in the carriage. He is wearing an embroidered jade crown, his hair is neat, his brown coat is buttoned on his shoulders, his collar is spotless, and his waist is decorated with embroidered pouches, jade rings, green ribbons, and gold tassels. From head to toe, he looks like a handsome and dignified young master. He is even more elegant than usual. She guesses that he is trying to support her image. She can't help but laugh. "Big brother, you don't need to dress like this. Just tell me your name. People will know that you are the young master of the Shui family. They won't dare to neglect you." She called him Big Brother very naturally, so Shui Rui smiled as well. He glanced at her and said, "This is my usual attire. It's only because you're a little girl who doesn't pay much attention to details that I keep everything simple when I'm interacting with you. Today is the 5th day of the new year, so it's time for me to wear new clothes and a new hat to celebrate the festival. Do you think that everyone is like you who doesn't follow the rules?" As he says this, he glances at what Yushu is wearing. It is still the same dress that he saw 2 days ago. Nothing has changed. Hearing the ridicule in his words, Yushu unhurriedly says, "I was about to say that I will buy some clothes in a few days so that I can dress decently in the future." When Shui Rui saw that she was actually in the mood to dress up, he came up with a plan. "Why do you need to wait for a few days? You can go to Wangjilu tomorrow, and I'll look for 2 tailors to take your measurements with the cloth and picture books. We'll see what style you like and we'll make them together. At first, Yushu wants to say that there is no need to trouble her. But on second thought, she just became brother and sister with him yesterday. It would be boring to be unreasonable. So she nods and says, okay. She remembers to bring enough money tomorrow so that he won't have to pay for her. At this moment, Jin Bao chirped twice and peeked out from Yushu's sleeve. Shui was not surprised when he saw that little Goldie. He already knew that the siblings were raising a little thing that looked like a mouse. He had heard Yu Xiaoxiu talk about its origins. Shui was born in a wealthy family, so he had seen a lot of playthings since he was young. Flowers, birds, grass, and fishes were all common to him. There were even people who kept tigers and wolves in captivity, so it was not a big deal for a mouse. Moreover, he did not make a fuss when he saw that they had raised it cleanly. Yushu knows that Kim Bao smells the fragrance of the desserts on the tea table. It is hungry. So she breaks a little and feeds it. Seeing that Shui is looking at it, she says, I will take it to be a companion. Otherwise, it won't be able to sleep at night. Shui reminds her, be careful of being scratched by the cat. Yushu pokes Kim Bao's head and warns it, did you hear that? Don't run around. If the cat catches you, it will swallow you in one bite. You won't even have time to call for help. Shui sees that she is reasoning with the mouse. He just smiles and doesn't say a word. While they are talking, they arrive at the door of the right magistrate's mansion. The carriage that is chasing after them has been left behind. Shui is not in a hurry to get down. First, he asks the servant outside the carriage to take the name card and hand it to the door. He asks to see Ji Huaishan in his name. He doesn't mention anything about Yushu. On the name card, it is written, Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, Shui. After a cup of tea, a housekeeper comes out of the carriage to invite them. Yushu and Shui get off the carriage one after the other. The servant behind is carrying her luggage. The housekeeper doesn't know who Yushu is. He feels strange. However, because he is afraid of Shui's identity, he doesn't ask. Mr. Shui, please come this way. Hearing the way of address, it is obvious that the housekeeper knows him. Otherwise, he should call him Lord instead of young master. After all, the Shui family is so famous in Anling that everyone knows them. Entering someone else's garden, Shui is not restrained at all, but he is less kind and more arrogant. Occasionally he stops, points at the scenery in the garden and tells Yushu, this right magistrate's mansion was built in the Baotai period. At that time, the right magistrate who served as the celestial commissioner was the late Mr. Zhou Shaoxing. He was born in the 3 rankings of Dian in the early Baotai period. He was famous for his feng shui. The east tomb of the imperial mausoleum was built by him at that time. Look at the feng shui in this garden, it was also done by him. After several right magistrates moved in, they didn't dare to change it without authorization. Yushu nods and suddenly asks curiously, what is the current right magistrate good at? Shui doesn't laugh at her for being ignorant. He answers, the current right magistrate is also a capable person who was born in the 3 rankings of Dian in the past. He is best at looking at stars, but it's a pity, he pauses. Yushu asks, what's a pity? Shui smiles and continues to walk forward with her. It's a pity that Yunhua Ez was still alive. No matter what kind of genius he is, he will lose his edge. There is only one person who can cover the whole court. The moon shines but the stars don't know. Yushu heard the mockery in his words and laughed. She followed him, thinking that Ji Huaishan might be full of himself now, but there were times when he was suppressed to the point where he couldn't even lift his head. The housekeeper, who is leading the way, listens to the conversation between the two of them. He becomes more and more suspicious of Yushu's identity. He doesn't know why the eldest young master of the Shui family is visiting today. He escorts the two of them to the flower hall in the garden. There is already charcoal on the stove. Tea and fruits are served. The housekeeper bids farewell and says, our master will come back after changing his clothes. Mr. Shui, please wait for a while and drink some tea. On an idle day, Ji Xingxuan is in her room drawing a 2-color 9 plum blossom painting. 2 maids hold a brush and a handkerchief, waiting by her side. The parrot on the windowsill suddenly calls out, Young mistress is lucky. Lucky. Hearing the sound, someone outside reports, Young mistress, master wants you to tidy up and meet a guest in the garden. Ji Xingxuan picks up her brush and observes the color of the plum blossom. She asks, who is the guest? He said it is the eldest son of Minister Xue's family. A drop of green juice drips from the tip of the brush and colors appear on the blank space. Ji Xingxuan stares at the ruined painting and sighs softly. She doesn't feel like drawing anymore. She places the brush on the tray in the hands of the maid and says, tell grandfather that I will be there in a moment. She then washes her hands and lets the maid comb her hair. She changes her clothes and applies a thin layer of powder. She puts on a veil and a short green cloak by the door before heading to the front yard. In the middle of the courtyard, she sees Ji Huaishan, who is coming out from the study. Both grandfather and grandson walk towards the flower garden together. After dismissing the two maids, Ji Xingxuan asks, why is the master of the Xue family suddenly paying a visit? With his hands clasped behind his back, Ji Huaishan slowly replies, the invitation says that he wishes for this old man to help him with something. Hence, he wants you to come and listen. Ji Xingxuan mutters, I have mentioned to you before that when Junju brought me to the Dingbo Hall to meet Prince Yang, I met Mr. Xue who brought Yushu with him. From this, it can be seen that the two of them are close friends. You just met her yesterday and allowed her to enter the residence today. Today, he is here to visit. It is quite a coincidence. Do you think this Mr. Xue is here for someone else? Chapter 256. When Ji Huaishan heard Ji Xingxuan's speculation, he did not think much of it and only thought that Xue Rui's visit today was a coincidence. However, when he arrived at the entrance of the tea house in the garden and saw Yushu drinking tea with Xue Rui, he realized that he had underestimated this girl's temper. Although Ji Xingxuan had her suspicions, when she saw that Yushu had really invited Xue Rui to visit with her, she was somewhat surprised and could not help but take a few more glances at Yushu. Ji Huaishan was older after all, and he was a fourth-rank official as well, so Xue Rui stood up to greet him. Because it was the new year, both parties first congratulated each other and greeted each other. After both of them sat down, Ji Huaishan swept a glance at Yushu, yet he acted as if he didn't see her at all, and he said to Xue Rui in an amiable manner, may I know why young Master Xue has come here today? Xue Rui was not in a hurry to mention Yushu's matter and said, a few days ago, I happened to see the unusual phenomenon of the night stars. I did not understand its meaning and could not sleep well at night. Yesterday, I went to the Celestial Commissioner Xing Lu to ask but did not get an answer. Today, I took the liberty to come and ask the right judge to dispel my doubts. Ji Huaishan looked curious. What kind of unusual phenomenon is it? Please explain. Xue Rui then described it to him, as if he was here today to ask for an answer. Yushu looked at Ji Huaishan, who was listening attentively, and her mind was filled with the image of him bullying others yesterday. She could not help but reveal a trace of mockery. Suddenly, she felt a gaze on her and turned to see Ji Xingxuan sitting opposite her. The other party only glanced at her for a few moments before looking away. Every time Yushu saw the veil on Ji Xingxuan's face, she would mutter to herself. It was understandable for a beauty to cover her face, but she always felt that there was another reason why Ji Xingxuan always covered half of her face. At the time of Xia Jiangying's death, she had seen Ji Xingxuan's true appearance. She was beautiful, but not to the point of being peerless. Among the people Yushu knew, Xia Mingming did not lose to her. She also did not see Mingming always covering her face with a handkerchief, afraid to meet anyone. No matter how she thought about it, Ji Xingxuan might not have been hiding her face, but her physiognomy. This was even more strange. It was rumored that Ji Xingxuan was born in a starry summer night, accompanied by cicadas chirping for 100 miles. It was a sign of great fortune. Naturally, her facial features were excellent. Why was she still hiding her face? Unable to figure it out, Yushu withdrew her thoughts. At this time, Xue Rui and Ji Huaishan had already reached the end of their conversation. Yushu only heard the end. So that's how it is. This is an auspicious sign. Thank you, Right Judge Darren, for dispelling my doubts. Shui had a smile on his face. He did not look at all like he had brought Yushu here to pick a fight. Yushu did not know what he was selling in his gourd. She only waited for him to continue. Ji Huaishan originally thought that Shui had been instigated by Yushu to question him about yesterday's matter and denounce him, and he'd already prepared a method to deal with Shui in his heart. But when he saw Shui was amiable and didn't have a single nail in his words, Ji Huaishan couldn't help but be suspicious of the reason Shui came here today. Could it be that he did not come to stand up for this little girl? While he was still guessing, he heard Shui say, "It's the New Year's Day. It's not good to come empty-handed. Here, I have a treasure that I just obtained this morning. I'll take it as a meager gift to thank Right Judge Darren for dispelling my doubts. I hope you will kindly accept it." Following that, Ji Huaishan saw an attendant walk out from behind Shui. The attendant took out a slender embroidered box from his bosom and offered it to him. Ji Huaishan said, "You're too polite." He received the embroidered box. Originally, he wanted to hand it over to the steward behind him, but he heard Shui say, "There's no harm for Darren to open it and take a closer look. See if it's to your liking." Ji Huaishan felt that there was something wrong with his words, but it was not good for him to refuse to give him face. Therefore, in front of him, he opened the embroidered box. Yushu and Ji Xingxuan both looked at Ji Huaishan's movements. They saw him take out a folding fan from the embroidered box. He slowly opened it, revealing the painting on the back of the fan. The painting was green, red, and green. It was very beautiful. However, when Ji Huaishan looked at the fan, for a moment, it was as if he had seen a ghost. This time, Yushu was very curious. She really wanted to know what was inside the fan that could make this old thing from the Ji family change his face. Ji Huaishan's expression changed. A moment later, with a schwa sound, he closed the fan and put it back into the box. He raised his head and looked at Shui. In a stiff voice, he said, "Mr. Shui, this gift is too heavy. I'm afraid this old man cannot accept it." Shui was calm and composed. He said, "Why can't I accept it? I still have a matter that I would like to ask Right Judge Darren to take care of." "Mr. Shui, please speak." Shui maintained a smiling face. He said, "Half a year ago, I went to the south. By chance, I met a friend. After that, I didn't say anything. Who would have thought that a few months ago, we would meet again in the capital? We hit it off very well. Because of my age, I recognized a younger sister. I was about to bring her back home to report to the elders when I suddenly heard her say that she was invited to stay for a period of time at another residence. She couldn't go with me, so I had to put this matter aside for the time being. Today, I brought her here to ask Right Judge Darren to find some convenience. My younger sister will be disturbing your residence. I hope that Darren will take good care of her for me. If she is naughty and causes trouble, please don't blame her." This was the reason why he came today. After listening to Shui's explanation, Ji Huaishan knew that half a year ago was referring to the time when the Shui and Ji families were discussing the marriage. Ji Huaishan coldly looked at Yushu, who was grinning at him. He suddenly wondered if he had caused trouble for his family. Because he was stifled, his chest suddenly rose and fell twice before he said, "I thought it was something important. Sir Shui, you don't need to worry. This old man invited Miss Yu to temporarily stay at the residence in order to exchange knowledge with my granddaughter. I will definitely treat her as a guest and won't neglect her." With Right Judge Darren's words, I can rest assured. Shui turned his head and said to Yushu, who was grinning and teasing Ji Huaishan, "Shu, did you hear that? Quickly thank official Ji for taking care of you." Yushu immediately stood up obediently and bowed to Ji Huaishan. She jokingly said, "Thank you for taking care of me, great master." She was able to discern that because of that fan that came out of nowhere, Ji Huaishan was currently holding his breath after eating Sichuan peppers, and he didn't dare make a sound. That was why he was threatened by Shui's soft words, just like she was yesterday. Although it wasn't her who had vented her anger, Yushu felt much better when she saw this old thing being deflated. The smile on her face wasn't fake. "If Sir Shui doesn't have anything else to do, then please leave. This old man is not feeling well and can't accompany you." Xingxuan, send Sir Shui out for me. Yes. Ji Huaishan immediately ordered them to leave. Ji Xingxuan looked worriedly at his grandfather and got up to see him out. Shui Rui declined politely, no need to trouble Miss Ji. Right, Judge Darren, I will visit you another day. After saying that, he looked at Yushu. The latter understood and stood up. She obediently said, Big brother, I will send you out. Shui Rui nodded and left the tea house with her. Ji Xingxuan slowly walked to the door and watched their figures disappear in the corridor. Then, she turned around and walked to Ji Huaishan. She was puzzled and asked, Father, what is going on? Is there something wrong with the fan he gave? Ji Huaishan's face darkened. He took out the fan from the brocade box on his knees and handed it to Ji Xingxuan. She opened it and saw a painting on the front. She flipped it over and saw the densely packed words on the back. She was stunned. This, isn't this? Ji Xingxuan showed a trace of panic. She lowered her head and said to Ji Huaishan, Grandfather, why are my answers for this year's ELE test written on it? Ji Huaishan pressed down on his temple that was faintly aching. He was unable to figure out what channel Shui Rui had used to copy Ji Xingxuan's exam paper overnight, but he knew that Shui Rui had surely found out about the incident from yesterday, and that was why Shui Rui was like this. Grandfather? Don't worry. He's just using it to threaten me. He won't dare to do anything. Otherwise, I won't let him go even if I have to give up my face. Ji Huaishan said coldly. Ji Xingxuan looked at the fan in her hand and frowned. She felt that her intuition that day was correct. That Yushu really didn't like her. As they walked through the Ji family's garden, Yushu felt like a cat was scratching her heart. She turned her head to look at Shui Rui from time to time. It wasn't until they walked down the long corridor that she couldn't help but move closer to him. She avoided the housekeeper and asked in a low voice, What happened? Tell me quickly. Why did Ji Huaishan's face change when he saw that fan? Shui Rui didn't mean to make her anxious. He said calmly, It's just giving him a taste of his own medicine. Yushu thought for a moment and understood. She said in surprise, You said that fan was an? She skipped a few words in the middle and looked at Shui Rui to ask. Seeing him nod his head, her face became strange. She covered her mouth with one hand and whispered to him, Where did you get it? Shui Rui smiled and shook his head. He put a finger on his lips and gestured to her not to say it. At this moment, the gaze Yushu shot at him had changed. Truthfully speaking, she'd originally classified Shui Rui as a profligate disciple, and he was at most a profligate disciple that knew how to improve himself. But when she saw his ability today, she knew that she'd underestimated him in the past. Ji Huaishan was the Celestial Commissioner's right judge. She didn't find it strange that he was able to copy her exam papers from the impenetrable exam room. However, Shui Rui was able to get someone to copy Ji Xingxuan's exam papers in one night. How could a playboy be able to do this? Yushu thought of the words hidden deep. At this moment, it was very appropriate to describe Shui Rui. Yushu didn't ask any more and sent him to the Ji mansion. Shui Rui got on the carriage and opened the window. Yushu saw him waving at her, so she walked over. There was no one on either side. She heard him whisper to her, Ji Huaishan can rely on a small aristocratic family to sit in his current position. He isn't someone to be trifled with. Today, he can tolerate me. Half of it is because of that fan and the other half is because he doesn't want to hurt our relationship. I will temporarily help you vent your anger. During the time you live in the Ji family, you don't need to worry about him making things difficult for you. However, don't deliberately provoke him, understand? How could Yushu not understand the ways of the world? That Ji Huaishan was afraid of Shui, not her. So she nodded and said, I understand. As for you wanting to teach the strange technique to others, it isn't appropriate for me to interrupt. However, I will give you a word of advice. Shui Rui sternly said that Ji Xingxuan is indeed a rare genius. She is also very scheming. When you interact with her, you must remember to be on your guard. Be careful not to be too smart for your own good. Yushu also knew that Ji Xingxuan was not a simple person. Facing Shui Rui's reminder, she didn't lower her guard and nodded to remember it. Shui Rui was relieved. Seeing her obedient appearance, agreeing to whatever he said, he felt that his efforts yesterday were not in vain. He also owed her a favor. "All right, I'm leaving. You can go in. Tomorrow afternoon, remember to go to Wangji Lu, N." Yu Shu waved her hand at him and retreated back to the stairs. She watched as Shui Rui's carriage went far away. Then she turned around and looked at the two words Ji Mansion above her head. She walked in with a relaxed body. Chapter 257. Yesterday, Ji Huaishan had handed over the task of settling Yu Shu to Ji Hyotani. Originally, she was to live with Aunt Pin, but after Shui Rui's visit this afternoon, Ji Huaishan had no choice but to have the housekeeper prepare a separate courtyard for Yu Shu to live in. He also assigned a maidservant to serve her. Yu Shu first went to see Aunt Chui before she was led to her residence. The small courtyard was adjacent to the flower garden. It was in the east corner, and there was a corridor in front and behind it. The spring grass grew slowly, and the surroundings were quiet. The door knocker was unlocked, and there were 3 rooms in the courtyard. An old locust tree was planted under the northwest wall. Yu Shu entered the courtyard and saw the locust tree. She thought for a moment, then sneered and ignored it for the time being. She walked around the courtyard again and finally entered a bedroom facing the south. She had a rough servant put her luggage on the table in the living room. 2 servants left, leaving behind a maidservant. The maidservant had combed her hair and an oval face. She was about 14 or 15 years old, and her name was Sang. Sang took Yu Shu's bag and was about to enter the room to tidy up when Yu Shu called out to him. "It's time for lunch. I'm hungry. Go and get something to eat." Sanger said, "Miss, it's about 15 minutes before lunch is ready. The housekeeper told me that someone will bring it over." Yu Shu said, "Then go and get a pot of tea. There's no water in this room." Sang looked around the room and saw that the teapot and teacups were empty. He had no choice but to take it out to find a place to make tea. Yu Shu let Kim Bao out of her sleeve and let him roll on the table. She opened the bag and took out a pair of scissors. She walked around the room and saw the curtain on the bed. She cut off 2 pieces of cloth and spat into it. She twisted the cloth into a rope and moved a stool to the courtyard. She placed it under the old locust tree and found a hidden branch. She stepped on it and tied the rope to a dead knot before jumping down. Because she had heard from Shui Rui that the right magistrate's mansion was the work of a feng shui master in the past, she paid special attention to the layout of the Ji mansion. Everything looked good on the outside, but the locust tree in the small courtyard was a hidden danger. If 2 locust trees were planted at the entrance, it would be fine. But since there was no well or stove in the courtyard, it would become a hiding place for ghosts. If one lived here for a long time, even if he didn't fall sick, he would get moldy. Fortunately, she had learned a lot about feng shui, so it wasn't difficult to break it. The old locust tree was a hanging tree, so it was already very sinister. She twisted a rope and wrapped it with a mouthful of spit to temporarily stabilize the tree. Later, she would find a bowl of rooster's blood and scrape the bark off the tree. As for whether Ji Huaishan arranged for her to live here on purpose or not, only God knew. After Yu Shu was done, Sunny came back with tea. Yu Shu left the box with the brush and ink and brought the rest into the bedroom. She could pack them up as she pleased. Anyway, there was nothing important. When it was time to eat, someone came with a food box. There were 3 dishes and 1 soup, including meat and vegetables. Yu Shu took Kim Bao out from under the table. The little maid was startled and trembled as she stood in the corner. "Don't be afraid. It's not a mouse. It doesn't bite," Yu Shu kindly explained. She divided a plate and put a little of each dish on the floor for Kim Bao to eat. Seeing it sniff and start to taste the food, she washed her hands and picked up the chopsticks with relief. Ever since she fainted on by Qing's boat and escaped, Yu Shu discovered that Kim Bao had the same ability. After trying it a few times, she was sure that the little Goldie didn't eat anything poisonous or bad. Its nose was better than a dog's. She had to be vigilant. Who knew if they would put some slow-acting poison in her food or something like that? Or if Ji Laosen hated her and had a sudden brain cramp, he would poison her. Sunny was afraid of Kim Bao, So he waited for Yushu to finish dinner before he cleaned up the dishes and ran out. Yushu yawned, grabbed Kim Bao, and went into the bedroom to take a nap. As soon as she sat on the bed, she heard a voice outside. "Miss Yu, are you inside? Our young miss invited you over after you finished eating." It was Ji Xingxuan who had sent a maidservant to invite her over. When Yushu heard this, not only did she not get up, but she also lay down on the bed. She kicked off her shoes and covered herself with the quilt. She used her arms as a pillow and lazily said, "Go and tell your young miss that I don't have the energy right now. When I wake up, tell her to come over herself. If she wants to learn, why would she be afraid of running around? Have you ever seen a teacher condescend to a student?" After she finished speaking, there was no more sound outside the door, as if the person had left. Yushu didn't care how the maidservant would go back and teach Ji Xingxuan. She yawned and grabbed the little Goldie, who was trying to sneak out of the bed, and warned, "Stay in this room. If you dare to run around, I will starve you for 3 days." Squeak! Kim Bao cried out in pain as his tail was grabbed by her. Listlessly, he lay down on the side of her pillow. Only then did Yushu close her eyes and fall asleep. When Ji Xingxuan heard the maidservant's report, she copied exactly what Yushu had said. The head maidservant, Yunhee, sneered, "She really thinks she's someone important. Young miss, I will go and call her over." This Yunhee was someone Ji Huaishan had specially sent to stay by Ji Xingxuan's side. She was skilled in both literature and martial arts. She had served for 3 years and was very loyal. There was practically nothing the master and servant didn't talk about. For example, before the Great Yen examination, when Ji Xingxuan went to Huixing Street to ask Yushu for advice, she was the one who went to the alley and knocked on the door to call her. Also, when Aunt Cui came to the capital and was ordered to find Yushu and her brother, she was also the one who led the way. Thus, she was very clear that Yushu was only the daughter of one of the concubines of the third master's branch. In the afternoon, when the eldest young master of the Shui family came to visit, she had also heard about it. Thus, she thought that Yushu's current attitude was one of bullying others. How could she stand it? Yunhee Xingxuan called out to her and shook her head. "Right now, I have a request to make of her. Logically speaking, I should go see her. You haven't seen this Miss Yu before. She has a stubborn temper and is a bit strange. If she doesn't like it, who knows what kind of torment she'll make. Wait for a bit, I'll go over in the afternoon. I'll send someone to watch over her first and we'll talk when she wakes up." "Young miss, you can't always have such a good temper," Yunhee complained. Ji Xingxuan said, "It's not that I have a good temper. What's there to be angry about?" They waited until the afternoon. When a maidservant came to report that Yushu had woken up, Ji Xingxuan brought Yunhee over. Ji Xingxuan's courtyard wasn't far from the flower garden. It was only about the time it took to brew a cup of tea to reach Yushu's residence. Sang was waiting outside the courtyard. When he saw Ji Xingxuan, he hurriedly bowed. Yunhee asked what she was doing. Sang replied, "Nothing, just throwing a few copper coins in the living room for fun." Ji Xingxuan's expression changed, and she stepped into the courtyard. She glanced at the old pagoda tree in the corner of the courtyard and asked the maidservant which room Yushu was in. Sang hurriedly walked ahead and pointed at the door to lift the curtain. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Yushu sitting at the round table. She was tossing a few copper coins in her hand and looking in the direction of the door. "Has Miss Yu woken up?" Ji Xingxuan asked as she walked over and sat across from her. Yunhee stepped forward and took off the cloak on her shoulders. She stood behind her and stared at Yushu. Yushu grunted in acknowledgement and didn't say anything else. The copper coins in her hand moved up and down. Ji Xingxuan said, "Then I'll start learning from today. I've heard a bit about the 6 trigrams technique from Master Qing Zheng. There seems to be a general outline. I'll have to trouble you to recite it first. I'll copy it down and memorize it when I get back." Yunhee gave a look and another maidservant who had come with her placed a small bookcase on the table. There were 3 layers in total. She took out a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone and placed them in front of Ji Xingxuan. Yushu saw that she was fully prepared and said to her, You haven't even learned how to walk and you're already trying to run. There's a general outline that's not bad. I gave it to you. Do you know how to use it? Ji Xingxuan wasn't offended by the mockery in her words and calmly said, "Then I'll have to trouble Miss to teach me." "You're right." Yu Shu caught the copper coins in her hand and pointed at her with a finger. She sneered, "Right now, I'm the one teaching you, not the other way around. There's no need for you to tell me what to do. Since I promised your grandfather that I would teach you the 6 trigrams technique, I will do my best to teach you. You just need to obediently listen to my arrangements. Otherwise, don't blame me later if you can't learn it." Ji Xingxuan looked at the finger dangling in front of her and frowned. "I can listen to your arrangements. However, you must first write down the general outline for me to see. I don't think this has anything to do with how you teach me." "All right." Yu Shu stretched out a palm and opened it in front of her. "First, give me the 2,000 taels of silver that we agreed on the other day. I'll immediately write down the general outline." Yu Shu had only remembered this after a nap. The 2,000 taels of silver that Ji Huaishan had promised her had yet to appear. She hadn't even paid for the school fees. How the hell was she supposed to teach her? 2,000 taels of silver? Ji Xingxuan was stunned. She didn't know about this. She remembered that her grandfather had promised Yu Shu 2 conditions that day and treated it as one of them. Turning her head, she said to the head maid, "Yunhee, go to the study and look for grandfather. Ask him about the silver." Yunhee obediently left. When Ji Xingxuan saw that Yu Shu was ignoring her, she didn't ask any more questions. She sat with her and waited. More than half an hour later, Yunhee finally returned. Accompanying her was a steward that Yu Shu had seen yesterday. The steward held a flat box in his hand and handed it to Ji Xingxuan. "Young miss, this is the 2,000 taels of silver that Master Te asked me to give to Miss Yu." Ji Xingxuan didn't even look at it and directly handed the box to Yu Shu. Ever since she was young, she had ample food and clothing. Everything she wore was of the best quality and she didn't care about money. Although 1,000 taels was a lot, she didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. However, Yu Shu didn't care about this. She opened the box and took out a stack of banknotes. She counted them one by one and verified the authenticity of the banknotes. After she counted 2,000 taels, she raised an eyebrow and smiled. She didn't want the box and directly stuffed it into her clothes. She raised her chin and said to Ji Xingxuan, "All right, I'll say it and you write it." Yunhee saw that the other girl's eyes were opened to money and a mocking expression flashed across her face. She turned around and asked the steward to leave. Then she dismissed the 2 maidservants and stood guard at the door. She could hear the narration coming from inside the room. "Heaven and man are one, heaven and earth are two, heaven and earth are three, mistakes are 3, earth and man are one in the same world are 4, earth and man are one in the same world are 5. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ji Xingxuan looked at the copied outline on the paper and a smile finally appeared in her eyes. She blew dry the ink and carefully put it into her sleeve. She raised her head and asked Yu Shu, "All right, tell me, how do you plan on teaching me?" Chapter 258. There's no rush. The accuracy of the 6 lines depends on these 3 coins. Before you start learning, you must first choose the right coin for divination. Go and find 1,024 Tong Bao coins. Ji Xingxuan looked at the 3 copper coins that Yu Shu had placed on the table. They were all faced with the word character and were all of the Zhaoqing Yen Tong Bao coins. They were very ordinary. "I have prepared the divination coins." Ji Xingxuan untied the pouch on her waist and pulled it open. She poured out 3 ancient-looking copper coins and flipped them over to reveal the word character. They were Tong Bao coins from the Wanha era and were at least 60 years old. There were many people who used the divination art of money in the market. Regardless of whether it was authentic or not, there was a saying that the older the coin, the more accurate it was. Copper coins that were more than 60 years old were the best. If they had received incense from a Taoist temple, then it would be even better. It was just that these coins were not easy to come by. Even if 1 or 2 were found, they would be stored away and were very difficult to find. I found these 3 Tong Bao coins in the Ascending Cloud Monastery on the outskirts of the city. They were originally the votive money of the believers and are 60 years old. It should be enough to use them as divination coins, right? Ji Xingxuan explained the origins of the 3 divination coins to Yu Shu. Who would have thought that Yu Shu would sneer at her and say, "You think you're so smart. You still think these pieces of scrap metal are treasures?" Yunhee could not stand the fact that Yu Shu had repeatedly ridiculed Ji Xingxuan. She coldly defended her mistress and said, "My Mrs. 3 votive money are not treasures. Do you think your 3 broken coins are treasures? What do you know?" Yu Shu pointed at the 3 slightly worn Zhaoqing Yen Tong Bao coins and said, "The heaven and earth are based on the people. The 6 lines are derived from the 6 relatives. This divination coin needs to go through a lot of hardships in the secular world. After going through the hands of 100 people, it will be stained with the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Only then will it have spirituality." Then he pointed at the 3 wish coins in Ji Xingxuan's hand and said disdainfully, "People like you, who are worshipped by the people in the Great Hall, are mostly just wishful thinking. Using them to predict the affairs of the world and seek the truth, isn't that ridiculous?" Yu Shu's words were so convincing that Yunhee could not refute and looked at Ji Xingxuan. She stared at the 3 old coins in Yu Shu's hands and thought for a moment before asking, "Are you willing to part with these 3 coins?" Yu Shu rolled her eyes at her and said, "People say that the Ji family's 4th miss is talented and intelligent, but you don't even know how to draw inferences about other things? I said that this divination coin needs to have spirituality. Since it has spirituality, it will naturally recognize who its owner is. You are trying to be opportunistic and actually forgot the phrase, 'If you are sincere, you will get results.'" After a few words, Yu Shu had already criticized Ji Xingxuan twice, saying that she thought herself clever and was opportunistic. Ever since Ji Xingxuan started her education, all she had heard up until now was praises. This was the first time she had heard such criticism. Even though she had a gentle temperament, she could not help but feel a trace of displeasure. Her face darkened as she said, "Then tell me, where should I get this divination coin from?" "I just said it. You forgot it so quickly. Obviously, you did not listen to me carefully." Yu Shu first reprimanded her and said impatiently, "Go find 1,024 Tong Bao coins. You must get them from the marketplace. I don't care what method you use, you must obtain them with your own hands." Ji Xingxuan heard her speak halfway and could not help but ask in detail, "What happens after you have found them all?" "After you have found them all, from these 1,024 Tong Bao coins, choose the 3 that are fated with you." "How is it fated?" Yu Shu stroked her chin and said unhurriedly, "First, remove 1 coin and turn it into 1,023 coins. Throw every 3 coins. Clasp your hands tightly. You must have no distracting thoughts in your mind and your ears clear. Then, throw it on the plate. Take the coin with 1 back up. If there are 2 or 3 backs up, throw again. Choose 341 coins. Add the first coin you removed. Throw again. Choose 114 coins. Throw again. Choose 38 coins. Remove 2 coins first. Throw again. Choose 12 coins. Throw again. Throw again. Choose 4 coins. Including the 2 coins you removed, you can throw them twice. If you get 3 backs in 1 throw, it will be a success. You can use these 3 coins as divination coins." That maidservant Yunhee listened to her eloquent speech. In the end, she only remembered 2 sentences. On the other hand, Ji Xingxuan had already written it down on a piece of paper. "What if there are no 3 backs in the last 2 throws?" Ji Xingxuan questioned. The corners of Yu Shu's mouth curled into a mischievous smile. "Of course, there is no success. You just have to throw the 1,024 coins again. If there is still no success, throw again until you get 1. According to this method, even if you can get 1 back every time, you will have to throw at least 500 times. Even then, there is no guarantee of success. If your luck is bad, you can throw 3,000 to 5,000 times." With such a complicated and difficult method, Ji Xingxuan couldn't help but be suspicious. She thought that Yu Shu was trying to trick her. However, after thinking through the method carefully, there were no loopholes. Everything she added or subtracted was correct. Half of her suspicions were gone, but the other half remained. She turned to look at maidservant Yunhee. Yunhee immediately understood and asked, "Miss said that you have never heard of this method before. Do you have any proof?" Yushu knew that they were suspicious. She scoffed. This 6 trigrams mystical technique was passed down by a Taoist immortal. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry had heard of it, how could it be called a mystical technique? Yunhee heard her scolding the locust tree. She was about to get angry when Yushu suddenly changed the topic. She said, "Originally, there is nothing much to explain about choosing the divination coins. However, since I want to teach you, I will explain it clearly so that you won't be suspicious." Ji Xingxuan wanted her to explain it clearly. She nodded and said, "Please speak." Ahem, Yushu cleared her throat and rubbed her throat. She glanced at the master and maidservant. "After talking for so long, my throat is dry." Of course, Ji Xingxuan knew this. Although she knew that Yushu was putting on a show, there was nothing she could do. "Yunhee, pour some tea for Miss Yu." Yunhee reluctantly poured a cup of tea and passed it to Yushu with a bad expression. Seeing that Yushu didn't even raise an eyebrow, Yunhee could only grit her teeth and pass the cup to her with both hands. "Miss Yu, please have some tea." Only then did Yushu take the cup and drink a few mouthfuls. She put down the cup and said to Ji Xingxuan, "Earlier, I said that the hexagram divination doesn't rely on the 5 elements, but on the 6 relatives. It relies on the 64 trigrams of yin and yang. These 64 trigrams can give rise to 4,096 circles. This is similar to Qimendun Jia, but because there are 4 circles, there are actually 1,024 variations. This is why we used 1,024 copper coins. When the hexagram divination is cast, the first back is called the lesser yang, and the third back is called the old yang. Among the 4 symbols, the lesser yang and the old yang correspond to spring and summer. You and I are female, so we use the lesser yang as the beginning and the old yang as the end to complement the yin and yang. Do you understand the method of writing this book? Yushu spoke methodically and without the slightest confusion. At this time, Ji Xingxuan couldn't tell if she was telling the truth or not, so she said, "I seem to understand, but I don't. Can you explain in more detail?" Yushu waved her hand and said, "Taoist Qing Zheng told me this at the beginning. If you don't understand, then I don't either." Ji Xingxuan guessed that her aptitude was limited, so perhaps it was possible. She believed her a little more and didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she said, "Then I'll go back to find the divination money. I'll come back tomorrow to ask you." Yushu shook her head and looked at her with a faint smile. "Let's wait until you find all of them first." She didn't believe that she would be able to pick one without 3 to 5 days of hard work. Ji Xingxuan wanted to learn the hexagram as soon as possible. After receiving advice, she didn't want to waste any more time with Yushu and left with her maidservant. Yushu watched them leave. She stretched her hand under the table and touched Kim Bao, who was sleeping on her lap. She snorted and said to herself, "How can it be so easy for you to learn it? I'll let you suffer a little first." It was a quiet night. It was not easy to sleep in someone else's house. Kim Bao started to make noises before dawn. When Yushu woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was to flick its head twice. Only then did it behave. The maidservant assigned to her, Sunny, was afraid of Kim Bao and didn't dare to get close to Yushu. She fetched some water to wash her face and brought it into the room, then ran away. Yushu ate breakfast and packed a few important things. She put them in a pencil case and the stack of banknotes in her pocket. Sunny was waiting at the door of the courtyard. When he saw her coming out, he stepped back and asked, "Miss, where are you going?" Yushu said, "I'm going out for a walk." Sunny hurriedly said, "Miss said she was coming yesterday. Aren't you going to wait for her in the room?" Yushu sneered, "She should be the one waiting for me. Why should I wait for her?" Then she left. Sunny didn't dare to stop her. He hurriedly ran to inform the housekeeper. The housekeeper had been told by Ji Huaishan not to stop Yushu from going in and out. He asked if she took any luggage with her, and then let Sunny go back without worry. Yushu came out of the main gate of the right magistrate's palace. She looked around and found her direction. Then she walked towards Horse Street, where Wang Jilu was located. Today was the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. It was time to send off the poor and offer sacrifices to the poor. On the way, Yushu met 2 groups of troops that sent off the poor. They were dressed in fancy clothes, with oily hair and powdered faces. They held up banners and signs, and they were blowing and beating drums as they crossed the street. They attracted many passers-by to look at them. It was the first time she saw such a rare sight. She turned around and followed them. Horse Street was located in the busiest part of the northern part of the city. Most of the passers-by on the street were dressed in fancy clothes and were arrogant. Some people joked that if a sign fell and killed 5 people, 4 of them would be from the families of officials. Yushu entered Wang Jilu from the back door. Ah Xiang, who was doing rough work, was sweeping the floor. When he saw her, he quickly put away the broom and greeted, "Miss, good morning." Yushu nodded her head. She looked around the empty backyard and asked casually, "Where are the others?" Ah Xiang stood up straight and said loudly, "The shopkeeper and brother 6 are eating breakfast in front. Gong Qinsher and his wife went out to watch the puppet show. Xiao Dai and Xiao Qing are in the room. Sister Xiuqing is making soup in the kitchen. Gui Qi and Gui Ba are in the wine cellar. The 2 accountants are not here." Yushu looked back at him. She was a little happy. She thought that he missed out one person. She deliberately asked him, "What about Ah Ping who works with you?" Ah Xiang scratched his head and looked at Yushu. He lowered his head and whispered something. Yushu didn't hear him, so she asked again. Ah Xiang's neck was red as he said, "Toilet, toilet." Yushu laughed and waved her hand to let him go to work. She went to the 2nd floor and took off a bunch of keys hanging on her waist. She found her private room and opened it. She went in and closed the door. She added charcoal to the stove and took out the turtle shell from the bookcase. She sat on the stove and warmed it. Chapter 259. Back at Wang Jilu, Yushu was halfway through cooking the turtle board when Lin Fu knocked on the door. He stood outside and asked if she had eaten breakfast and if there was anything else. Yushu squatted by the stove and said through the door, "I'm busy and need your help to do something." "Miss, please speak. I heard that there are live chickens in the woodshed behind. Look for one that often crows in the morning and has a rosy crown. Put a bowl of chicken blood for me and I'll take it when I go back." Lin Fu did not ask what she needed chicken blood for and left to carry out the order. He came back in a moment and said that it was ready. Yushu then let him go. Perhaps it was because of the strong fire in the stove that this piece of turtle shell burned faster. Yushu's forehead was covered in sweat. Looking at the cracks, she hurriedly picked it up and studied it. There was a small study room in her room. Mo Ju Quan memorized the hexagram, took it apart and put it back together. Finally, he had some clues. "Looks like he's headed south," Yushu muttered to herself. She put the broken turtle shell aside and wrote down a few places in the south of the city that he might go to, but she couldn't write any more after a while. The area to the south was huge. The south of the city was also south, and Jiangnan was also south. She could not help but wonder if Jing Chen had already left Anling and returned to Mount Longhu in Jiangxi. When this thought came, Yushu could not help but feel inferior. If he really returned to Mount Longhu, then what was the point of her searching blindly? "Miss, the kitchen made lily perch soup. This servant has brought it for you." A voice came from outside the door. There were 2 servant girls in Wang Jilu. The slow one was Xiao Dai and the fast one was Xiao Qing. Yushu put down her pen and paper and went to open the door. She saw Xiao Qing carrying a wooden tray with a porcelain bowl in pink and green glaze on it. The lid was painted with a small cluster of plum blossoms, looking very exquisite. On the side was a small plate of the same color with some shallot foam. Xiao Qing covered the bowl with a handkerchief and handed it to Yushu. She removed the lid and said, "Be careful, it's hot." Yushu smelled the aroma of the fish and tasted 2 spoonfuls. It was indeed delicious. After drinking half a bowl, she suddenly put down the spoon and asked little Qing, "According to the menu, this fish soup costs 20 taels of silver per dish. Xiaoqing said, "That's right. These Song River base were delivered fresh yesterday morning. There are only 20 of them in the fish tank." Yu Shu sighed and said, "Later, go tell the kitchen that I don't have to go through so much trouble every time I come back, steaming snacks and boiling soup. Just send tea." She was here to help Shui Rui with his work, not to enjoy herself. She had probably only eaten 17 to 18 taels of silver worth of pastries the last time. If this went on, she would have already lost over 100 taels of silver before she even started her business. If this restaurant was opened by her, she could eat whatever she wanted. But now, she was also a worker, not a boss. Xiaoqing showed a troubled expression and said, "Miss, you don't know. This is what the shopkeeper told me. When you are here, you only need to serve them with fresh soup and delicious food. We can't neglect you." Yu Shu frowned and said, "Go and find old Lin. I will tell him." Yu Shu originally thought that Lin Fu wanted to please her, so he served her well. Who knew that when she called Lin Fu, he actually explained, "Miss, you misunderstood. This is all young master's instructions. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to make decisions on my own." Yu Shu was speechless. She didn't feel that Shui Rui's way of doing things was very useful. Instead, she felt that he was a fool. Lin Fu looked at Yu Shu's expression and knew that she didn't buy it. He rolled his eyes and said, "Miss, you don't have to mind it. The dishes are expensive, and our cost is less than 30%. Moreover, you can taste every dish that the chef makes. If you find something lacking, you can improve it, right?" How could Yu Shu not discern that he was speaking pleasantries? But it wasn't appropriate for her to make things difficult for them because it was something that Shui Rui had instructed her to do. So she thought that she had to tell Shui Rui face to face, so she asked them to leave. She went back and took the cracked tortoise shell. She sat on the soft chair under the glass window and was lost in thought. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door. Yu Shu thought that it was Xiao Dai and Xiaoqing who came to bring tea. She said, "Come in." After a while, she felt that something was wrong. She looked up and saw a young master Shui standing at the door of the small study. She quickly stood up and said with a smile, "Why are you here at this time? I have something to tell you." With one hand behind his back, Shui Rui looked at her and said, "There is news of young Master Jing." Clatter! The tortoise shell in Yu Shu's hand fell to the ground. She hurriedly went forward and asked, "There is news? Where is he?" Seeing that she was surprised and happy, Shui Rui's eyes flashed. He walked over her and picked up the tortoise shell on the ground. He turned around and sat on the soft chair that she had just sat on. He said, "On the morning of the 22nd of the 12th lunar month last year, the guards of the Xianqing Gate in the south of the city saw a young man in white go out of the city. He seemed to be carrying some kind of sharp weapon. It seems that he is young Master Jing. I have sent people to inquire along the way outside the city, but I don't know which direction he went. It is difficult to find him." Yu Shu's expression changed. The 22nd of the 12th lunar month was the morning when she found that Jing Chen was missing. Only the rusted sword disappeared with him. In this case, if the guard at the gate saw Jing Chen, then he went out of the city and left Anling on the same day. What Shui Rui said next, Yu Shu didn't hear. There was only one thought left in her mind. Jing Chen, that heartless bastard, left her and ran back to Mount Longhu. Shui Rui saw that Yu Shu's expression changed again and again. Obviously, she didn't listen to his words. He narrowed his eyes, raised the tortoise shell in his hand and knocked on her forehead. Yu Shu came to her senses because of the pain. She covered her forehead and looked up at Shui Rui with dissatisfaction. "Why did you hit me?" Shui Rui said, "If you have time to think about it, why don't you think about where swordsman Jing might have gone? I will ask someone to trace him." Yu Shu pursed her lips and said unhappily in her heart, "He has been gone for almost half a month. Can he still be found?" If she knew which family Jing Chen came from in Mount Longhu, it would be better. At worst, she could find him and ask him for an explanation. Why did he leave without saying a word? The key was that she didn't know where he came from. Shui Rui discerned the sadness in her words, and he said indifferently, "I don't care if I can find him or not, but since I've promised to help you find him, then I'll surely look for him." Unless you don't want to look for him anymore, just tell me now, and I'll save myself the trouble. Yushu was silent for a moment, and then said in a low voice, he should have gone south, in the direction of Shangxi. Shui Rui nodded and said, I know. I'll go back and tell them. You stay here, the tailor will come over in a moment. By the way, what did you want to say to me? After he asked, he didn't hear her answer. He looked down and saw that her soul had already disappeared. He sighed and raised his hand to pat her shoulder. When Yushu remembered him again, he was already gone. She sat back on the soft chair and leaned her head against the back of the chair. She thought for a while and gradually realized that Jingchen wouldn't just leave like that. But where would he go if he went out of the city? The tailors came in a short time with small samples of various kinds of fabrics and 2 thick picture books. Yushu followed them to measure her height and answered them absent-mindedly. Listening to them talking about the most fashionable styles, she picked up the picture books and turned a few pages. Suddenly, a yellow talisman floated out and fell on the ground. A tailor hurriedly bent down to pick it up and carefully blew it. He said to Yushu embarrassedly, Miss, please forgive me. Yesterday I went to the temple to ask for the talisman, and when I came back, I put it here and forgot to take it out. Yushu looked at the yellow talisman, and her eyes lit up. Without saying a word, she stuffed the picture books to them, lifted her skirt, and rushed out. Hey, Miss? The 2 tailors looked at each other, wondering why she suddenly ran away. Yushu ran down 2 streets before she managed to hire a carriage that was neither new nor old. She tossed a piece of silver to the driver and said, Go to the Rising Cloud Temple in the south of the city. Sitting in the carriage, Yushu was a little out of breath. She rubbed her chest to calm her breathing, and when she finally caught her breath, she slapped her thigh again with a vexed look on her face. The tailor reminded her that she had been looking for Jingchen for half a month, but she only went to a few places in the city that he knew, such as Body Training Hall and Huisheng Street. She forgot that she had taken him out of the city once, to the Rising Cloud Temple in the south of the city. If Jingchen did not return to Mount Longhu and left the city from the south gate, it was very likely that he had gone there. Along the way, Yushu was anxious. She was very afraid that she would not find him when she arrived at the place. If so, she really did not know where he was. The carriage ran for a long time. When it reached the city gate, Yushu got off and passed by. She got on the carriage again and continued walking. Outside the city, the carriage bumped and swayed to a small slope at the foot of the Rising Cloud Temple. Before the carriage stopped, Yushu couldn't wait to jump off, which attracted the attention of several pilgrims on the side of the road. Yushu went into the temple and asked around. She knew that if Jingchen had regained his memory, he would definitely avoid the crowd, so as not to implicate others. However, if he had appeared here, someone might have seen him. The Taoist priests in this temple were aloof and did not like to talk to people. Therefore, Yushu had to ask them one by one in a kind voice, but she found nothing. She had seen many pilgrims in white, but none of them were as good-looking as Jingchen and held a sword in his hand. The more Yushu searched, the more anxious she became. After leaving the Taoist temple, she went to the nearby forest. Within a radius of more than 10 miles, it was a large wilderness, overgrown with weeds. She searched around the periphery of the Taoist temple and then went further. At first, she could still see a few woodcutters. Later, as the sun set and the sky gradually darkened, there was no one nearby. Only the occasional sound of birds could be heard. Yushu was afraid that Jingchen had the intention to avoid her, so she did not dare to shout. She only hated that her legs were not long enough, so she quickened her pace. However, because she ran too fast, she fell on the ground twice. She did not even notice that her hands were scratched. When she heard the faint howling of wolves in the distance, she was startled to realize that the sky had turned dark. The cold wind blew and woke her up a little. She shivered and turned her head to look at the road she came from. She saw the shadows of towering trees and birds flying past. In the darkness, she did not know where she was. Chapter 260. It's dark, and Yushu is still wandering in the woods in the suburbs. Perhaps she is unlucky today. After walking for 2 miles, she doesn't see anyone. She wants to use the 6 trigram lines to predict the direction, but she doesn't know where the few copper coins she brought with her are. The countryside is different from other places. There are wild beasts in the daytime, and wild wolves and dogs are everywhere. At night, it is even more dangerous. Yushu knows that she is lost. She calms herself down and quickens her pace. From time to time, she stops to identify the direction. The howling of wolves in the distance makes her uneasy. Yushu has only walked a few steps when she suddenly feels that something is wrong. A chill comes over her. She pricks up her ears and hears strange movements in the grass not far away. It seems that something is quickly running in her direction. This time, Yushu panics. She finds a direction and starts to run, hoping to see a short tree so that she can climb it. However, she is unlucky. The nearby woods are full of tall trees. None of them are easy for people to climb. The sound behind her becomes more and more obvious until she clearly hears the low barking of a dog. Yushu's face is full of fear. She wants to cry but has no tears. She would rather be a wolf than a dog. As if she can smell the stench in the air, she runs forward without looking back. At this time, Yushu wishes she could grow 4 legs. However, she has been tired for the whole afternoon and has little strength. After running for a short distance, she is out of breath and sweating profusely. Or maybe it is not her time to die. Suddenly, a cluster of fire appears in front of her. It should be someone lighting a fire. Yushu sees her savior. She thinks that the person who dares to light a fire in the woods at night is most likely a hunter. She doesn't know where she got the strength, but she screams, "Help!" and stumbles in that direction. Because she is running in a hurry, she can't see the road under her feet clearly. She trips on a tree root on the ground. Yushu falls forward like a dog falling on its face. Suddenly, she feels pain in her knee and lies on the ground. She feels dizzy and thinks that it is over. Woo-woo! After a few screams, Yushu was still lying on the ground. Her eyes were covered with sweat, and there was a taste of dirt in her mouth. Her heart was beating wildly, and there were sounds of running in the grass. After a while, there was no more barking. Only then did she realize that she was saved. Yushu was paralyzed on the grass. For a moment, she was at a loss. She twisted her neck with difficulty, wanting to look back. She heard light footsteps, and a faint light flickered in her eyes. A pair of black boots stopped in front of her, and a calm voice came from above her head. "Young lady, get up. It's all right now." Yushu blinked her eyes and took a deep breath, holding back the sourness in her nose. She tremblingly reached out to grab the calf of the person in front of her. She grabbed the hem of his clothes and scolded in a choked voice, You bastard." She felt her legs stiffen. The person in front of her suddenly squatted down and hurriedly went to help her up. "Xiaoyu?" Yushu was helped to sit up from the ground. She grabbed the hem of his clothes and looked at the panicked person in front of her with her red eyes. Who else could it be if it was not the bastard Jingchen? Jingchen held Yushu's arm and helped her limp to the fire. He let her sit against the tree and squatted beside her. He put down the rusted sword in his hand and lowered his head to pinch her ankle. When he heard her gasp, he quickly lightened his movement and whispered, "Bear with it. You've twisted it." As he said this, he twisted her ankle and twisted it a couple of times. Crack. Yushu clenched her teeth in pain, but she didn't make a sound. She stared at the bastard with a gloomy face. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 days. He was still wearing the white robe when he left, but it was stained with a layer of gray. His long hair was loosely tied behind his back. Because he was squatting, his hair was hanging on the ground. He seemed to have lost a lot of weight. His handsome eyebrows remained the same, but his cheeks were slightly sunken. Yushu felt annoyed and distressed. If she hadn't found this damn place, would he have starved to death in this forest? "Does it still hurt?" Jingchen pressed the side of Yushu's ankle and raised his head to ask. He met Yushu's complicated eyes. He looked at her and was stunned. Then his eyes flashed and he turned his head to avoid her sight. He whispered, "Wait a minute. I'll find some water." As he said, he was about to get up. Yushu saw that he was trying to avoid her. She was furious. She grabbed his wrist and looked up at him. She gritted her teeth and said, "Why did you hide here without saying a word?" Jingchen lowered his head. His hair fell behind his ears and his expression could not be seen clearly. Yushu squeezed his wrist and said, "Say something." "I remember." As expected, Jingchen regained his memory. But Yushu was not happy at all at this time. She was full of anger. She sneered, "You ran away when you remembered? You didn't even say goodbye and just left? Did you treat everything I said to you as bullsh*t? Jingchen noticed that her hand holding his was trembling. He couldn't bear to push it away. He wanted to say something but stopped. In Yushu's eyes, it seemed that he was more and more guilty. She was so angry that her teeth chattered. She grabbed his arm and stood up. She raised her fist and hit him on the shoulder. She had been holding this anger for half a month. If she couldn't vent it, she would really be angry. Jingchen didn't dodge. He punched her a few more times and just looked at her worriedly. His heart was full of regret. When she lost the strength in her hands and sat back, he gently pulled her wrist away and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry." Yushu had calmed down a lot at this time. Listening to his apology, she snorted and said angrily, "What did you do to me? Since you remembered, you should know that I lied to you. I lied to you all the way from Jiangzhong to Anling. I should be the one apologizing to you." Listening to this angry words, Jingchen shook his head and smiled bitterly. "You lied to me, but it was for my own good. If I knew the truth at that time, how could I stay by your side and implicate you? You knew that I was in trouble, but you still didn't leave me. Xiao, I'm sorry." Hearing this, Yushu couldn't help but feel sad for him and felt wronged for herself. She said, "Since you feel sorry for me, why did you sneak away quietly? You didn't even leave a word. Do you know how worried I was about you? Tell me why. Even if you have recovered your memory, you don't have to leave. I know you are fated to be in K-Star and you are unlucky. But we have been together for so long, and nothing happened to me. Besides, I have the adversity blocking stone, so you don't have to worry. Or if you have any difficulties, can't you discuss with me before leaving? Why do you have to hide here?" Seeing her sad face, Jingchen felt very guilty. After hesitating for a moment, he didn't want to hide it from her and confessed, "It has been 19 years since I was fated to be in K-Star. When I was a child, I only did it once in a while, but it would implicate the people around me. Later, as I grew older, it became more and more frequent, especially at the beginning of the month. I still remember that a junior fellow apprentice once broke his leg when he was picking herbs on the cliff because I sent him a meal. But this is not the most serious period. The most dangerous period of K-Star is when the new and old meet each year. In the sect, every year during this festival, I will go to the mountain alone and stay overnight. I don't dare to have any interaction with anyone. At this time, even the yellow frost stone can't suppress the malevolent aura of the star." When Yushu heard this, she understood a little, but she still didn't understand. "Then can't you tell me before leaving?" Jingchen said helplessly, "Little you still don't understand how dangerous this Kidu planet is. Do you know that the things that happened to you one after another were all because of me? If it weren't for me, you would have arrived at Anling smoothly and wouldn't have been nearly killed several times. You can consider yourself lucky. If I didn't leave that day, or left a message with you, I would have violated the taboo. Most likely, I would have brought you a fatal disaster. Even so, I think I still implicated you. Let me ask you, after I left, did everything go smoothly for you?" In the face of Jingchen's question, Yushu was speechless. Thinking back, she was indeed unlucky from the end of the year to the beginning. First, she was sick in the snow, then she almost didn't hand in the exam paper of the strange arts course, and then she was troubled by the G family. She really couldn't think of anything that could be called smooth. Seeing her hesitation, Jingchen knew the answer. He sighed and said softly, "Who knew that you still came to find me? Xiaoyu, what should I do with you?" It was still a bad time. If he hadn't seen someone being chased by a beast in the forest, he would never have helped her. He would have stayed far away. He never thought that the person who came would be her. Yushu was no longer angry. It wasn't that she didn't understand things. Speaking of which, she couldn't blame Jing Chen for hiding. She had long guessed that there would be a time when Kata Star would act up, so she had always been on guard. Who would have thought that there would be a big crisis at the end of the year? The yellow frost stone was useless, and Jing Chen had run to the wilderness to suffer. Wasn't it for her? If she didn't have a good life, would he be comfortable? Looking up at Jing Chen, she felt that he was getting thinner. Yu Shu regretted hitting him just now, so she asked in a muffled voice, "So you mean, if I didn't come to find you, you would go back after hiding for a while?" "No." Yu Shu thought that he would nod or answer yes, but he said, "No." The anger that she had just suppressed came out again. She held back from hitting him and asked, "What do you mean? If you don't go back to find me, where are you going?" Jing Chen didn't dare to look directly at her eyes. He turned his head and hid his eyes. He clenched his fists in his sleeves and said slowly, "Xiaoyu, let's still be good brothers, okay?" Hearing him suddenly say this, Yu Shu understood what he meant. Her eyes widened for a moment, and she couldn't breathe. Her head was rumbling, and she opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything for a long time. Jing Chen couldn't help but look back at her, only to see that she was staring at him blankly. There was dust and mud on her face. She looked indescribably embarrassed, and her red eyes were filled with tears. Jing Chen was startled and suddenly panicked. He reached out to comfort her, but just as he touched her shoulder, he was thrown away by her. She took 2 steps back, turned her head left and right, and bent down to pick up the rusted sword on the ground. She raised her hand and put it on his neck, saying in a trembling voice, Chapter 261. Yu Shu had thought about it before. After finding Jing Chen, she would either scold him or beat him up. Jing Chen might blame her for hiding it when she lost her memory. At the same time, he also had his own reasons for leaving. She just needed to make things clear. However, she never expected that this guy would say that he wanted to be her brother again. What did this mean? Yu Shu was not so stupid that she couldn't understand. What was a brother? It was a very, very good friend. At this point, the previous talk about boyfriend and girlfriend, whether they liked each other or not, all became nonsense. At that time, she used this kind of words to reject Shui Rui. Now she also heard it. How did she feel? She couldn't explain it clearly. Yu Shu's mind was a mess. It was inevitable that she was sad, but more than that, she was angry and hesitant. She pointed the sword at Jing Chen, not because she was really sad and angry to the point of hurting him, but because this kind of unreasonable rejection made her unable to accept it calmly. Even if Jing Chen had regained his memories and had many difficulties, he couldn't just casually deny their previous relationship. "Xiaoyu." Jing Chen tilted his head and looked at the rusted sword on his shoulder. There was a little more sadness in his eyes. "It's my fault. I didn't remember anything before, so I offended you and crossed the line. You should be angry with me. If cutting me with your sword can appease your anger, why not?" Yu Shu was so angry that she laughed. If killing was not against the law, she really wanted to poke a hole in his body. Unfortunately, she was not so impulsive. She took the sword away from his neck, sat back on the ground, and stabbed the sword into the soil of the grass beside her. She sneered, "I won't cut you. I just want to know why you suddenly changed your mind and said that you want to be my brother. I remember right. A month ago, you said to me that you liked me. So you don't admit it so soon?" Yu Shu's words were too straightforward. Jing Chen was a little embarrassed. He remembered the scene in the forest in the city that day, so he lowered his head and said, "At that time, I forgot a lot of things. I don't know if I can tell you." Jing Chen didn't know how to continue, but Yu Shu didn't intend to let him go. "Can't you do anything to me? Can't you have romantic feelings for me? Tell me, what have you remembered? Is it that the Taoist priests of your Longhu Mountain are not allowed to talk about marriage, or are you already married?" Apart from these 2 points, she couldn't think of any other reason for Jing Chen to change his mind. Jing Chen shook his head. Yu Shu frowned. "Then tell me why. Don't tell me you don't like me anymore after you regain your memory?" Jing Chen's face turned slightly red as he listened to her saying that she liked him, but he didn't say anything. Yu Shu was a short-tempered person. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of her, she reached out and pulled him to sit down beside her. She took 2 deep breaths and held back her anger. She said with a straight face, "There must be a reason for everything. Tell me why first. If what you say makes sense, I will consider continuing to be your brother. Otherwise, we might as well break up. From then on, you can live your own life and I'll live my own life. I don't want to do it even if I die of old age." The words, "I don't want to do it even if I die of old age," made Jingchen moved. He turned his head and looked at Yushu's angry face. He felt very guilty and hesitated, but he still told her frankly. "When I left the mountain gate, my master repeatedly warned me that before I found the person who broke my destiny, I was not allowed to move my Taoist heart. I was not allowed to have love or hate, not allowed to have selfish desires, and not allowed to have romantic feelings. It's because Kidu star is an ominous star that dominates the right and wrong of human relationships. It's in my destiny. Therefore, I've been practicing Taoism for more than 10 years. I've been controlling my heart with Taoism all year round. If my heart doesn't move, my body doesn't move. Everything goes according to my heart. That's why I can't have a romantic relationship with you. Otherwise, as time passes, it will eventually lead to a great disaster. Even with the adversity blocking stone in hand, I won't be able to escape. At that time, not only will you be implicated for no reason, even the people around you will be implicated for no reason. Xiao Yu, I know that you value relationships and righteousness. You also don't want to see Xiao Xiao and Dr. He implicated because of us, right?" After listening to Jing Chen's words, Yushu was shocked. She had suffered at the hands of Jing Chen's Kidu star and knew how powerful it was. However, after being with Jing Chen for so long, she used the law of time of calamity to carefully guard against it. Every time she dodged it, it would be more daunting than dangerous. Slowly, her fear of the Kidu star lessened. She even became somewhat fearless. However, she didn't know that what she knew was only the tip of the iceberg. This thing was actually impossible to guard against. It was pervasive. At this moment, she no longer had the mood to be angry at Jing Chen's change of heart. Instead, she was afraid. If Jing Chen didn't recover his memory and didn't leave alone when the Kidu star's ominous aura was at its peak, wouldn't she have harmed Xiao Xiao and Zhao Hui's family? Thinking of this, Yushu broke out in a cold sweat. She leaned against the tree trunk in exhaustion. Seeing this, Jing Chen's face became even more ashamed. He raised his hand to comfort her, but when it was about to land on her shoulder, he retracted it. His eyes revealed a determined look, but his voice was apologetic. "I've been in the forest for half a month and have calmed my Tao heart. I definitely can't do it again. I know this time I didn't keep my words and went against what I said in the forest that day. I'm willing to apologize to you. However, you and I can only be friends. As for love, that's absolutely out of the question." Hearing this, Yushu's heart was already half cold. She closed her eyes weakly and waved her hand at him, saying, "Don't say anything first. Let me think about it." The fire swayed between the shadows of the trees, illuminating Yushu's dirty and messy body. Her hair bun had long been loosened and hung messily on her shoulders. Some dead branches and leaves were stuck at the end of her hair. The mud on her face was gray and black because of her sweat. Her hands were rough and black. It could be imagined how she found her way here. Looking at Yushu like this, Jing Chen's chest tightened. He knew that his Tao heart was about to move, so he quickly looked away and silently recited the clear heart formula. After calming down, he picked up a dead branch beside him and added it to the fire. He also didn't say anything. The two sat quietly like this for a long time. With a low sigh, Yushu suddenly asked, "Then where is your life destroyer now? Are you planning to hide for a while and look for him?" Jing Chen stopped reciting and said, "I don't know where the life breaker is now, but after the full moon on the 15th, I have to go to the capital first." Go to the capital? Yushu sensed that there was something else in his words. "But do you know anyone else in the capital?" Jing Chen slowly turned his head and said seriously, "Xiao Yu, can you promise me that you won't leak anything about my fate and what I told you today to anyone else?" Yushu said self-deprecatingly, "Don't you know how tight-lipped I am? Otherwise, I wouldn't have lied to you all the way without you noticing. Don't worry. If I mention what you said to me today to a third person, I'll be a pauper for 8 lifetimes. There's no need to swear. Jing Chen shook his head and said without doubt, I naturally believe you. Hearing this, Yu Shu felt a little better. She asked again, you just said that you want to go to the capital. Why are you going to the capital? Jing Chen's gaze was calm in the night. You should know that there was a EZ in my dynasty 20 years ago. He was called Yunhua. Yu Shu nodded. Who doesn't know about Yunhua Zi? I am the son of Yunhua Zi and Princess Liyue in the past. Yu Shu widened her eyes and looked at Jing Chen in disbelief. She mumbled, you said that you are the son of Yunhua Zi and Princess He? A long time ago, Yu Shu had heard of the love story of Yunhua Zi and the eldest princess. One was a dragon among men, and the other was a proud daughter of heaven. Unfortunately, Yunhua died young, and the princess died for him. It became a sad and beautiful story that was passed down to the later generations. Now, Jing Chen told her that he was the descendant of that couple. No matter how she listened to it, it sounded like a fantasy story. Jing Chen nodded. He seemed to know that she did not believe him, so he reiterated, I didn't lie to you. Yu Shu asked suspiciously, then why did you join the Taoist mountain gate? Jing Chen said, I heard from my master that my parents died young. Less than half a year after I was born, I was sent to the Taoist sect by the royal family of Den. Because my sect's founding master and great ancestor were old friends, he took my life and offended the heavens. Thinking of the relationship between the seniors, the sect head promised to protect my life and help me restrain the ferocious power of Kidu Star until the life breaker appeared. I went down the mountain a year ago because the sect head predicted the birth of the life breaker and ordered me to go down the mountain to look for him. That's why I met you. This time, Yu Shu couldn't help but believe him. Back then, she had asked Taoist Qing Zheng about planet K2, and that old man had told her that if it wasn't for someone with great ability helping to defy the heavens and change one's fate, with Jing Chen's fate, he wouldn't even be able to live to the age of 1. It wasn't strange that Jing Chen had such a strange background. Yu Shu turned back to look at Jing Chen again. She saw that he had been sleeping in the forest for half a month. Although his clothes were covered with dust and he looked haggard, his actions couldn't hide his bright nature. How could such a person not be the descendant of Yunhua Zi? As she looked, Yu Shu suddenly remembered an important matter. Her expression changed, and she pressed down on Jing Chen's arm and asked nervously, oh right, I forgot to ask you. After you bid farewell to me and Yang, didn't you say that you were going to find the life breaker? But what did you encounter on the way? You were actually seriously injured and abandoned in the river. Who exactly did this to you? Hearing this, Jing Chen frowned suddenly. As he thought, he raised his hand to press his throbbing forehead and said hoarsely, I don't remember that part. You don't remember? Yu Shu shouted. Seeing that Jing Chen seemed to have an unbearable headache, she hurriedly lowered her voice, bent her knees, and squatted in front of him. She asked worriedly, what's wrong with you? Jing Chen closed his eyes and said, every time I think of this part, I have a headache. I can't remember it no matter how hard I try. Before I went down the mountain, the headmaster told me to stay in Yang City for a full month and then wait in Jianya City for the royal family to come and take me back to the capital. I only remember that after I bid farewell to you, I left Yang, and then I was saved by you on the boat. Only the part in the middle is missing. I don't know who hurt me and buried the needle in me. After knowing about Jing Chen's background, Yu Shu thought that he had been killed on the way. She was worried and wanted to figure it out, but Jing Chen had forgotten this part. Seeing that he was really uncomfortable, she did not ask any more but comforted him. It should be that you have just taken out the needle and have not completely recovered your memory. Maybe you will remember it after a period of time. Jing Chen heard that her tone had softened and was no longer angry. He opened his eyes and looked at her worried face. He asked uncertainly, Chapter 262. Xiaoyu, I've already told you. Are you still willing to be a brother with me? Faced with Jing Chen's question again, Yushu did not know how to answer for a while. Her heart was stuffy, as if it was tied into a dozen knots, and she could not say anything about it. Although Jing-Chen admitted that he liked her before, it was under the situation of her half coaxing and half deceiving. Their feelings were not fake. Perhaps at the beginning she felt more pity for Jing-Chen, but later, she really wanted to be with him seriously, especially after Jing-Chen suddenly disappeared that morning. She searched outside for him in the cold for a whole day. If she was not sincere to him, how could she be so impulsive, anxious, worried, and afraid? At that time, how could she have known that Jing-Chen was not a monk, and he did not have a family, but he could not be involved in love? Otherwise, it would easily harm people's lives. Was the first relationship in her life that had just started going to end like this? Yushu was very unwilling. After all, she and Jing-Chen had gone through hardships together. They were affectionate and loyal, and their lives were intertwined. Moreover, Jing-Chen trusted her very much. He even told her everything that was related to his fate. Where else in this world could she find a man who was willing to risk his life for her and treat her with sincerity? But what else could she do? She could not ignore the life and death of the people around her for the sake of love. The price was too high, and she could not afford it at all. Yushu sighed heavily, and casually pulled out the rusted sword that was inserted in the grass. Under Jing-Chen's worried gaze, she stood up and chopped at the big tree behind her. The trunk shook slightly, and a few new leaves slowly floated down. Xiaoyu, you're so annoying. You're a man and I'm a woman. How can we be brothers? Yushu turned back and shouted at Jing-Chen, even though she knew that she did not blame him. Jing-Chen's face darkened as he said, "Indeed." Yushu glared at him and said in a muffled voice, "I said we can't be brothers, but I didn't say we can't be friends. How about this? Before you find the life breaker, we'll be friends like before. If you have any difficulties, I'll help you. If I'm in trouble, you can't just stand aside and watch." Hearing this, Jing-Chen's face instantly lit up. He nodded and said, "All right, we're still friends." Seeing him so happy, Yushu really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She rolled her eyes and said, "Do you still remember that you once wrote a promissory note to me? It said that you, Jing-Chen, were saved by me and your life was preserved. In the future, when you regain your memories, you are not allowed to leave without my permission. If you break this promise, you will be a mangy dog in your next life." Jing-Chen remembered this and did not go back on his word. He nodded and said, "I didn't keep my promise." Yushu waved her hand impatiently. "For the sake of my sake, this time it doesn't count. But if you dare to leave without saying goodbye next time, don't expect me to find you again. I'll just pretend that I don't know you. Whether you become a cat or a dog in your next life, it has nothing to do with me." Jing-Chen's expression changed, and he said seriously, "If I have to, without your permission, I won't leave without saying goodbye again." Yushu was satisfied. She thought optimistically that there was still a long way to go in the future. As long as he did not run away, there was no telling what to do. Yushu's temper came and went as quickly as it came. She felt much better now, so she turned back to the main topic. "I remember you once said that you can sense whether others will be unlucky because of you. Then you can sense it now and see if I have been killed by your Kidu star again." Jing-Chen said helplessly, "You came to me at Kidu hour and talked with me for a long time. I don't need to see it to know that you are in trouble." Yushu frowned and said, "Will it hurt Xiaoxiu and Aunt Huai?" Jing-Chen could see what she was worried about. He shook his head and said, "They will be fine, but you will be in trouble. But you don't have to be afraid. Now that I have regained my memory, I will definitely find a way to protect you." Yushu clapped her hands when she heard this, and her worry turned into joy. "Yes, you are a Taoist priest from Mount Longhu. You are very capable." Her hexagram technique could predict one's fortune, but she did not have any copper coins with her now. Jing-Chen saw that Yushu's face was clear, and he was relieved. He said, "I have learned a lot in the sect, and there are 3 that I am good at. One is astrology, the second is physiognomy, and the third is swordsmanship. I will find some water for you to wash your face first. I will make a decision after I read your physiognomy." Good at astrology and physiognomy? Yushu could not help but think of another person who was also good at it, but she did not know how much worse he was compared to Jingchen. You wait here, I will go get some water, Jingchen said. Seeing that he was about to leave, Yushu didn't even think about it and pulled on his sleeve. She looked left and right at the dark forest. Thinking about the wild dogs that chased her just now, she was more or less scared and said, I'll go with you. Jingchen looked down at her legs and feet. Does your foot still hurt? It doesn't hurt anymore. Let's go. Yushu urged him, and she stuffed the rusted sword in her hand to him and said, There are wild animals in this forest. It is safer for us to be together than separately. Jingchen saw that she was afraid, but he did not expose her. He took the rusted sword, held it tightly and said, Follow me. Under the night sky, the two walked slowly to the stream in the forest. Occasionally, there was a faint howl of a wolf in the distance, but it was not so terrible. Just as Yushu was looking for Jingchen near Ascending Cloud Temple, someone in the city was anxious because she did not return late at night. After Shuirui went to Wangjilu to tell Yushu about the news about Jingchen in the day, he went back and assigned people to look for him. In the afternoon, he went to Wangjilu again. He wanted to talk to Yushu about the restaurant, but he was told that she suddenly ran out at noon and left after choosing the clothes. Shuirui felt that something was wrong, so he asked two tailors carefully. After listening to their description of Yushu's expression when she left, he guessed that she went to find Jingchen. He could not sit still and was afraid that she would be impulsive like last time when it snowed, so he sent people to the Ji family to ask if Yushu had returned. At the same time, he sent people to the guards in the south of the city to ask if she had returned. Finally, he heard from the guards in the south of the city that a girl dressed like Yushu went out of the city gate at midnight. When he got the news, it was already evening. The Ji family said that Yushu had not returned. Shuirui felt that something was wrong, so he took a few people out of the city to look for her. He regretted telling her the whereabouts of Jingchen during the day, but not sending people to keep an eye on the girl in case she ran away. The night was dark, and a group of people held torches and shuttled through the forest in the suburbs. Young master, we've looked over there, but we didn't see her. Two men came from the east and rode over to Shuirui to report. Shuirui frowned and raised his head to look at the stars. He looked to the east and west, and then he squeezed his legs on the horse's belly. As he moved forward, he pointed to the south and said, Go forward and look. Young master, if we go any further, we will enter the depths of the forest. There are often wild beasts, so I'm afraid it will be dangerous. The person who was holding a torch and giving advice was Gui Lu, the waiter of Wangji Tower. Shuirui glanced at him and ignored him. He continued to walk into the depths of the forest. Gu rubbed his nose and then followed with his two brothers. He didn't carry a stick with him, but he didn't show any fear. He cleared his throat and shouted, Miss you, where are you? Yushu and Jingchen walked back from the stream and reignited the fire that was about to be extinguished. Jingchen carefully looked at Yushu's face with the light of the fire and saw that she was suffering from illness this time. He thought for a while and then explained to her, Fortunately, the baleful aura on Kidu Star has passed its peak, and with the help of the adversity blocking stone, there was no major disaster. However, the ailments cannot be underestimated. Ailments come from the mouth and the heart. One must avoid them, and one must be extra careful to prevent a minor ailment from turning into a major one. In the future, you should temporarily abstain from eating meat and don't see blood. I will give you a secret Taoist prescription for you. When you go back, ask Dr. He to get the medicine and make it into a wax pill. Take it every morning. It will take at least 7 days and at most half a month. After a minor illness breaks out, you will be able to get through it. Yushu nodded seriously and asked Jingchen to repeat the Taoist prescription 3 to 5 times and memorize it one by one. Only then did she feel relieved. It was early in spring, and the night was cold and dewy. It was especially cold in the outskirts of the forest. Yushu sat by the fire. The front was warm, but her back was still cold from the wind. She couldn't help but sneeze a few times. Jingchen saw that she was freezing, so he thought of a way to split the fire into 2 piles. He jumped up to the top of the tree and cut off a soft branch for her to sit on. Only then did she feel better. Endure it for one night. At this time, the city gate is closed and you can't go in. Mingfu will send you back early in the morning. Yu Shu sniffed and hugged her knees. Then when you go to the capital after the 15th, where can I find you? Jing Chen added fuel to the fire as he said, I will find you after I go to the capital. Only now did Yu Shu remember to tell him that she wasn't living at Zhao Hui's place right now. She was bored and was about to tell him about the wicked Ji family who coveted her strange skills when she suddenly saw Jing Chen raise his head and stand up. What is it? Yu Shu also stood up with him. Shu. Jing Chen made a shushing gesture. He held his sword in one hand and pulled up his clothes with the other. He jumped up the tree trunk and jumped onto a branch. He looked into the distance and saw scattered flames in the distance. He knew that someone was coming. He listened carefully and faintly heard someone calling him. He frowned and jumped down from the tree, his feet firmly landing on the ground. What happened? Yu Shu asked in a low voice. Jing Chen looked at her and said, It seems like someone is looking for you. I heard them calling Miss Yu. Yu Shu was startled. The first thing she thought of was Shui Rui. Other than him, who else could go out of the city in the middle of the night to look for her in the wilderness? Jing Chen asked, Could it be Dr. He and the others who saw that you didn't return and came out to look for you? Yu Shu shook her head. It should be older brother Shui. Jing Chen knew of Shui Rui. His expression changed. He looked into the distance again and said to her, I can't interact with outsiders right now to avoid harming them. I will hide first. When they find this place, you can go with them. Yu Shu didn't finish what she wanted to say to Jing Chen. She was a bit reluctant, but she heard someone calling from the distance. She knew that she couldn't let Jing Chen meet them, so she stepped forward and held his arm, saying, I'm not living at Aunt Hui's house now. I moved to the right magistrate Ji family. I will explain to you later. If you return to the capital after the 15th, wait for me at the small courtyard on Huixing Street. I will go find you. Jing Chen nodded. He saw a leaf in her hair and couldn't help but reach out to pluck it for her. He gently said, Be careful. After saying that, he took a few steps back and disappeared into the dark forest without looking back. Yu Shu saw that he had disappeared and felt melancholy. Not long after, she heard the sound of horse hooves coming from afar. It gradually came behind her and a low shout reached her ears, Shu! Chapter 263. In the dark forest at night, wolves and dogs howled. When Shui Rui saw the glow of a fire from afar, he brought along his men and swiftly rushed over there. When he saw the figure that was standing by the side of the fire clearly, he leaped off his horse and walked swiftly to stand before that figure. He first used his gaze to inspect her from head to toe, and when he didn't notice that she was missing an arm or a leg, the worry in his heart finally eased up. What followed after was a wave of rage, and he said with a gloomy expression, You ran into the wilderness by yourself. Do you intend to feed the wolves? Yu Shu looked at Shui Rui, who came out to look for her in the middle of the night. Knowing that she was in the wrong, she lowered her head and whispered, I accidentally lost my way. Shui Rui still wanted to say something, but a gust of wind blew over. When he saw Yu Shu shrinking her neck and shuddering, he frowned and raised his hand to untie the silk rope in front of his chest. He took off the cloak on his shoulders and wrapped one of his arms around her shoulders before draping it over her shoulders. Yu Shu's upper body suddenly warmed up. When her gaze landed, she saw a pair of hands tying a knot in front of her neck. She raised her head slightly and saw the fine wrinkles on the eyebrows of the person in front of her. She seemed to be able to feel the source of his displeasure. Her eyes slightly swayed as she softly said, Big brother, I made you worry. Shui Rui's fingers paused for a moment, causing the knot to become even heavier. After that, he took a step back and looked past her shoulder. As he gazed at the fire and the shadows of the trees behind her, his gaze flickered, and then he turned around and instructed the people he brought with him. Extinguish the fire, we're returning. Gui Qi and Geiban nodded and went forward to extinguish the fire. Shui Rui walked to the side of the horse and pulled the reins with one hand. When he turned around and saw that Yushu was still standing there without moving, and she was looking around for something, Shui Rui intentionally said in a cold voice, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Yushu retracted her gaze from the direction where Jing Chen had left. Grabbing the cloak on her shoulder, she jogged forward and watched as Shui Rui mounted his horse. He extended an arm towards her, indicating that he wanted to ride with her. Could she walk back? Shui Rui didn't seem to notice her hesitation and urged, "Come up and sit behind me. We need to go back as soon as possible." Yushu had no choice but to hold onto his arm. She raised her leg, intending to step on the stirrup, but Shui Rui stretched out his other hand and without any explanation, circled her waist and back. With a forceful pull, Yushu's feet left the ground. In a flurry, she grabbed onto his shoulder. She heard a faint chuckle, then her buttocks fell back onto the saddle. Immediately after that, the hand that was circling around her waist left her. "Sit tight." Shui Rui grabbed the reins with both hands and squeezed the horse's abdomen lightly. Then, the horse started to trot forward. His speed was not fast, which made Yushu, who suddenly felt a little dizzy from sitting so high, feel refreshed. Then Gui Lu and the others followed. One ran in front of Shui Rui and lit a torch to find the way. The other two followed behind and didn't move forward. Yushu sat behind Shui Rui with her legs together. Although she wasn't afraid of heights, she was afraid of falling. She wanted to find a place to support herself. But she was depressed to find that other than the person in front of her, she had no place to put her hands. She looked up and down and couldn't find a suitable place to grab. Should she hug his waist? She wasn't that thick-skinned. Should she pull his belt? She was afraid that he would pull it open. Finally, her eyes fell on his shoulder. Her eyes lit up and she put her hand on it. The moment she moved, Shui Rui sensed it and turned his gaze to look at the hand on his shoulder. To his surprise, he saw that there were a few new scratches on the back of her hand that had just recovered from frostbite. He felt uncomfortable in his heart, so he silently turned his head around and didn't say anything. Yushu thought that Shui Rui would ask her why she ran to the suburbs. She secretly thought of an excuse. But after waiting for a long time, he didn't ask. She thought that he was still angry. After thinking for a while, she felt that she was in the wrong, so she cleared her throat and took the initiative to say, "During the day, I suddenly thought of a place that Jing Chen might go to. I was anxious, so I hired a carriage to leave the city. I didn't expect the forest to be so big and deep. I got lost after walking too far. Fortunately, you came to find me. Otherwise, I would have to spend the night on the tree." Yushu pretended to be relaxed. Who knew that once she said it, Shui Rui would remember the scene when she went out to find someone in the heavy snow and froze in front of him. He could still clearly remember that pale face until now. Shui Rui clenched the reins in his hand and ignored her. He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, he wouldn't be able to control himself and teach her a lesson. Yushu said a few more words, but when she didn't see Shui Rui responding, she sensibly shut her mouth. She was exhausted from running around for the entire day, and she'd experienced happiness and anger one after another. Now that she'd calmed down, she only felt a surge of sleepiness, so she covered her mouth and yawned a few times while her eyelids twitched. Feeling the weight on his back, Shui Rui pulled on the reins lightly and slowed down the horse's speed. He turned his head and looked at Yushu, who was sleeping quietly on his back. That lively face during the day was now suffused with a layer of gentle light under the moonlight. Her stubbornness was gone, and she couldn't help but look weak, making people feel pity for her. Shui Rui let out a short sigh and whispered, "Why do you have to do this?" The city gate was closed in the middle of the night. Fortunately, Shui Rui had informed the guards in advance, so they left half the gate open for him to pass through. Yushu lay on Shui Rui's back and slept for the whole journey. It was not until they returned to Wangji Tower in the south of the city that Shui Rui woke her up and asked someone to knock on the back door. The cook, Xiuqing, came to answer the door and helped the dazed Yushu up to the room on the second floor. She put her on the bed and lit the lamp to take a look. Yushu was filthy from head to toe, so she went outside to call for someone to boil water and prepare a bathtub. Shui Rui sat in the outer room and received the tea that Lin Fu passed to him, And then he said to the cook, "Let her sleep. Just give her a simple wipe, and then check if there are any injuries on her body." Xiuqing went inside again and closed the small door of the bedroom. Lin Fu stood next to Shuirui and asked carefully, "Gongzi, I have asked someone to make the bed. You should go and rest. Let Xionyang take care of this place." Shuirui looked at the door of the bedroom and felt that it was inappropriate to wait here. He got up and said, "You go down with me." Yu Shu slept until dawn the next day. When she woke up, her back was sore and her bones were cracking. She sat up and smelled a faint musk. She looked at her underwear and her hands were wrapped with a few bandages. She then rolled up her trousers and saw that her ankles and knees were smeared with medicine. She vaguely remembered that it was the cook who took care of her last night. Yu Shu found a stack of banknotes under the pillow that she put away when she took off her clothes last night. She stuffed it back and was not afraid of losing it in the restaurant. Hiss. She stretched. Yu Shu stepped on a pair of new embroidered shoes and walked to the table to pour a cup of tea. The tea was still warm. While drinking, Yu Shu recalled what happened last night. Her mood suddenly became complicated. After the night passed, they returned to the beginning. Jing Chen was hiding, and the two became friends again. Yu Shu touched the amulet stuck in her underwear and digested what she heard from Jing Chen last night. She concluded that Ketu Star often occurred at the beginning of every month. Every year, during the New and Old New Year's festival, there were murders. Even the yellow frost stone could not stop it. Before finding the person who broke the life, Jing Chen's Dao heart could not be moved. If it was moved, it would bring disaster and harm to the innocent. In addition, Jing Chen was the descendant of Yunhua Yi and the eldest princess. Forget it. It's fine as long as Jing Chen is safe. Yu Shu muttered. She put down the teacup and looked around the room for her clothes. However, she saw a short cloak thrown on the recliner. She fixed her gaze, and the frown on Shuirui's face flashed across her mind. "Miss, you're awake. Miss? Ah." Yu Shu suddenly turned her head and looked at the maid, Xiaoqing, who was holding a tray at the door. She regained her senses and said, "Oh, what did you say just now?" Xiaoqing said, "The hot water is ready. Have a bowl of porridge to warm your stomach first, then go take a bath?" Yu Shu scratched her head. She smelled a faint sweat on her body and felt her stomach growling. Thus, she went forward and took the bowl of porridge. She gulped it down but could not taste it, so she went next door to take a bath. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Yu Shu was soaking in a bathtub full of flower petals with white mist curling up in spirals. She sighed comfortably and muttered to herself, "Who said that nothing good happened these days? Didn't I recognize a big brother?" After saying that, she smiled. After taking a bath, Yu Shu changed into a clean dress that no one knew where she got it from. She sat on the bed with her hair down and stretched out her hand to let the maid apply medicine on her. Her claws were frozen in the front and broken in the back. They were already in a bad shape. The two little maids did not dare to use force when they saw it. They asked her carefully, "Miss, does it hurt?" Yu Shu teased them, "It doesn't hurt, but it's too ugly. Look at the red and swollen skin. Don't you think it looks like pig trotters? Or is it infected?" Xiao Qing and Xiao Dai laughed. They realized that they had lost their manners, so they quickly lowered their heads and apologized. "Miss, don't blame us." Yu Shu smiled. "All right, quickly finish applying the medicine and help me comb my hair. I'm starving." The two of them wrapped her palms and took a cotton cloth to wipe her hair clean. They tied it into a bun without any beaded hairpins. Yu Shu did not even look at herself in the mirror and went downstairs to eat breakfast. When she arrived at the restaurant in the front, in the empty hall, Yu Shu saw Shuirui sitting at a square table drinking wine. Her eyes widened. No one told her that Shuirui did not leave last night. Shuirui saw Yu Shu coming out of the door with no makeup on and was surprised to see him. He raised his eyebrows and waved at her, "Come and eat." "You didn't go back last night?" Yu Shu asked as she walked over and sat opposite him. She took a pair of chopsticks from the celadone stand. Shuirui shook his head. "I didn't leave because it was too late." Yu Shu said embarrassedly, "It's all my fault. I caused you trouble again." Shui Rue actually didn't stand on ceremony with her this time, and he glanced at her out of the corner of his eyes and said, "It's good that you're aware. Next time, you better remember to do something stupid again. Let's see if I'll still care about you then." Yu Shu snickered and cleverly picked up a piece of grilled, sparkling and translucent dried meat and placed it in his bowl. "Big brother." Only then did Shui Rue look her in the eye. He picked up the piece of meat and ate it. After taking a sip of wine, he said, "I've sent someone to inform the Ji family that my third younger sister asked you to stay overnight last night, so that they won't gossip." Yu Shu wasn't worried that the Ji family wouldn't be able to find her. She was more worried that they wouldn't be able to find her and would go to Zhao Hui's house. She was relieved after hearing Shui Rue's explanation. She then heard him mention someone else, so she asked curiously, "So you have a sister?" Chapter 264. Yu Shu was not surprised to hear Shui Rui talk about his family. He had several half-siblings. Even the businessman Ji Hyotani had several wives and concubines. The Shui family was a big family. How could a man not have many children? These 5 children were considered few. On the other hand, Shui Rui had a younger sister, and this had exceeded Yu Shu's expectations. Because she'd known him for so long, yet she'd never heard him mention her, and she couldn't help but be interested in this little sister Jin Sun that she'd never met. "Really? She is only 1 year younger than me? Then I must meet her another day." Shui Rui nodded and smiled. He drank the remaining half of the wine and asked casually, "You left the city last night. Did you find young hero Jing's whereabouts?" Cough, cough. Yu Shu choked on the porridge and coughed twice. She picked up a white handkerchief that was folded into a square on the side and wiped her mouth. She said, "No, I was heading for the Ascending Cloud Monastery at first. Later, I strayed into the forest and lost my way without seeing anyone. Fortunately, I wasn't eaten by the wolves." "Well, then I'll continue to send people to look for him." "No need." Yu Shu looked up at Shui Rue and said half-truthfully, "He must be deliberately avoiding me. There is no need to look for him." Shui Rue stared at her face and nodded. "I know." Yu Shu did not know whether Shui Rue had noticed something. However, she could not explain to him about Jingchen. She could only choose to avoid it. "I almost forgot something." She cleverly changed the topic. She suddenly said, "When are you free these 2 days? I looked at the restaurant's account a few days ago. I have some ideas to tell you." Shui Rue heard this and thought for a moment. He said, "I have something to do today. Tomorrow. Is it convenient for you to come out in the morning or in the afternoon?" Yu Shu said, "Any time is fine." Shui Rue asked, "Aren't you going to teach Ji Xingxuan divination?" Speaking of Ji Xingxuan, Yu Shu smiled. "She has no time to learn these 2 days. It doesn't matter." Shui Rue did not understand. Seeing her treacherous smile, he knew there was something fishy. He asked curiously, "What ideas did you come up with this time?" Lin Fu and the others left after serving breakfast. There was no one else in the front building, so Yu Shu was not afraid of being noisy here. She smiled and said to him, "It's nothing. Don't you need 3 coins to perform divination with copper coins? I asked her to find them." Then she rambled on about the method she taught Ji Xingxuan to choose the divination money. Shui Rue listened to her explanation and found it logical and logical. He looked at her doubtfully and asked, "Is it really that difficult to choose?" "Ah, of course, it's to coax her." "You really believe it?" Yu Shu laughed. She shook the chopsticks in her hand and winked at him. "Actually, as long as the 3 copper coins are used and have the same yin character, it's fine. I'm just finding something for her to do. I want to buy a few days and bully her at the same time." Shui Rue shook his head and laughed. He knew that she did not have good intentions. But he could not hate her when she was so frank. After eating, they did not stay in the building for long. Yu Shu asked Shui Rue to send her to the Ji family. As soon as she got out of the car, Yu Shu was stopped by Shui Rue. "Ah!" Yu Shu turned around and moved to the side of the car. She saw Shui Rue's hand reach out and put something in her hair. She raised her hand and touched it. The soft touch did not feel like gold or silver. Instead, it felt like a plant. Shuai looked at her face that was illuminated by the cluster of golden yellow incense and revealed a bewildered expression. He smiled faintly, but there was a layer of mist between his handsome brows. Today is the 7th day of the Chinese New Year. Women should wear flowers to celebrate. Yushu looked at the smile on his face. She was in a trance for a moment. She gently touched the flower in her hair. She was happy. Thank you, big brother. Shuai nodded. He looked at her a few more times. Then he waved his hand. The 7th day of the Chinese New Year was the day of the Chinese New Year. As the name suggested, it was to celebrate the birth of a person. On this day, people would cut the ribbon and stick gold leaf to celebrate. There was a new batch of lanterns outside the Ji mansion. The 2 rows of trees at the entrance of the mansion were hung with flower ropes. Everywhere was colorful. Now everyone in the Ji family knew that a girl had come to the mansion. When the gatekeeper saw that Yushu had come back, he did not stop her from entering. Instead, he ran to report to the housekeeper. Yushu went back to the small courtyard where she temporarily lived as if nothing had happened. The maidservant Sang Er was not in the courtyard. The door was not locked. Yushu pushed the door and went in. She first looked for Kim Bao. Yesterday, she left it in the room with a plate of snacks and a plate of water. She was afraid that it would run out. If Goldie was really bitten to death by cats and dogs, Yu Xiaoxia would definitely fall out with her. In the end, she quickly found Jin Bao sleeping under the pillow on the bed. Just as she was about to praise him, she saw a copper coin under the pillow from the corner of her eyes. She was puzzled that this little thief had changed from stealing silver to coveting small coins. Who would have thought that when she picked up the copper coin, she saw the words Zhao Qing Tong Bao written on it? Wasn't this the money that Ji Xingxuan had received for 60 years? Yu Shu sat on the edge of the bed with a strange expression. She looked at Kim Bao and looked at the copper coin in her hand. She thought it was most likely that Ji Xingxuan left this coin in her room the day before yesterday and Kim Bao took it away. Otherwise, this little thief couldn't have stolen it from someone else's room. If so, then he really became a demon. Yu Shu casually stuffed the copper coin into her waist pouch and put a handkerchief under Kim Bao's head. She was careful not to wake him up and stuffed the copper coin into her sleeve. She walked to the door of the bedroom and stepped back. She looked at herself in the bronze mirror under the window and saw clearly that Shuai was wearing on her hair. She couldn't help but secretly think that it was beautiful. She couldn't tell the name of the golden flower that looked like a small embroidered ball. She only knew that it was neither winter jasmine nor plum blossom. 3 to 5 flowers were fixed on the comb woven with green vines. Occasionally, there were 2 green leaves, which formed a bright flower that made people look more outstanding. After looking at herself in the mirror for a while, Yu Shu hummed a tune and went out of the bedroom. She went outside to look at the old locust tree in the corner of the courtyard. Originally, she wanted to splash a bowl of chicken blood on it, but Jing Chen told her not to see blood, so she had to think of another way. As soon as Yu Shu went out of the courtyard, she ran into the housekeeper who had heard the news and found her. "Miss Yu, our master wants to talk to you." Yu Shu planned to go see Aunt Chui first, and then go to Zhao Hui's house to find Dr. He to get the prescription. When she heard that Ji Huaishan wanted to see her, she was very reluctant to go, but she couldn't not give face to the old man, so she could only follow the housekeeper. This was the first time she saw the old man of the Ji family's tea room. Yu Shu stood downstairs, and Ji Huaishan sat upright on the armchair, playing with a game of chess in front of him alone. He also held a yellowed chess record in one hand. Yu Shu's sharp eyes saw a word and a half exposed on the cover. She guessed that he wasn't looking at a chess record, but the chess spirit scripture that used black and white pieces to predict the future. "Great master." Ji Huaishan didn't raise his head and asked, "You didn't come back last night?" Seeing that he already knew the answer, Yu Shu said, "I didn't come back. The young miss of the Shui family asked me to stay the night." Ji Huaishan said, "You are now living in my estate. Mr. Shui specially asked me to treat guests well. However, you are a girl. If something happens to you and something happens to you, wouldn't it make things difficult for me? Next time, Before you go out, leave a direction and let people know where you are going. Do you hear me? Yu Shu really didn't like the tone of this old man when he spoke to her, but she had acted improperly yesterday, so she deserved to be criticized by him. She faked a smile and said, "Don't worry, I will remember to tell you before I go out next time." Only then did Ji Huaishan raise his head to look at her and said, "If there's nothing important, you better not go out. Teach my granddaughter the 6 symbols as soon as possible, and then you can go wherever you want." Yu Shu thought to herself, "Originally, you don't have to care where I go." However, she said, "Great master, don't be impatient. Everything has to be done step by step. Only slow work can produce fine work, right? What I taught Miss Ji was what Taoist Qing Zheng taught me. If you think it's too slow, why don't I walk a few steps away and only pick the important parts for her to learn?" Ji Huaishan clearly knew that Yu Shu was arguing with him, but he didn't want to argue with a little girl. He looked at her coldly and said, "Teach her how you should teach her. Don't be crafty and play tricks." Yu Shu said seriously, "Great master, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of Miss Ji. If she dares to be crafty and play tricks, I will be the first to tell you. It's up to you whether you want to hit her or scold her." Ji Huaishan snorted coldly and asked the housekeeper to bring Yu Shu out. He didn't want to see her, so he wouldn't be bothered. When Yu Shu left the door, she used her finger to tease Kim Bao, who had just woken up and stuck his head out of her sleeve. She thought to herself that this old man Ji better not look for her. Otherwise, she would stop him every time she saw him, and he wouldn't feel good. On the way back to Zhao Hui's house, Yu Shu first went to the big money house and exchanged the 2,000 banknotes given by the Ji family for money. She then exchanged it for a small bag of silver. She went to a few shops in the neighborhood and bought gifts for Zhao Hui and the rest. On the 7th day of the new year, the number of pedestrians on the streets was more than the previous few days. Men, women, old and young were all holding flowers and grasses in their hands. Their faces were full of smiles, as if they were bathing in the spring breeze. The peddlers and merchants once again showed their faces. Yu Shu saw that there were handmade flowers and grasses that were very beautiful, so she bought a few. Carrying a pile of things, she hired a sedan chair at the corner of the street and Yu Shu returned to Zhao Hui's house. The courtyard door was wide open, and there was a long string of ribbons hanging from the tree in front of the door. The moment Yu Shu entered, she saw Shin Nanny and Yun Do standing on a stool and sticking flower paper on the window. She called out to them, and Yun Do jumped down from the stool in surprise and ran to the back to inform Zhao Hui, "Madam, madam, young master, Miss is back." Shin Nanny, who was steady and had many children, came up to help Yu Shu carry her things and followed her to the backyard. Just as they passed through the doorway, a figure rushed over and shouted, "Jie Jie!" That person held her arm. Yu Shu freed her hand to pinch Yu Xiaoxiu's cheek. When she raised her head again, she saw the big-bellied Zhao Hui being supported by He Fangji as they walked out of the house. Zhao Hui's face was full of joy as she looked at her. She couldn't help but feel warm in her heart, and also a little funny. She had only been away from home for 3 days, but why did she miss her as if she had been away for 3 months? The few people chatted and laughed as they entered the house. Yu Shu sat beside Zhao Hui, and Yu Xiaoxiu stood beside her. "Xiu," she gave out the gifts she bought one by one. He Fangji gave out a Xianzhou bunny hair, Zhao Hui gave out a rhinoceros horn comb, and Yu Xiaoxiu gave out a pack of jade paper. She even bought Shin Nanny and Yun Do's gifts. Chapter 265. Yu Shu gave a copy of Jing Chen's prescription to He Fangji and asked him to help her make the pills. He Fangji looked at the prescription and was greatly shocked. He repeatedly said, "Wonderful." He asked Yu Shu where she got it and also asked for the name of the medicine. Yu Shu lied and said that it was a secret prescription given to her by her previous master. She made up the name of the medicine and called it Wan Yen Dan to fool him. However, this also made He Fangji more cautious. After thinking for a while, he sighed and said, "Your master must be an expert. Although this medicine doesn't cure the illness, it has the miraculous effect of nourishing the spirit and blood. It's also gentle and harmless. It can be considered a good medicine for maintaining one's health. It's a pity that there are a few medicinal ingredients that are very hard to come by. It's not that rich people can't afford it, otherwise I would be thick-skinned enough to ask you for this prescription for the patient. Hearing that doctor he was acting like a medical fanatic again, Zhao Hui reached out and hit him. She said in a bad mood, "I already said it's a secret prescription. You don't have to worry. The child was given to you because he doesn't treat you as an outsider. Why are you so muddled?" Doctor He smiled bitterly. "I'm just saying, how can I not understand?" Yu Shu knew that He Fangji really had the heart of a doctor. However, this prescription was given by Jing Qin. Looking at how much He Fangji treasured it, it must be a secret medicine of the sect. She didn't answer He Fangji's question and said, "I don't know whether the medicine is good or bad. It's just that I've been overworked recently and felt that my body wasn't feeling well. I thought of this and brought the prescription to Godfather. If you think there's nothing wrong with it, then make 100 or so pills for our family to eat. Whether they're sick or not, it's better to take care of them." Having said that, he took out 2 banknotes from his pocket and gave them to He Fangji, saying, "Previously I was invited to do some divination and received a big red packet during the new year. I can use it to buy some medicinal ingredients to make these pills. Godfather, if it's not enough, please give me some more." How could it not be enough? When Yu Shu came, she had already inquired about the price of the expensive medicine. She would only give more to He Fangji. She didn't want the couple to think too much and was embarrassed to accept it. Even so, when Zhao Hui saw Yu Shu take out the money, she still secretly glared at He Fangji, as if to say that if he dared to accept it, she wouldn't let him off. He Fangji looked at the mother and daughter, feeling that she was stuck in the middle, and it didn't make sense whether she accepted it or not. Yu Xiaoxiu sat on the side and fed Kim Bao. He watched the adults talk and didn't interrupt. Seeing Zhao Hui's expression, Yu Shu rolled her eyes. She took back the banknotes and reached out to He Fangji. She pretended to be unhappy and said, "Father and mother don't know me. It's fine if you don't want to be filial to me. Godfather, give me the prescription. I'll go out and find someone to make it. I'll bring it back when it's made into medicine. It will save you some trouble." Hearing this, Zhao Hui was angry and laughed. She slapped Yu Shu's palm and scolded with a smile, "You're such a troublesome girl." In the end, Yu Shu still gave the money to He Fangji and asked him to make the medicine. She said that she would come home to get the medicine after 3 days. After that, Zhao Hui asked about Aunt Chui's illness. Before leaving the Ji mansion, Yu Shu went to see Aunt Chui. Seeing Yu Xiaoxiu's concerned expression, she said, "My mother took the medicine and her body is much better. However, the doctor told her to stay in bed for a few more days." Zhao Hui wanted to say something but hesitated. "Are you going to spend the 15th of this month with the Ji family?" Yu Shu wanted to say that she would come back, but she remembered that there was still Aunt Chui in the Ji mansion. It wouldn't be good to leave her mother for the Mid-Autumn Festival. She looked at Yu Xiaoxiu and said to Zhao Hui, "I'll bring Xiaoxiu over to accompany my mother." Zhao Hui nodded and said, "Then you can come home on the 14th. We'll celebrate your birthday in advance." Yu Shu was at a loss. "Birthday? For me?" Zhao Hui was also confused. "Hey, isn't it? I heard from Xiaoxiu that you were born on the 15th of the first month." Yu Shu turned to look at Yu Xiaoxiu. Seeing him looking at her strangely, she immediately understood and quickly laughed. Yes, it's that day. Her horoscope was not accurate and she had never cared about it. Now that they mentioned it, she remembered that the 15th of the first month was indeed her birthday. Coincidentally, it was the reunion festival. In fact, Yu Shu had no interest in celebrating her birthday. However, seeing Zhao Hui's excited expression, she didn't want to spoil her mood, so she agreed to go home on that day. Yu Shu had lunch at Zhao Hui's house before leaving. Yu Xiaoxiu sent her to the door reluctantly. Yu Shu promised to take him back to see Aunt Chui in a few days to get the medicine. On the way back, the sky was still bright. When they passed a small bridge, Yu Shu took out the universal treasure from her waist and threw it into the river. Not to mention whether this 60-year-old wish money was a treasure or not, she didn't have a use for it. She didn't want it to fall out of her body and be regarded as a thief by others. If that happened, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. When night fell, Yushu returned to the Ji family's small courtyard. The maid, Sunny, was sweeping the floor. Seeing her, she greeted her timidly and ran out with the excuse of making tea. Yushu went back to the room and let Kim Bao out of her sleeve. This afternoon at Zhao Hui's house, she asked Yu Xiaoxiu to give it a bath. She had wounds on her hands. She coaxed them by saying it was frostbite and gave them medicine. Before leaving, He Fangji gave her a bottle of hand oil to apply. Later, Sunny brought tea and dinner into the house. Yushu had eaten at Zhao Hui's house, so she asked her to send it back untouched. At night, Yushu sat in front of the table to do a divination. She threw 3 copper coins clanking. She couldn't guarantee that it was accurate. She wrote down the divination on a piece of paper and asked her about her recent fortune. It was not unexpected that she had an ominous sign that water and fire could not help each other, and that the official ghost had curbed her brother. She also vaguely revealed a trace of an illness that was difficult to cure, and there was no medicine that could cure it. This was exactly what Jing Chen had guessed after observing her facial expression and movements. What was interesting was that her 6 recombinant lines also revealed another piece of information. Her illness was caused by someone. The first thing that Yushu thought of was that the Ji family wanted to harm her. The position of the old locust tree in the yard could explain something. All the people in the Ji family didn't have good intentions towards her. Let's wait and see. Yushu sneered and put away the divination money. Let's see what they'll do after the astrology exam paper is marked. The next morning, Yushu got up and washed up. She saw that the flower she picked last night in front of the dressing mirror was a little withered. It was not as beautiful as it was yesterday. She sighed in her heart and couldn't bear to throw it away. She suddenly had an idea. She put the brush in the box and put it in her arms. "Miss, are you going out today?" Sunny asked when he saw Yushu coming out of the room. Yushu's footsteps paused at the door. Recalling the conversation Ji Huaishan had with her yesterday, she turned to the maid and instructed, "I need to make a trip to Autumn Osmanthus Lane in the south of the city. If your young miss comes looking for me, have her wait until nightfall. If she doesn't come, then forget it." After saying that, he left the room with the gold treasure. When she arrived at Wangji Tower, Shui Rui hadn't come yet. Yushu went to the room on the 2nd floor of the backyard and put Kim Bao on the soft couch. She took out the flower from the pen box in her arms and tied one end with a rope. She hung it upside down in the corner of the bookshelf to dry. She planned to make it into a dried flower and keep it for a long time. After doing this, she heard a scream outside the room and the sound of a cup falling to the ground. She hurried out of the study and saw Xiaodai huddled at the door. She pointed at Kim Bao, who had jumped to the ground, with a trembling hand. Old rat, help. There's a rat in the girl's room. Brother Liuzi. Stop screaming. Yushu walked forward and bent down to pick Jin Bao up. She stroked the frightened little thing. Xiao Dai was dumbfounded and forgot to scream with her mouth agape. Where's the rat? Gui Lu rushed to the door. He held the door frame with one hand and took off his shoes. He looked around the room for traces of the rat and accidentally fell into Yushu's hands. Then Gui Qi, Gui Ba, and Lin Fu also ran up. Yushu saw a group of people crowded in front of the door. She helplessly held up Kim Bao, who was frightened and curled up into a ball, to show them. Seeing their stunned expressions, she smiled and said, "This is not a rat. It's a small animal I raised. It doesn't bite." Kim Bao's appearance was still very different from a rat. However, it buried its head in Yushu's palm and refused to show its head. Several people in front of the door stared at each other. They couldn't believe that a girl like Yushu would raise a rat to play. Yushu was worried about how to explain when Shui Rui came. "What are you all doing here?" "Gongzi." The people in front of the door dispersed to the two sides, revealing Shui Rui's figure. The weather was warm today, and he was wearing a bamboo cardigan with a round collar. Inside, he was wearing a tight-fitting robe with a blue satin belt tied around his waist. His figure was healthy and charming, and he seemed to have the temperament of a scholar. Kim Bao scared him. Yushu helplessly pointed at Kim Bao in her hand for him to see. Shui Rui understood and said to the people on the side, "This is Miss Lotus's pet. It's not a rat. It's clean. Don't make a fuss when you see it in the future. Okay, clean up the things on the ground. Don't stab someone." After Shui Rui spoke, the people in front of the door dispersed. Lin Fu asked Gui Qi to help Xiao Dai clean up the broken cups on the ground. He served tea and fruits and then left. After a small commotion, Yu Shu and Shui Rui sat down in the study and talked about what they talked about yesterday morning. Shui Rui asked, "You said you have something to tell me about this restaurant's accounts. What is it?" Yu Shu said, "Answer my 2 questions first." "I'll tell you. Don't think I'm smart." Seeing that she was keeping him in suspense, Shui Rui was even more interested. He said, "Ask." Yu Shu looked outside the door and said, "What's the background of the people you hired in Wangjilu? For example, that shopkeeper Lin. Did you pick him from the residence or did you hire him?" Shui Rui understood the meaning behind her words. He wasn't afraid to tell her, "Lin Fu is a servant of our Shui family. He was originally doing some business outside. He was specially sent here for me to open this restaurant. He's a trustworthy person." If you say it like that, I know. Yu Shu was originally worried that this Lin Fu was using buying to fill his own pockets. But after listening to Shui Rui's words, she knew that she was worrying too much. She put this aside and asked, "Are you going to make 1 copy of this restaurant's account book or 2 copies? When Shui Rui heard this, he was surprised at first. Then he smiled. His eyes looked at her. He didn't answer but asked back, "You know that there are 2 accounts in business." Chapter 266. Yu Shu and Shui Rui made it clear that this account book was the inside story. In order to avoid heavy taxes from the government, there were 2 accounts, one for external purposes and one for internal purposes. I did some calculations the other day. According to Wang Jilu's wine list, the 2 accounts together can reduce at least 50% of the tax, which is equivalent to about 20% of a month's profit. If the business is booming, this 20% is not just a few hundred taels of profit. I see that it is not as if you do not know about this business. I told you about it because I wanted to ask you, what are your plans? Are you going to abide by the law, or are you going to push the boat with the current, so that I can have an idea? Facing Yu Shu's question, Shui Rui was not in a hurry to answer. After drinking half a cup of tea, he deliberated and said, "I originally wanted to wait for this restaurant to open for a month or 2 before mentioning this matter to you, but since you took the initiative to ask today, I might as well tell you in advance. I originally planned to make 2 accounts, but not to avoid taxes, but to prevent people from being jealous." Huh. Hearing this, Yu Shu could not help but laugh and said bluntly, "You have not even opened for business, and you are already worried about other people's jealousy. What if you lose money?" Hearing this jinx, Shui Rui glanced at her and said, "This business of mine, only profits and no losses." Yu Shu laughed dryly and did not say goodbye to him. She asked, "Then have you found someone to do the accounts?" Shui Rui shook his head and said, "I have not found a suitable person. Making fake accounts is much more difficult than making real accounts. The 2 accountants I found are not proficient in this field, and I am afraid that there will be a mistake. It is also not appropriate to go outside to hire someone, in case the private accounts are leaked and be used against by others. I am worrying about this matter. Do you have any good ideas?" Yu Shu thought for a moment and said, "How about I recommend a person to you?" Shui Rui asked curiously, "Where is the person from?" Yu Shu raised her hand and pointed at her nose. "It's me." Shui Rui laughed and said in delight, "Don't try to tease me. Making accounts isn't the same as making calculations. You've only studied at the Tai Hing Trading Company for a few days, so how could you possibly know how to make false accounts?" When Yu Shu saw that he didn't believe her, she felt depressed. If she didn't want to help him, she wouldn't have done this. "How do you know that I can't?" Yu Shu slapped the table and interrupted his laughter. "I have a ready-made account right now. It's the one you showed me a while ago. It's the cost of building this restaurant. Give me 1 day. Tomorrow, I'll make another account for you. Then, you can decide whether I can do it or not." Shui thought she was trying to be brave. He didn't want to discourage her, so he smiled and said, "Okay, you can try." Shui didn't have lunch at Wangji Tower and left. It wasn't that he didn't want to stay for lunch, but Yushu took his words and went into the study to calculate the accounts. He didn't want to be alone, so he left after a while. Yushu didn't come out of the restaurant until dusk. She locked the account in the cabinet and didn't take a single one with her. She went back to the Ji family. As soon as she entered the courtyard, she heard from Sunny that Ji Xingxuan came to see her in the afternoon. Sunny learned what Yushu said before she left. Miss Minglan also said that she will come back after dinner. Yushu was a bit surprised. She thought that the 3 copper coins would make it difficult for Ji Xingxuan for at least 3 to 5 days. In less than 3 days, she already found all of them? She sat on a chair to rest and put Kim Bao on her lap. Yushu ordered Sunny, "Go tell the kitchen that they don't need to bring me dinner. I already ate outside." "Yeah," Sunny said, glancing fearfully at the thing on her leg and running away. Yushu went into the room and found a book of Yishu. She lay on the couch in the living room and flipped through it. Her mind was thinking about the unfinished account for the day. It was quiet outside. The sound of footsteps was very obvious. The curtain rustled. She didn't look up for a long time when she heard a displeased female voice say, "Miss Yu, our young miss is here." Yushu covered her mouth with the book and yawned. She turned her head to look at the master and servant pair who came in. Ji Xingxuan was still the same. She had her face covered and looked like a thief. The maidservant was holding a tray with soup bowls on it. "Did you find the 3 coins for divination?" Ji Xingxuan nodded and walked straight to the couch. She stretched out her hand and showed her 3 old copper coins in her palm. There were also a few fingers wrapped in gauze. There was a strange smell of medicine. It was obvious that she had suffered. Yushu, the scoundrel, was amused and didn't have any sympathy. She pretended to pick up the 3 copper coins and examine them. She put them back in her palm and asked, "Did you personally find the 1,024 copper coins?" "Yes." It was hard to tell whether Ji Xingxuan was happy or angry. Only her reddened eyes revealed that she hadn't slept well for the past 2 nights. "Did you pick out the 3 coins according to Taoist Qin Zheng's method?" Yushu squinted her eyes and smiled. She deliberately stepped on her sore spot. "How many times did you throw them?" Ji Xingxuan's eyes flashed and she said in a low voice, 8 times. Choosing 3 coins from the 1,024 copper coins would take at least 500 times. If the last 2 times didn't get 3 coins, they would have to throw them again. 8 times would be less than 5,000 times. "Huh, you only threw 8 times, I thought you would throw at least 10 times. You're really lucky." Yushu didn't hide the gloating expression on her face. Ji Xingxuan's maidservant, Yunhee, glared fiercely at Yushu and slammed the tray in her hands on the table. She picked up the bowl of soup and handed it to Yushu. She coldly said, "Miss Yu, our young miss wants to thank you for your advice. She specially ordered the kitchen to make chicken soup for you. You should drink it while it's hot." Yushu was amused again. She looked back and forth between the bowl of chicken soup and Ji Xingxuan and thought, what kind of show is this? Is she repaying evil with good? There's no need for chicken soup. My body is very healthy, so I don't need nourishment. Let your young miss drink it later. I think she has lost weight in the past 2 days. Her wrists are very thin. As Yushu spoke, she reached out and pinched Ji Xingxuan's wrist. She clicked her tongue twice. Ji Xingxuan calmly broke free and said, "I found the divination money. You should continue to teach me." Yushu said, "Of course I'll teach you. Tonight, I'll first teach you how to make a divination. This is the first step of the 6 lines divination technique." Ji Xingxuan saw that she was lying on the horizontal couch with no intention of getting up, so she asked Yunhee to bring a stool and sit beside her. Yushu looked at her and didn't say anything. In any case, she had been happy today. She put the book in her hands to the side, put on a serious expression, and said to her while lying down, "The 6 lines divination technique is different from the other copper coins. It needs to be thrown 6 times in a row to get the divination. The 3 divination coins all have 2 sides. When you throw one back up, it's recorded as single, which is called xiaoyang. When you throw 2 back up, it's recorded as open, which is called xiaoyin. When you throw 3 back up, it's recorded as heavy, which is called old yang. When you throw 3 back up, it's recorded as cross, which is called old yin or taiyin. At this point, Yu Shu suddenly stopped and asked Ji Xingxuan, "Did you remember what I just said?" Ji Xingxuan nodded. Yu Shu waved her hand and said, "Repeat it." Ji Xingxuan repeated what she said. She didn't say that every word was correct, but the key points were all there. Yu Shu nodded with satisfaction and said, "That's right. Don't make me repeat the next sentence twice." Next, there are 8 parts to the universe. The first 6 lines divination is also divided into 8 types. According to the 6 times you throw each time, they are 3 consecutive, 6 broken, yang meng overhand bowl, middle empty, middle full, upper flaw, and lower broken. This 3 consecutive means that 3 out of the 6 times you throw 6 times in a row are single, which makes it qian hexagram. These 6 breaks were 3 times to get the earth hexagram. This yang meng was the first single time. The second and third times were the zhen hexagram. Seeing that Yu Shu's explanation was getting more and more complicated, Ji Xingxuan did not dare to be careless. She secretly noted it down as she asked Yun He to bring a pen and paper. Then, she brought over a coffee table and hurriedly jotted it down on a piece of paper. After Yu Shu explained the method of the 6 lines divination once, she stopped and asked her, "What I just said, repeat it." Ji Xingxuan repeated it once. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 mistakes, but Yu Shu would interrupt her, point them out, and correct her. Once or twice, Ji Xingxuan couldn't help but look at her in a different light. At the end of her explanation, Yu Shu asked for the piece of paper that Ji Xingxuan used to record it down. She scanned it and handed it to her, saying, "Practice makes perfect. When you go back, throw all 8 types of divination 200 times, then come back to me." Hearing this, Ji Xingxuan, who had just started to look at Yu Shu in a different light, suddenly stopped. Yun He said unhappily, "Are you purposely making things difficult for our miss? Can't you see that her right hand is already injured? How can she continue tormenting it?" Yu Shu said coldly, "If your right hand is injured, then use your left hand. It's up to you whether you want to throw or not. It's not like I'm the one learning. I'll say the unpleasant things first. When I first learned the 6 lines, Taoist Qingjing made me throw more than 10,000 times before he started to teach me properly. What she said was true. It was just that she had thrown chess pieces and not copper coins." Ji Xingxuan looked at her expression and felt that she was not lying. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll throw." Yu Shu yawned and sat up from the couch. She put on her shoes, took her book, and silently went to her bedroom. With a bang, she closed the door and went to sleep. "No wonder she's a concubine's daughter. She doesn't have a good upbringing," Yun He muttered and turned her head to say to Ji Xingxuan, "Young miss, let's go back." Ji Xingxuan put away the recording paper and stood up. She glanced at the cold chicken soup on the table and said to her, "Pour it." Yun He's eyes flashed with disappointment. She put the soup bowl on the tray and carried it away. After the master and servant left the small courtyard, Yun He asked, "Young miss, didn't you make an appointment with Miss Xia Jiang to visit her tomorrow? It wasn't easy to find the divination money these past 2 days, but that lass is making things difficult for you. Are you still going out tomorrow?" Ji Xingxuan said, "We can put aside the matter that Miss Yu asked us to do for now. We must go to Xia Jiang's residence." "Oh." As they walked through the garden, Ji Xingxuan suddenly turned her head and asked, "What did you secretly put in the chicken soup?" Yun He paused and then stuck out her tongue, saying, "It's not much. It's just a little laxative that will make her have diarrhea for 3 days. It's for young miss to vent her anger. Who knew that she wouldn't drink it?" Ji Xingxuan shook her head. "Don't do this next time. Don't delay serious matters." You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.